You have brought the family to heights it doesn't belong to, yet the elders make you a scapegoat. Just because Lu Ruyan carries the bloodline of the dragon. They actually want to use your innate sword body to nurture the fetus in order to please the emperor. A bunch of chi-refining ants. How dare you provoke me like this? Go and die, all of you. At this moment in the Su family's main hall, the head of the family tried to please by saying, Miss Lu's celestial beauty, if she sets her sights on you, it's your good fortune. What else could you be dissatisfied with? Ignoring his words, Lu Ruyan simply lowered her head, gently caressing her slightly bulging belly. You looked bewildered at everything before you. You had indeed traveled through time. After absorbing all the memories of the original host, you stood there in a daze. What a bizarre family this is. Actually letting you, a Yuan Ing realm cultivator, act as someone else's successor. Your gaze fell on that stunning girl. Sensing your gaze, Lu Ruyan also turned to look, her beautiful eyes filled with deep calculation. If I can combine your cultivation and innate sword talent, my son will definitely be a natural prodigy in the way of the sword. By then, he might even contend for the position of the great Xia Emperor. To be honest, Lu Ruyan's appearance is quite decent, but looking at her big belly, any man wouldn't choose to become a father without effort, right? Moreover, how can Lu Ruyan have the audacity to marry into your family? Is she even worthy? Regarding talent, Lu Ruyan has just reached the chi-refining stage, while you, bearing the sword bone, have already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, only one step away from the deity transformation. Speaking of family background, the Lu family is just a golden core family, but behind you not only stands the Divine Heaven Sword Sect, but also the current generation sword master of the Divine Heaven Sword Sect, whose status far surpasses Lu Ruyan by a long shot. Where did this big-faced person come from? Saying this is a blessing? With so many disciples in the Su family, why did they specifically name you? Who would believe there's no hidden agenda behind this? With that thought, a chill flickered in your eyes. The young chieftain on the side saw you remain silent and started to make things difficult. You. What kind of attitude is this? This marriage alliance is of great benefit to you and your family. As a disciple of the Su family, how can you refuse? The disciples of the Su family around also echoed one after another. Ha ha, listening to the words of the crowd, you give a cold smile. Your gaze fell on Su Long. Since you are the young master of the Su family, why don't you marry her? Su Long's face instantly turned red. Which cutie would marry her and become that green-haired turtle? Your gaze then turned to the Su family disciples who were laughing the loudest. One by one, they all avoided your eyes. Afraid to meet your gaze, mockery is revealed in your eyes. Enough. The master of the house, Su Hai, spoke in a deep voice, his indifferent gaze fixed firmly on you. This matter is settled, and no one is allowed to object. Otherwise they will be expelled from the Su family. He believes that under his oppression, you will surely agree. I disagree. Su Hai's face turned pale in an instant. You, say it to me again. At the same time, a powerful pressure of golden core also fiercely pressed towards you. Facing this powerful pressure, you remain unfazed. At the next moment, a more majestic aura gushed out from you, overwhelming Su Hai like a landslide. Su Hai's blood and energy surged throughout his body, his spiritual energy in disarray. You only made a slight move and severely injured the opponent. You actually reached the nascent soul stage. He forcibly swallowed the blood in his mouth, his cold gaze fixed firmly on you. You, are you trying to rebel? Facing Su Hai's piercing gaze, you calmly spoke. I am leaving the Su family from today onwards. Everything related to the Su family has nothing to do with me. The moment the words fell, you only felt a wave of relief wash over your body. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in the ear. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving clarity in the Tao heart, rewarded with the ancient divine weapon, the sword of extermination. You stare at the system in your mind in astonishment. Absurd. Upon hearing your words, the head of the Su family exploded in anger. Fine. Since you want to leave, then leave with everything the Su family has given you. You suddenly burst into laughter, causing the head of the Su family to tremble with anger at the sight of you. What are you laughing at? Have you forgotten that without me, the Su family would still be a mediocre clan? At the moment when the words fell, your cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul realm erupted completely, and the majestic pressure directly suppressed everyone. They looked at you in terror, and memories deep in their minds began to surface gradually. The Su family was once just a mediocre small clan in Fengchang, until you became the sword disciple of the Purple Sky Sword Sect. That things started to change. The Su family can become the top family solely because of you. Su Yen, what do you want to do? Release us now. The matriarch of the Su family glared at you with cold hostility. You can still kneel down and beg for our forgiveness now. It's not too late. Otherwise, clamor. Before she could finish speaking, you directly slapped her with a palm. You villain, how dare you? Smack. Another crisp slap rang out, and the mistress's face swelled up like a pig's head. I will definitely kill you. She collapsed to the ground right after speaking, with a thumb-sized hole on her forehead. The young master of the Su family saw this scene and shouted, I will definitely kill you. Without even looking at him, she slapped him with the back of her hand, and he was directly embedded into the wall. Feeling the irresistible pressure from you, Su Hai was also forced to kneel on the ground. You spoke in a very indifferent tone. I'll ask only once. Were you involved in the death of my parents back then? Originally, the father was supposed to inherit the family head position, but unexpectedly both the father and mother passed away. Su Hai successfully ascended to the position of family head. If you were to say that there was nothing eerie about all this, you wouldn't believe it. Su Hai looked at you with an unpleasant expression and said, You are being reckless. I became the head of the family with the consent of all the elders. You look down at Su Hai, who was kneeling on the ground, and say, since you don't admit it, I'll go find out myself. Su Hai's heart trembled, feeling a strong crisis, wanting to get up but under this pressure, completely unable to move. Su Yen, I'm the head of the Su family. What do you want to do? Su Yen pressed down with an expressionless palm. Su Hai immediately felt a powerful force surging into his mind, as if it was going to tear his soul out. Su Hai didn't hold back and let out a wail of pain. In the end, the memories in Su Hai's mind appeared in front of Su Yen like a slideshow, and information about Su Yan's parents was quickly found. Su Yan's face was instantly as gloomy as water. Looking at the twitching Su Hai on the ground, Su Yan's eyes glowed with a cold aura. It was the same as Su Yen guessed. The death of his parents, however, had a share in Su Hai, and he was not the only one involved. There was also the real power elder behind this Su family. Su Yen turned his head to look at those Su family disciples who were lying on the ground. At this point, they were dumbfounded and trembling in their hearts. That Su Hai, the head of the Su family. Su Yen actually killed him without saying a word. Su Yen also did not hesitate. The vast sea of aura gushed out, condensing between Su Yen's fingers into a dazzling sword aura. Su Yen pointed out with a finger. Dazzling sword-ons filled out, weathering thousands of them, forming countless sword chi, scattering towards the surroundings. Shoo shoo shoo. As the sword chi entered his body, a Su family disciple's forehead was instantly pierced through and he lost his life breath. The surrounding disciples froze, because the Su family disciple who died was the descendant of the Su family's grand elder. Buzz off! The crowd looked up and saw a rain of swords falling from the sky, enveloping all the dragons. Death. Coming. Su Yen, my grandfather is an old ancestor of the Su family. If you dare to kill me. Before a Su family disciple could finish his sentence, he was instantly enveloped in sword light. Now, they were completely scared. Su Yen really wanted to kill them. Su Yen, I've never gone against you. Please spare me. Su Yen, if you're upset, go kill Su Long. They did everything. In the face of the crowd's wailing, Su Yen didn't pay any attention to it and just coldly watched the Su family disciples die. During the several years of the Su family's expansion, the great expansion of power had long ago distorted all the thoughts of the Su family, a family that used to live at the bottom. After he became the overlord of this Maple City, he forcibly robbed people's women and copied their families and destroyed their clans. What was done could not be described as an outrage to the gods and the people, and those who truly worked for the good of the Su family have long since sacrificed themselves on the path of pioneering for the Su family. For a time, a thick smell of blood filled the entire hall. Lin Xue frowned her pretty willow eyebrows, and for the first time, a displeased look appeared on her face. However, Su Yen just coldly swept a glance and turned around to leave. Wait! A clear and cold voice sounded behind him, and Su Chen felt a powerful aura enveloping his entire body. This aura was even stronger than even Su Yen. Su Yen turned to look, and the one who released his breath was clearly the mysterious old man who had been standing behind Lin Xue, the realm of the transfigured god. Su Yen looked at the old man, and a glint flashed in his eyes. The realms of the immortal cultivation world are divided into Qi practicing, foundation building, Jindan, Yuanying, transformation of God, harmonization, Mahayana, and transition. At the God transformation stage, even within the Divine Sword Divine Sky Sword sect, it was considered an extremely high-status elder. But Su Yen didn't feel too surprised. This Lin family could be involved with the Xia royal family, and the crown princess was Lin Xue's own sister. It wasn't too much of a problem to find a divine transformation stage protector for his sister. Lin Xue raised her eyes and looked at Su Yen with an indifferent expression. When you've taken care of the Su family's affairs, my Lin family will send someone to take over the Su family, so you just need to stay at home and raise your children without fear in the future. What? Su Yen looked at Lin Xue with a confused expression. Is this woman out of her mind? You want to be the father of her child, don't you? Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a coldness. Why me? Lin Xue tilted her snow-white swan neck and said with a disdainful face, "You don't deserve to know." Su Yen raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "And if I refuse?" Lin Xue's eyes were filled with ruthlessness and cruelty, no longer the tenderness she had before. "Then you will have to be imprisoned." When the words came to this point, Su Yen already understood that he must have what Lin Xue needed. "In that case, let's not waste time." The words fell. Terrifying sword chi burst out from Su Yan's body. An endless white light bloomed as if it was going to disperse this heaven and earth. Roar! A hissing roar rang out, and countless sword chi transformed into 100 feet large sword chi dragon. Su Yen pointed his finger, and the sword chi dragon whistled as it rushed towards the transformation god powerhouse. Chapter 3, Su Yen. You dare to plot against the imperial prince of the Grand Xia dynasty. Sculpture. The black-robed man spoke indifferently, waving his hand as a powerful barrier appeared around him, meeting the sword chi dragon head-on. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out violently. Yet the mystic, who was the target, was not much affected. "If that's all, then you will lose." The black-robed man gently slapped out a palm, and a terrifying spiritual power instantly erupted, turning into a mountainous pressure that crushed over towards Su Yen. The white aura condensed into a huge palm print, as if it wanted to suppress Su Yen as a whole. In the face of this powerful attack, Su Yan's face did not change and his expression was indifferent. Breaking. One word falls. Monstrous sword chi burst out from Su Yan's body. The dazzling white sword chi transformed into a brilliant light, slicing the palm down the middle in just an instant. The black-robed man's face changed as he once again revolved his aura and condensed a white barrier to resist. This time, however, the instant the barrier collided with the sword chi, cracks that looked like broken glass appeared on top of the barrier. How is this possible? In the black-robed old man's surprised gaze, the barrier shattered with a bang, and the terrifying sword chi instantly impacted on his body, sending him flying out. When the sword chi dissipated, the place that had been attacked was already a mess. Da. Footsteps sounded in the drifting dust, and the outline of a figure slowly appeared. At this time, the black-robed man had already revealed his face, and the black robe he was traversing had already shattered under the strangulation of this horrifying sword chi. Revealing an old and hideous face, the two beady eyes emitted an intense coldness, as if they wanted to devour Su Yen. Thinking of the scene just now, the old man still had palpitations in his heart. If it wasn't for the protection of the spirit weapon in his hand, which counteracted Su Yan's terrifying sword chi, it wouldn't have been as simple as just tearing the black robe just now. Obviously only at the Yuaning realm. Yet you possess the battle power of the transformation god realm. Kid, you're pretty good. As he spoke, intense greed flowed from the shadowy old man's eyes. Your Excellency must not forget your position. Seems to have sensed something. Lin Xue's clear and cold voice suddenly rang out, like a bone-piercing ice knife piercing into the gloomy old man's heart. After quenching the greed that had just risen in the shadowy old man, he calmed down. The shady old man began to input aura into the bell in his hand. Dang! The bell shook slightly, ringing an extremely shrill bell. The intense aura converged and formed a terrifying golden shock attacking towards Su Yen. With a thought, Su Yan's hand appeared out of thin air with a silver-colored longsword. The longsword set off a terrifying wave of air as it swung. The shock released by that bell was shattered by the airwave in just the blink of an eye. The airwave was wrapped in a terrifying aura and instantly landed on the old man. Boom! The shadowy old man's eyes widened violently, and his body was like a tattered kite, instantly flying backwards. This immortal execution sword, is it the reason for not being sacrificed? Looking at the immortal execution sword in his hand, Su Yen had some doubts in his eyes. With the prestige of this first sword formation of the Floodlands, coupled with his own powerful aura, he should have instantly secured that old man. However, Su Yen could feel that within the old man's body, there was still a not-so-weak vitality repairing his severely injured body. Warm tip: the immortal execution sword owned by the host is forbidden and needs to be refined by the host before its power can be stimulated. Hearing such a prompt from the system, Su Yen remembered that innate spiritual treasures of the level of the immortal execution sword had rules and prohibitions inside. Before it was completely refined, it was just the equivalent of a weapon that drastically enhanced aura. Whoa! Countless debris tumbled, and the shadowy old man rose from the rubble in a very sorry state. At this moment, the shadowy old man was covered in blood, and his tight clothes were destroyed by the sword chi. Just one piece of close-fitting treasure armor was left behind, and on that treasure armor was also full of cracks. At this moment, the shady old man completely lived up to his arrogance and pride from a moment ago, and his gaze towards Su Yen was filled with panic. Next to her, Lin Xue, who had always thought that she could grasp everything, was also a bit shocked at this time. She was aware of the strength of the shadowy old man. He was a true middle-stage transformation god realm powerhouse. As a result, he was actually beaten like this with a sword by Su Yen, who was only at the Yuaning realm. But when she returned to her senses, Lin Xue's delicate body couldn't stop trembling again. The fact that Su Yen is so strong means that his talent is far better than before. If I can use this talent on my son, then who else in this great Xia dynasty can stop the hands? With that thought, Lin Xue immediately blurted out, "Don't delay any longer. Hurry up and strike." The shadowy old man took a deep breath and directly pulled out a mouthful of elixir from his storage ring and swallowed it. Next moment, a terrifying aura instantly erupted from the shadowy old man's body, his cultivation leaping from mid-transformation spirit to transformation spirit perfection. "Oh boy, you are indeed strong, but now you have no chance of winning." The shadowy old man coldly looked at Su Yen with a winning look. Su Yen, however, didn't have the heart to push more with the old man, pouring his aura into the long sword in his hand, and all of a sudden, thousands of sword shadows surfaced around him. This is Divine Heavenly Sword Sect's secret technique. 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Seeing the imagery floating around Su Yen, the shadowy old man's face changed greatly. There are 1 to 9 grades of the world's secret techniques, and beyond the 9 grades are the legendary immortal arts. It is said that the sword sect of the Divine Sha Sword Sect's 10,000 swords returns to the sect is the result of its founding ancestor's realization after he watched an immortal sword strike. Even though it was only one move, it was enough to compare to a 7th grade martial art. The Divine Heavenly Sword Sect's ancestor built the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect's supreme foundation with this move alone. In just over 100 years, it had allowed the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect to be ranked as one of the 3 great tripods of the great Xia Imperial Dynasty. Thinking that just now Su Yen had chopped himself away with a single sword strike, and now he was making use of this legendary sword art. Rather than briefly raising his cultivation to the peak of the spirit transformation realm, the shadowy old man did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Swiftly shaking the golden bell in his hand, dark as ink aura spread out from the shadowy old man. In less than a moment's time, half of the grand hall was occupied by this black aura. Emerging from the aura was a black figure, like the shadow of a person coming out of their body. When these black shadows saw Su Yen, they were like hyenas seeing food and pounced over like crazy. "Break!" Su Yen fell with a single word. The countless white sword chi that surrounded his body instantly covered towards the area where the shadowy old man was. The sharp sword chi instantly fell into the large black shadow, and the terrifying power coursing through the black shadow quickly destroyed it. The dazzling white light collided with the darkness, and the radiant light directly enveloped the entire hall. When everything returned to calm, the area where the shadowy old man was had already been reduced to ruins. The only thing left in the spot was a golden bell, and a spatial ring that emitted a bright light. Su Yen reached out and immediately the bell and the spatial ring came into his hand. Because of the death of the shadowy old man, the soul imprint branded on top of the bell had dissipated and became ownerless. Putting the bell and the spatial ring away, Su Yen turned his head to look at the pale-colored Lin Xue in the distance. Lin Xue only felt her scalp tingling, her body's sweaty hairs erecting, a strong sense of crisis dying suddenly. Lin Xue wanted to escape, but the road was only as far as the gate. And where was Lin Xue going to escape? Looking at the continuously approaching Su Yen, Lin Xue's face gradually turned pale. "Su Yen, do you know my identity? If you dare to make a move against me, the entire Su family, including you, will die without a burial place. With your Lin family?" Su Yen smiled coldly. "Don't worry, it won't take long for them to go down and accompany you." Seeing that Su Yen was really laying hands on herself, Lin Xue couldn't care about anything else. "Su Yen, if you really dare to make a move, that would be the crime of plotting against the Xia Emperor, and there will be no more place for you within the entire Xia dynasty." Chapter 4, Destroying the Roots of the Grass. "Prince?" Hearing Lin Xue's words, Su Yen really did stop his hand movements. Seeing this, Lin Xue was instantly relieved and then said with a condescending expression, "I advise you to let me go before it's too late, or you can't afford the consequences." Su Yen raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Xue with a surprised face. The title Imperial Son naturally represented a different status and position than the ordinary. Nowadays, the great Xia Imperial Dynasty was powerful, dominating all the states with an extremely vast territory, and the Xia Emperor has reigned for more than 300 years and has given birth to more than a dozen imperial sons. There are also quite a number of emperors with outstanding talent and extremely prestigious names. Just like nowadays, there were also 2 imperial princes within the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect, and one of them was also a contemporary sword son just like Su Yen. Looking at Lin Xue, if it was true, it was obvious that she had added another brother to these royals. It's just that this Lin Xue is only 28 years old now, while that Xia Emperor has been practicing for hundreds of years. Although it wasn't rare in this world, it looked very strange with Su Yan's modern identity. Moreover, this Lin Xue's sister was also the current crown princess. The relationship, it's worse than a ball of string. It was no wonder that this Lin Xue could have a transformation god realm escort beside her. But, Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his Yuaning realm aura erupted once again enveloping Lin Xue. Lin Xue only felt breathless, as if she was about to suffocate. No, you can't kill me. I'm a royal son in my belly, the future lord of the great summer. If you dare to kill me, my Lin family will definitely not let you go. You must. Bang! Before Lin Xue could finish her sentence, a huge force attacked her up and her head instantly exploded like a watermelon. Noisy. Looking at the headless body on the ground, Su Yen turned to leave. Just as he arrived outside the main hall, he ran face to face with dozens of Su family elders who had hurriedly arrived. Seeing Su Yen, the elder of one of them immediately questioned in a stern voice. Su Yen, what happened in the Great Hall? Why did most of my Su family disciples suddenly die? Su Tsong, the seventh elder of the Su family, secretly contacted the people of the Wang family when he was expanding his territory for the Su family back then, causing the death of my parents. Su Yan's sudden words caused the originally furious crowd around him to immediately hold back. Su Tsong's face was ugly, his eyes full of sinister. Asshole, do you know what you're talking about? Dare to slander the elder. If you don't give me a reason, you will now be punished to the back of the mountain to suffer from the black wind labor. Ha! Hearing Su Yan's light laughter, Su Tsong's face flushed red and reached out to point at Su Yan to criticize him. Suddenly, a streak of light cut through. Su Tsong's entire arm was instantly sliced off by Su Yan's sword chi. Aha! Squeals like killing pigs rang out from Su Tsong's mouth. Large beads of sweat continued to accumulate on Sakura's forehead and then dripped down his cheeks. Su Yen, what do you want to do? To actually dare to take a shot at an elder? Another elder jumped out and roared loudly towards Su Yen. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill you. Su Yen coldly swept a glance at the elder who spoke. The terrifying sword chi instantly swept it away, leaving only a spatial ring in its place. Seeing this scene, all the Su family elders were completely silent, looking at a few figures in the crowd. Su Yen opened his mouth and said word for word. Su Tian, Su Yuan, Su Ling, Su Hua. The elder who was named by Su Yen exhaustively had his body trembling, and his shoulders could not stop trembling. All of you, more or less, were involved in my parents' deaths. The words fell. Monstrous sword chi, falling from the sky, penetrated everyone in the blink of an eye. A few breaths later, there were only a dozen or so elders left in the field still standing. Su Yen, do you know what you're doing? You are trying to destroy my Su family. If you hurry up and tie your hands now, you might even be spared. That's right. If you're still arrogant, when the old ancestor strikes, he will capture you and lock you up in a water prison for eternity. Bang! In the next moment, the sound of fireworks exploding suddenly rang out from the crowd, and a cloud of blood spray splattered on the ground. A whole breath later, the surroundings were a mess, with only the red-stained ground remaining. What brain circuits? You've spared your life and you're still messing with me. The reason why Su Yen didn't kill the remaining dozen or so elders, that's because there was no information about them in Suai's mind. It means they are not involved. But I didn't realize these people were so brain-dead. Su Yen shook his head and his figure instantly disappeared in place. The next one to tackle is the one that really matters. The back of the Su family's mountain. A barrier that rose up from the ground enveloped the entire cliff, and a rich aura gathered in the center, already showing signs of coalescing into a liquid. Su Yen extended his hand and pointed a finger on that barrier. In the next moment, the entire barrier let out a crisp ringing sound as countless cracks gradually climbed up, and in the blink of an eye, it was broken open. Su Yen took a step forward and stepped into the cliff shrouded in aura. It seems that you already know everything. Coming to the top of the cliff, an old man figure with his back turned appeared in front of Su Yen. This person was the Su family's old ancestor, Su Yan's grandfather. The original has always been skeptical about the death of his parents, but it was the grandfather in front of him that really affected the original body. Because of his absolute trust in him, the original body was not able to find out the whole truth, and he is the one who was responsible for the death of Su's parents. Su Yan's father was serving as the head of the family at that time, although he was expanding the family's power with the help of the identity of the son of the sword in Su Shenxiao's sword, but because of its conservative nature, it is reluctant to take too many steps at once. It led to being disliked by the clansmen who were mainlining the war, using Su's father as a stumbling block to the family's expansion. He orchestrates a series of events as a result. Now, what should you decide? The old man slowly turned around, a pair of eyes radiating a shimmering light underneath his pale face. The old man's eyes were not cloudy, but instead emitted light, as if they contained the sun, moon and stars. Revenge with a vengeance, complain with a grudge. To the current Su Yen, the old man in front of him was a stranger. To a stranger, Su Yen felt that he had said so much was enough. Alas, when it really is karma. The next day, sign in on the second day and get the 9 heavenly swords technique, the first chapter, inside and in somewhere. Su Yen woke up from his meditation and immediately froze when he saw the sword skill floating in front of him. Rumor has it that the 10,000 swords were created by the old ancestor after he watched the immortal sword techniques. And that immortal sword technique is the 9 heavenly sword technique. So, this 9 heavenly sword decision was an immortal art. But looking at the system's hints, the sword skill was not complete. However, there's no time to go over this sword trick now. Since it was an immortal art, it was bound to be obscure and difficult to understand, and it would be hard to get results in a short period of time. Su Yen got up and pushed open the window and looked down, only to see a huge mansion as far as his eyes could see that the portal was already wide open. Chop the grass to get rid of the roots. Lin family, I'm coming. Chapter 5, The Lin family's marriage. Cool city. As the sky brightened slightly, the Lin family opened their doors to welcome in guests. Whether it was an immortal practicing spells, a wealthy local merchant, or a commoner, all could enter the Lin mansion after receiving permission. Within the mansion, many maids were running around, appearing to be in a hurry. The entire Lin mansion was all decked out in lights and colors, as if it was going to be a big feast. A sheet of Fu and Joy characters cut from red paper is posted all over the house. All sorts of joyous feast items were placed throughout the entire Lin mansion. What is this situation? Looking at the Lin family, this looks like someone crystallized. But why have I never heard of it? We didn't know either. Even the news of this marriage was only known today. That's right. I also got the news and rushed here. I didn't even prepare a gift. But it's not quite normal for the Lin family to tie the knot. So why did even those guys come in? A group of rich merchants gathered to discuss with each other, their gazes looking from time to time at another group of people in the distance, their eyes filled with contempt. And those are ordinary situations within this cool city. Being in the company of them, these rich businessmen felt that their status was pulled down, but they didn't dare to make a move to expel them. After all, this was the Lin family's wedding banquet. What's the point of them going up there and interfering when they'd been allowed to do so? Isn't that a slap in the face? Not to mention, they had seen quite a few immortals practicing arts and crafts enter the Lin family's inner courtyard. At this time, Su Yan's figure also appeared in the Lin family. The guard beside him looked at Su Yan's aura that was different from that of mortals and hesitantly went forward to inquire. I wonder what your name is. Where are you from? The guards did not detect any fluctuation of aura around Su Yan. However, Su Yan gave him a very dangerous feeling, as if he could easily take his own life. Su Yan skimmed the guards and said, Ching Yun Sect. So your excellency is a cultivator. Disrespect. Receiving Su Yan's affirmation, the guard also unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, My master has already equipped a banquet in the backyard, so immortals can move there. Led by the guards, Su Yan quickly arrived at the Lin family's inner courtyard, and those who could appear here were all cultivators. Su Yan even sensed the aura of several Yuaning realms. With such a big show, doesn't this family know that Lin Xue is dead? Su Yan was all ready to go on a killing spree, but it turned out that looking at the Lin family, seemingly unaware of the fact that Lin Xue had died, she was still preparing for the marriage. Su Yan was a bit surprised. Does this huge Lin mansion not even have a soul guardian hall? All clans with a little bit of ability will build a soul temple, so that if something happens to their clansmen, they can be the first to know. Thinking for a moment, Su Yan didn't care too much. Since you want to have a big wedding banquet, we will do as you wish and offer a generous gift at that time. And Su Yan's arrival also attracted the attention of many cultivators. Soon there was a young man walking towards where Su Yan was. My name is Yi Fan, a disciple of Spirit Void Mountain. I wonder where your mentor comes from. Qing Yun Sect. Su Yan. So it's a fellow Daoist from the Green Cloud Sect. Disrespectful. Yi Fan's eyes lit up and his tone became eager. The Qing Yun Sect is a superior sect. I didn't expect this Lin family to even invite a fellow Daoist. Su Yan nodded gently and had no intention of trying to strike up a conversation with Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan was the one who kept pulling some nonsense besides Su Yan. Doyle. Su Yan suddenly spoke out, interrupting Yi Fan. I have some business to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Words bar. Su Yan's figure instantly disappeared in place. Seeing this situation, Yi Fan's eyes showed some regret. It's a pity that such a great Qi master didn't get hitched. Yi Fan mastered a unique art of being able to see the faint Qi luck in others, and the Qi around Su Yan was the strongest person Yi Fan had ever seen. This is what makes it up urgent to rise the mind of friendship, but unfortunately, it is a mistake. As time passed, all the arrangements made by the Lin family were gradually completed, and about the two sides of the marriage tie, it also quickly circulated through Elder Lin's words. It was none other than Lin Xue, the daughter of the Lin family, and Su Yan of the Feng City Su family. The moment Su Yan's name came out, it immediately drew wild looks of adoration from the crowd. Su Yan could be said to be a legend in the surrounding cities. Su Yan's heavenly beauty was outstanding. He had joined the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect at a young age, and now he was the contemporary Sword Son. And the Su family also relied on his assistance to leap into the hegemony of Maple City. Such treatment had to make the surrounding clans blush. After all, the Divine Skyscraper Sword Sect that was one of the only 3 top sects in the entire Great Xia dynasty. Any random disciple that came out could easily crush their clans. How could they not be envied? Moreover, as long as Su Yen was able to continue to improve his own strength, then the power of the Su family could be further expanded. And now that the Lin family was able to tie the knot with the Su family, it was naturally enviable. Together with the Lin family and the identity of the royal relatives, the double superimposed down. This Lin family had already become the top power of dozens of surrounding cities, and no one dared to mess with it. The Lin family naturally thought the same thing, and the Lin family head's mouth never closed when he appeared in front of the crowd. Just as the crowd was pushing and rubbing each other, a clear hissing sound suddenly came from the sky. One could only see a green-colored shin bird flapping its wings and hovering high above the Lin family, slowly lowering its body. It's a spirit bird from the Great Summer Dynasty, with an emissary from the Elephant Dynasty descending. This person is still really blessed. Even Xia has personally sent someone there. Yeah, I just don't know which one is coming. The crowd watched with burning eyes as the basilisk slowly descended. When they saw the 2 people on the Xian bird's back, the crowd was stunned. One person on the right, a woman in a green dress, wearing jewelry that highlighted an extraordinary status. A terrifying Jindan aura erupted from its body, causing some of the people to feel the pressure. And beside him was a young general in silver armor. Viewing the aura it spread out, it had already reached the Yuanying realm. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Within the boundaries surrounding this cool city, the Jindan realm was already a top powerhouse, and the arrival of a Yuanying was undoubtedly a descending blow. Although there were many people gathered there, if they were to really fight, they were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to receive a single move from the Yuanying realm. I wonder who the 2 of you are. After seeing that it wasn't the target he was expecting, some disappointment also showed in the eyes of the Lin family's head. In his unimpeded thoughts, Lin Xue tying the knot was considered a great joy for the Lin family. Her sister as the crown princess should also make a trip, which would not only highlight the prestige of the Lin family, but also bring many benefits to the Lin family. The green-shirted woman smiled gently and spoke. My name is Qingju. I came to deliver the gift on behalf of the crown princess. This is Commander Jiang, sent by His Highness the Crown Prince. At those words, the Lin family head's face eased up quite a bit, but Qingju's next words were like a heavy bomb. This time it should have been the crown princess herself who came, but very coincidentally, the crown princess checked out her pregnancy the day before yesterday and didn't rely on coming to walk around. The crown princess checked for pregnancy. The Lin family lord's eyes widened, his eyes filled with fervor. The crown princess was from their Lin family, and now that she was pregnant, that would be the current Xia royal grandson. The position within the Xia royal family would become even stronger, and if the crown prince took the throne in another day, then she would be the empress. Thinking of this, the Lin family head's face became unusually fervent and he hurriedly welcomed the 2 inside. While arranging the crowd, he also quickly called for a message to be sent to Lin Xue, telling them to hurry back. How can you delay such a heavenly joy? At the same time, Su Yen appeared in the backyard of someone's house, his pitch-black eyes glowing with a spiritual light, constantly searching for that bizarre scent in the air. Chapter 6 Devil Cultivation Family. Lin family imprisoned Dao body girl. Just half an hour ago, after separating from Yifan, Su Yen then loitered up in the Lin family, waiting for the Lin family to reach its most climactic moment. But while wandering around, there were many shadowy ghostly sobs gathered within the backyard of your house, which even carried a strong fluctuation of blood qi. And this tends to occur only in demonic cultivators. The fact that there was actually such a thing within the Lin family could only mean one thing. Either the Lin family had a demonic cave, or there were demonic cultivators of notable strength living there. TSK, tisk. Knowing that I'm coming to destroy the door, I actually even thought of a good reason for me. It's really hard for you guys. Devil cultivators are cruel and bloodthirsty, and everyone should be punished. Again, there was a family-type existence that harbored demonic cultivators, so naturally, he had to be beheaded along with him. Su Yen was previously thinking that there were so many people here today, and he was afraid that it wouldn't be good if he killed them all. Nowadays, it seems that it is possible to do so without having to cover it up. Following the fluctuations of the scent overflowing in the air, Su Yen quickly found the most dense place. It was under a wigwam in the Lin family's backyard. Su Yen mobilized his aura to wrap his entire body. Palm prints phantomed in his hands, and he instantly disappeared in place using the transportation technique. After traversing through the layers of obstacles, Su Yen quickly arrived at an empty underground cavern. Here, The dense demonic aura was still about to coalesce into substance. Su Yen mobilized his aura to wrap his entire body to inhibit the erosion of the demonic aura, then explored the surroundings. On both sides of this underground cavern, a cage made of cold iron was placed, but there was no sign of creatures existing inside. On the contrary, there were many items such as ankle cuffs and handcuffs made of cold iron placed on the ground. There were even chunks of blood that had congealed and become black, spraying everywhere. Su Yen continued to go deeper towards the inside, and after searching for some time, a faint aura appeared in Su Yan's perception. Buzz. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation came from within Su Yan's body. Why is this favor trembling so much? Could it be that there is something in front of him that attracts him? Su Yen was born with a sword bone and belonged to a true sword Dao genius, and this sword bone is considered to be at the top of the list of all cultivators' talents throughout the ages. But now there was actually something that could attract him, and that was bound to be no mortal thing either. Su Yen immediately accelerated his movement speed and flew in the direction of the sword bone's perception. Not long after, a dense blood light surfaced in front of his eyes, and a huge blood pool appeared in front of Su Yen, and in the center of the blood pool, there was a larger iron cage. In the cage, a young girl is bound in chains so that she is suspended in midair. Approaching this young girl, Su Yen felt the sword bones in his body tremble more and more. Su Yen covered his aura around him and made sure that there were no formations in the way. Immediately, he swung his sword to kill the immortal sword, instantly breaking that iron cage into pieces. Losing the restraint of the chain, the young girl also fell down towards the pool as if she were a duckweed. Su Yen gently reached out a soft aura, wrapping the young girl's entire body, bringing her to Su Yan's side. The moment he approached the young girl, Su Ran felt his mind clear for a while, and the gungfu he had practiced for a long time also gained a deeper insight at that moment. Yuan Ling Dao body. Looking at the weak young girl in his arms with tightly closed eyes and a pale face, Su Yen blurted out. This was a very special physique that would emit a unique Dao rhythm. When regular people practiced around the Yuan Ling Dao body, they were able to drastically increase their understanding of the path of immortal cultivation, as well as their own speed of spiritual cultivation. It can be described as a superb supporting physique. If this kind of existence appeared in the sect, it would inevitably lead to some intense looting. The only flaw of this Dao body was that it was only useful to cultivators below the harmonization realm. This was because the harmonization realm cultivators had already stepped out of their own Dao and did not need to resort to the Yuan Ling Dao body. Since she's being held here, there should be a presence of people nearby. Thinking of this, Su Yen immediately probed his spiritual energy towards the depths of that snow pool. Sure enough, after diving down 400 meters into the area, Su Yen sensed a dense demonic aura. Die! The strong aura transformed into a sharp sword and flew towards the demonic cultivator with a bang. The demonic cultivator perched in the deepest part of the pool also violently opened his eyes at this moment. Looking at the sharp swords that kept flying above, his eyes were filled with panic. Elders, spare your life. Bang! Along with the continuous gushing of the blood pool water, that devil cultivator also completely died in the depths of the blood pool. After doing everything, Su Yen quickly took the young girl away and did not stay here any longer. With such a place existing underneath the Lin family, it must have reached a consensus with that demonic cultivator. Devil cultivation required a large amount of blood energy, and the water within that blood pool was pure human blood. It should all be from that demonic cultivator, or the Lin family helping him to get it. Returning to the Lin family above, Su Yen quickly left and put the young girl in her room at the inn. After arranging a customization around its circumference, Su Yen normally left the young girl as just a mortal. Even if she awakens, she will not be able to open these prohibitions. And just after Su Yen left, the young girl lying on the bed couldn't help but move her fingers. At this moment in the Lin family, all the guests had already taken their seats, all waiting for the main character of this wedding banquet to arrive. However, after waiting for several hours, there was still not the slightest movement. Lin Songhai waved his hand to beckon the guards beside him with some displeasure. What the hell is going on? It's not coming until now. The guards were instantly frightened and lowered their heads. The person who sent the message said that there's still not the slightest information coming back from the lady's side, so we may still need to wait. More waiting? How much longer do we have to wait? Wait until the auspicious time is all over and wait until tomorrow for them to come back, is that it? Listening to Lin Songhai's rant, the guards didn't dare to talk at all. At this time the surrounding guests also found the difference. Just in the way of the presence of the two Qingzhu did not dare to voice inquiries. Another hour passed. Yi Fan touched his rumbling stomach, still sort of didn't hold back from getting up and said, Lin Songhai, I wonder why the two who are tying the knot today have not yet arrived. At this moment, Lin Songhai's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. Looking at another young man who suddenly spoke, he immediately looked displeased and said, Who are you? Do I have to report to you when my Lin family does something? Lin Songhai's nonchalant words also caused Yifan to lose his temper. Lin Songhai, I am Yifan, a personal disciple of the Spirit Market Mountain, and I have been waiting for several hours from early morning until my death. As a result, up to now, the person who linked the relatives have not seen. Just sitting here. You really do not give us an explanation? Lin Songhai's face was unsightly, and his eyes unconsciously looked at the two Qingzhu beside him. The Spirit Void Mountain was a superior sect, more than enough to deal with a Lin family. Yifan was a teenage genius as a spiritual void sect's own heir, and his cultivation was also with the Jiedan realm. If Lin Songhai himself had given the word, he really wouldn't have been able to suppress it. However, facing Lin Songhai's gaze, the two of them seemed as if they hadn't noticed it, and just drank the tea in their hands as if they were minding their own business. Just as Lin Songhai looked extremely embarrassed, a Lin family elder hurriedly came from outside. Something big has happened to the family head. Miss Lin Xue has been killed. Chapter 7, The Purple Sun Divine Sect. Night stargazing to determine the Lord of Daxia. Hearing that elder's words, Lin Songhai immediately slapped him. Asshole, how dare you curse my daughter to death. The elder who had just run in was directly slapped out by Lin Songhai. That Lin family elder ignored his injuries and immediately rolled and crawled over from the ground. Family master, it's true. A message from that person just came in saying that the person who was guarding the young lady is dead. Saying that elder handed the jade in his hand to Lin Songhai. Lin Songhai half-heartedly took the jade and then injected aura into it. In the next moment, Lin Songhai's face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. There were only 3 pieces of information revealed inside the jade. That the harmonized god realm guarding Lin Xue had been killed, and the Su family had been exterminated, and the person who did it was Sian Yen. How the Su family was, it didn't matter to Lin Songhai, but Lin Xue was her own daughter, a cornerstone for her to go further. After receiving such a blow, Lin Songhai's eyes became red. His hair fluttered all over his body, and a devilish aura vaguely lingered around him. Family master, what should we do now? The elder's anxious words brought back Lin Songhai's thoughts. The vaguely emerging demonic aura also returned to Lin Songhai's body. At this moment, Lin Songhai's face was grim, his eyes revealing a dense killing intent. Announce the news inside, and go all out to arrest Sian Yen, the traitor of the Su family. The elder nodded, then took a look at those guests behind him and directly dropped the contents of the jade in his hand, only to erase the matter of the transformation spirit cultivator's death in the Su clan. What? The Su family was exterminated? Or did Sian Yen do it? How is this possible? Sian Yen is a member of the Su family. How could he do such a thing? I feel afraid that there is something fishy going on. I feel the same way. Sian Yen is the contemporary sword son of the divine heavenly sword sect. How could he possibly do these self-destructive things? It doesn't make any sense at all. I'm afraid there's some kind of mistake in it. I still hope that the Lin family head will investigate clearly and not jump to conclusions. Listening to the murmurs of the surrounding guests, the elder spoke in an indifferent tone. Gentlemen, don't you want to know who gave this news to our Lin family? Could it be that this man is a great man? Looking at the elder's certainty, suspicions gradually appeared in some people's hearts. The information within this jade was personally transmitted by Elder Qin Guanqing of the Violet Sun Divine Sect. Do you all think that Elder Qin also miscalculated? Upon hearing the 3 words Qin Guanqing, the surrounding people immediately widened their eyes. There were 3 top sects in the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty: the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect, the Violet Sun Divine Sect, and the 10,000 Laws Divine Sect. The strength of the 3 great sects were all in between, but with the Divine Sha Sword Sect's ancestor traveling far away over the years, the overall strength was still a bit weakened. However, as a sword cultivation sect, the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples were still very powerful in battle. As for the other 2 clans, they also had their own merits. However, the one with the greatest fame was still the Violet Sun Divine Sect, within which Elder Qin Guanqing of Stargazer Peak was in existence, whose reputation crushed the patriarch. The ultimate reason for this was his very heaven-defying technique of shutting down the stars. There was a rumor that 300 years ago, the Great Xia Dynasty should not have been succeeded by the present Xia Emperor, and it was this Elder Qin Stargazer who changed the fate of the Xia Emperor with his stargazing technique, which allowed him to ascend to the Xia Emperor's throne. Over the years, there had also been occasional occurrences of the Summer Emperor personally traveling to the Violet Sun Divine Sect to personally visit Qin Guanqing circulating. Suffice it to say, this is a very legendary figure, and what he says must be 100% true in the eyes of the crowd. As expected, the many guests who had just been deploring this matter immediately began to verbally attack Sian Yen. I didn't expect there to be such a wolf-hearted fellow. The Su family raised him for so many years, and he actually wiped out the entire Su family. For this kind of person to be called the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect's sword son, he simply deserves to be struck by heavenly lightning and not be allowed to die. Yes, Miss Lin Xue also suffered an undeserved disaster. He originally intended to take Su Yen, but did not expect to be killed by Su Yen. Death in is heavenly. At that moment, a voice of righteous indignation suddenly rang out in the crowd. That's right. How does this kind of person deserve to live in the world? As I see it, why don't we all make a move together to capture the sun and return the Su family to a clear conscience? At these words, the scene fell silent. Those guys who had just threatened to give Su Yen a good look also silently closed their mouths. It's okay to let them move their mouths, but to go straight up and do it, isn't that looking for death? Su Yen was gifted, and was also the contemporary sword son, so his strength must be very powerful. Plus there was the Violet Sky Sword Sect behind him as a backer. If they went and angered Su Yen, the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect would only need to wave their hands, and there would be plenty of people to tell them to devour them. Looking at the scene where a needle could not be heard, Lin Xue couldn't help but curse waste behind his back. Lin Xue then took a step, came to the front of the stage, and said loudly, "Gentlemen, today's matter should not have implicated you, but have you ever wondered why Elder Qin gave this information to my Lin family?" Listening to Lin Xue's words, the crowd's eyes showed curiosity. Could it be that there were certain things they didn't know about? Lin Xue fixed his mind and said with a proud face, "My Lin family has now joined the Violet Sun Divine Sect, and my son Lin Fong is even a personal descendant of Senior Qin, the details of which I'm sure you're all aware of, right?" As Lin Xue's words fell, the faces of the guests in the crowd gradually turned rosy, and each of them brought on a look of excitement. The corners of Lin Xue's mouth curled into a smile as he continued to speak. "All of you have seen the message left by Senior Qin on this jade, and are considered a witness. I, Lin Xue, implore all of you to capture Su Yen with me, but there will be heavy thanks after this is accomplished, and if the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect punishes down, the Lin family will bear the burden." Lin Xue spoke forcefully and emotionally. Immediately, it drove the surrounding cultivators. "Gentlemen, in my opinion, this Yen has already entered the devil by destroying his own family, and we are helping the Lin family master to fight, in order to get rid of the devil and defend the way." A Yuaning realm powerhouse immediately came to the front of the crowd and said loudly. With the Yuaning realm taking the lead, the rest of the people began to respond to the call, one by one stepping forward ready to help the Lin family. TSK, TSK, TISK. The speech was really good. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have thought that the Lin family master had such abilities. A teasing voice sounded from above the heads of the crowd, who quickly looked up, only to see a young man wearing white clothes appeared in the sky above the Lin family. His white clothes fluttered without a trace of dust. His temperament was out of this world, standing there like an exiled immortal on earth. Seeing the arrival of the young man, Yi Fan in the crowd was dumbfounded. Su Yen, asterisk 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 asterisk. This guy can't be that Su Yen, right? Yi Fan's face was embarrassed, feeling as if he knew something unimaginable. Less a glance at the people around him, Yi Fan silently took a step and began to prepare to run. Yi Fan had seen how huge Su Yan's chi was. With these people making a move, Yi Fan really didn't think they could deal with Su Yen. Chapter 8, Reversing Oneself, Unable to Defend Oneself. Brat, who are you? How dare you be so arrogant? Among the crowd, looking at Su Yan's arrival, one of the cultivators immediately chided angrily. Su Yen just stood above the heads of the crowd in such a dignified manner, which was tantamount to a provocation in the eyes of the crowd. The key Su Yen was extremely young, which made it even more unpleasant. "Kid, get your ass down here." That person was obviously extremely short-tempered, and without waiting for Su Yen to speak, he directly operated his aura to slap out a palm toward Su Yen. Extremely terrifying power erupted, highlighting this person's identity as a Jindan realm cultivator. However, looking at that weak attack, Su Yen only felt a burst of amusement. A finger was pointed out, and that huge palm print instantly shattered. The terrifying aura formed an impact that directly smashed down on the stunned powerhouse who had struck out. Under the attention of the surrounding people, the Jindan realm cultivator who was enough to dominate on one side, it instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist and disappeared between heaven and earth. What? Feeling Su Yan's powerful strength, the surrounding people immediately froze, having unbelievably looked up at Su Yen. To be able to kill a Jindan realist so easily in seconds, the strength of the person in front of him must have already reached the Yuanying realm. Now the people who had previously had complaints didn't dare to speak. Lin Xue, however, took a step forward at this moment, releasing a powerful aura that was no weaker than that of the Yuanying realm. "This friend, if you're here to cause trouble today, my Lin family isn't afraid, but please don't take it out on these innocent friends." The corner of Su Yan's mouth hooked up a smile, and he said with a somewhat playful tone, "Didn't you guys just try to whip me into shape? Why am I afraid to move now that I'm here?" Instead, upon hearing Tracy's words, the crowd immediately stared over in disbelief. "You are a traitor of the Su family. Su Yen. Lin Xue gritted his teeth and said, his pair of man-thirsty eyes itching to swallow Su Yen on the spot. Congratulations for guessing correctly. I am Su Yen. Well, I didn't think that if we didn't go looking for you, you'd send yourself to the door instead, simply looking for death. Lin Xue turned his head to look at the people around him and said loudly, Gentlemen, this devil dares to show himself. Please join me in subduing the devil. Even though he is a Yuaning, we have one here. As Lin Xue's words fell, several Yuaning realm cultivators quickly rushed out from the crowd and surrounded Su Yen in the center. I didn't expect that it was actually such a heavenly pride that died in our hands. It's still really a pity. Since a demonic cultivator has broken away from the righteous path, it's not worth dying for. Stop dawdling and just strike. The others instantly struck out, using their respective magic treasure spirit techniques to launch attacks towards Su Yen. Looking at the attacks that came from the sky, Su Yen, however, did not even change his face. I've killed even those in the realm of transformation. Do you think you can make waves with Yuaning? Su Yen turned his hand into a sword and slashed out. In an instant, terrifying white sword chi blossomed out, transforming into a monstrous dragon that shattered all the attacks in just an instant. The giant dragon of sword chi hissed up to the sky and let out an angry sound, then charged towards the several Yuaning realm cultivators. Several people were swallowed by the sword chi dragon before they could even react. When the scene in front of him returned to calm, all 5 Yuaning had already died in battle. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Lin Xue's face changed drastically. This is 5 Yuaning, not 5 refined chi. Surprisingly, he couldn't walk more than a single move in the hands of Su Yen, who was also at the Yuaning realm. Have you forgotten, householder? This Su Yen even beheaded the god transformation cultivators. Dealing with these 5 Yuaning realm cultivators like isn't too difficult. Beside him, that Lin family elder couldn't stop his legs from trembling, and his tone was filled with panic. After killing 5 Yuaning with a single sword strike, Su Yen looked down at the crowd below who had already long been confused. Su Yen, don't be arrogant. Even if you're invincible within the Yuaning territory, it's hard to believe that you can still be stronger than the Violet Sun Divine Sect. Looking at the person who spoke, Su Yen pointed out with a finger. A flash of sword chi arrived instantly and directly penetrated its forehead. How dare you? Su Yen, do you know who he is? He's under the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect. Phew! Bang! After consecutively killing 2 people, Su Yen turned his head to look at the others again. Anyone else have something to say? Su Yen had thought that he had killed enough. I didn't realize that people who weren't afraid of death existed in there. Su Yen, you have become a demon. If you don't stop, the 3 clans will descend in the future and work together to kill you. Su Yen waved his hand indifferently. You couldn't see it then anyway. As the words fell, a strand of Su Yan's sword chi exploded out, directly churning that person into pieces. Su Yen then pointed out again, and people in the crowd were continuously killed by the terrifying sword chi. Those who were locked by the sword chi could hardly escape death no matter how they escaped. In the end, they all completely dissipated between heaven and earth. In less than a few breaths of time, only half the number of people were left in the venue where hundreds of people had gathered. Seeing this bloody scene finally shocked those present. No one dared to speak up at all this time. Each and every one of them looked at Su Yen with great fear. That's more like it. Su Yen nodded in satisfaction. I'm at the Yuaning realm, and there would actually still be a Yuaning below provoking me. Wouldn't that be properly looking for death? And you guys, this is a case of believing whatever people say, with no awareness of being a cultivator at all. After decades of cultivating immortality, it's practically cultivated into a dog's stomach. This scene of Su Yan's admonishment was as comical as it could be. A kind of person who has been practicing for more than 10 years, or even decades. At this point it was like an elementary school student listening to his own teacher, not daring to say much at all, fearing that the teacher would reward a strand of sword chi if he wasn't pleased. If there were outsiders here, I'm afraid that they wouldn't think that Su Yen was a Mahayana cultivator. After speaking for quite a while, Su Yen was feeling like his mouth was a bit dry. Su Yen reached out and a wine bottle appeared in his hand. After taking a sip of spirit wine to moisten his throat, Su Yen then continued, well, I'm not a murderous person either, so it's good to have everything spelled out. The crowd looked at Su Yen, who was talking eloquently above, and a slander was cast in their hearts. You still say you're not a murderer. Didn't you kill all these people? TSK, TSK, TSK. Looking at the disbelieving gazes of the people around him, Su Yan's eyes were filled with pity. What a bunch of idiots. Better let me clean your brains. Su Yen raised his eyes to the Lin family's backyard and directly released a powerful aura in his hand. Seeing Su Yan's movements, Lin Xue secretly said that it was not good, and his body unconsciously began to tremble. Lin Xue was aware of what was hidden there, and looking at Su Yen, he already knew the situation. With Su Yan's strength today, even Lin Songhai, with his entire family together, was no match. Lin Songhai only felt a wave of despair inside. As the terrifying sword chi landed in the Lin family's backyard, the barrier shrouding it shattered. As the sword chi continued to go deeper and deeper into the ground, it didn't take long for a large pit to appear in the backyard, followed by majestic demonic chi gushing out from the pit. The entire sky was immediately infected with a layer of black. This is a demonic aura. The Lin family is actually harboring demonic cultivators within their own clan. So that's how it is. I get it. Today the Lin family is trying to wipe out all of us. That's why they made up all this stuff. You fart. Seeing the person who thought he had analyzed correctly, Lin Songhai immediately shot out with anger, directly slapping his palm towards him. The palm force of the Yuaning realm was naturally not something an ordinary cultivator could resist. Those who were around it were heavily injured along with them. The man spat out blood as he was hit, and immediately roared in anger. Gentlemen, my guess was right. This Lin family does have a premeditated plan, and now they're already trying to kill and exterminate each other. Uing. Looking at the questioning gazes thrown over by the people around him, Lin Songhai scrambled to explain. Gentlemen, I don't know why there is a demonic aura present underneath my Lin mansion. I will report this matter to the Violet Sun Divine Sect. If you are unfortunate enough to be here to supervise, and Su Yen he killed the Su family is an indisputable fact. If you do not believe it, you can let people to go to the Su family to investigate, and will certainly be the same as what I said. Oh, the way you say this, Lin family master. Isn't it possible that your Lin family sent someone to destroy my Su family and subsequently framed me for the crime? Hearing Su Yan's words, Lin Songhai immediately cursed back. Chapter 9, The End of the Lin Family. Su Yen, if you are really here to avenge the Su family today, why don't you just do it but also speak so much here? After all is said and done, it's nothing more than trying to use this sudden appearance of demonic chi to defame my Lin family. I'll never let you get away with this. Lin Songhai looked at the others again and said with a sincere face, Gentlemen, if my Lin family has really come into contact with this demonic aura, even if it's just a slight trace, you can all see it. Can you all see the demonic aura that I'm carrying on my body? Once Lin Songhai made these words, the crowd was instantly in deep thought. Lin Songhai really didn't carry a demonic aura. Even the aura he released just now was no different from a normal person. Then why did you suddenly attack me just now, trying to put me to death? Watching that man climb up from the ground again, Lin Songhai was simply so angry that he could spit out blood. Lin Songhai forced the anger in his heart to rage and opened his mouth to explain. Fellow Daoist Su, I was just messing around in the heat of the moment. After all, there are more than 10,000 old and young people in my Lin family. But if I die here in this place because of this plain slander, then if it were to be spread outside, wouldn't it be a disgrace to all of you? Hearing Lin Songhai's explanation, although Sui was a bit upset, he really didn't find a point that he could refute. When Lin Songhai saw that the people around him were silent, he then pointed his spear at Su Yen again. On the contrary, it's you, Su Yen. Won't you explain where this demonic aura actually comes from? Why are you slandering my neighboring family? Hearing Lin Songhai's words, Su Yen sighed. These are so hard to teach that just after I finish with you, you forget again. The moment the words fell, Su Yen directly slapped his face. Snap! Lin Songhai was immediately knocked out and smashed down on the wall pillar with a mouthful of blood. I was present at the peak of Yuaning, and you're actually asking me to explain it to you? Since you're so brainless, I'll give you another one. Su Yen pointed out with one finger, and thousands of sword chi bloomed out. Before Lin Songhai had time to react, he was engulfed by the sword energy. When the surroundings returned to calm, Lin Songhai had completely died out in the world. Instead, at the place where Lin Songhai died, a ball of pure black demonic chi suddenly appeared. Su Yen once again pointed out a finger, and a strand of sword went to stab into it, which stirred it completely. And seeing the appearance of the demonic chi, the surrounding people looked surprised and completely believed what Su Yen had said. The destruction of the Su family was all due to the Lin family's efforts to practice magic. I didn't realize that this Lin Songhai was actually a hidden demonic cultivator. It really deserves to be killed. Thanks to swordsman Su Yen. Otherwise we'd all still have to be hoodwinked by the Lin family. Yes, Mr. Su is worthy of being the sword son of the Violet Sky Divine Sect. He really is as discerning as he is. Listening to the words of the people around him, Su Yen did not have the slightest expression on his face. Looking down at the complimentary crowd below, he smiled faintly. I still like how untamed you guys were just now. Everyone, since this Lin Songhai is a devil cultivator and there is still a devil's cave underneath the Lin family, in Mr. Su's opinion, this Lin family is afraid that they have long since defected to the devil's path. Su Yen said slowly. The crowd heard the words and didn't understand. A cultivator looked at the Lin family disciple beside him and directly slashed up. Say, who else in your Lin family is a demonic cultivator? The terrifying blade she fell, not giving the man a chance to speak at all, and he was directly beheaded on the spot. The cultivator then said righteously, Sir Su, this person refuses to give an account of everything. I suggest searching the entire Lin family to make sure that no demonic cultivators will escape. The surrounding cultivators were stunned at the sight. Cowhide. Su Yen looked at the cultivator in surprise and nodded in satisfaction. Then I'll leave the rest to you. I will live up to your honor. After saying that, the crowd immediately began to carry out the massacre. Su Yen also turned around and prepared to leave, and on his way out, he did look more at those two comers from the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty. The two of them were heck of a lot more in the kill. Su Yen shook his head and directly left. As for the demonic cave that was left behind, it was better to leave it to the purple sect Yangshan sect. Demonic chi is very difficult to handle and extremely consuming of spiritual energy. Su Yen didn't want to do these thankless things. Moreover, Su Yen hadn't forgotten that the information Lin Sunhai had gotten was given by the elders of the Violet Sun Divine Sect. After Su Yen left, Qing Zhu and the young general looked at each other and quickly left on the Xian bird. I didn't expect the Su Yen to have such strength. Killing 5 Yuaning mirror powerhouses in a single strike is an extremely terrifying opponent. Listening to the young general's words, Qing Zhu also nodded. And with him doing it, the matter will be none of our business, and we'll save ourselves the trouble. By the time Su Yen returned to the room, the severely injured young girl had not yet woken up. Su Yen didn't bother and probed the young girl's physical condition. After determining that there wasn't much of a problem, he placed another healing elixir into the head of his mouth. Su Yen then took out the 9 heavenly sword decree that he had earned from signing in today. Sitting next to him, he began to flip through the pages with the help of the girl's Yuan Lingdao body's ability. Su Yan's talent was indeed good, but there was still a considerable amount of pressure in trying to comprehend the immortal technique. After all, this was a sword technique styled by an immortal who had surpassed a transitional cultivator. Just the realm alone had thrown off Su Yen by several levels. The sound of flipping books kept ringing through the room. The sleeping young girl seemed to have seen something horrible, and her pretty brows unconsciously furrowed. Tightly closed eyes slowly opened, unconsciously looking to where the sound of flipping books came from beside him. A white coat, warm and elegant, and a very reassuring feeling. The moment she saw Su Yen, Zhang Shuyan unconsciously came to mind. At the same time, Zhang Shuyan also noticed that the surroundings were no longer the dark prison she was in earlier. Su Yan's perception was powerful, and he keenly noticed Zhang Shuyan's small movements. Awake? Elder, were you the one who saved me? Su Yan nodded, and then took a look at the books he was holding. I found you in the dungeon below the neighboring house and rescued you on the way up. Many thanks, Senior, for saving my life. If Senior needs anything, I am willing to dedicate myself. Oh, when Yen Su Yen looked up at Zhang Shu Yen, the mother and son unconsciously sized up Zhang Su Yen. Noticing Su Yan's gaze, Zhang Shu Yan's face involuntarily blushed. After all, the current Kong Sukin didn't seem to have anything to hold on to, except for this body. However, Su Yen only glanced at Zhang Shu Yen for a few moments before withdrawing his gaze. These are better to wait until you're better. Your body was in serious deficit before. Even though I ate a 5th grade elixir for you, it will still take some time to recover. What Zhang Shuyan damaged was her own Yuan Ling Dao body origin. Normal pills didn't work in this situation, and it was necessary to get some special heavenly materials to make up for the deficient origin. So what Su Yen did was just to suppress his injuries to a certain extent first. Will it still take some time to completely repair the damage to the garden in the end? Hearing Su Yen's words, Zhang Shuyan realized that her heavily injured body had actually recovered most of it. Kong Sukin tried to get out of bed, and although the feeling of pain still came from her body, it did not prevent her from performing simple activities. Recall the previous darkness of the scourge of prison, and even can no longer get out of the feeling of despair. At this time to regain a new life, Zhang Shuyan eyes unconsciously filled with tears. If it wasn't for the fear of disturbing Su Yen next to her, she would have wanted to hold back her tears. It's okay, you can cry, it doesn't affect me. Su Yen flipped through the sword skill in his hand and said indifferently. Su Yan's words were like opening the valve that trapped the aqueduct. Large teardrops continued to drip from the young girl's eyes, smashing into the ground and forming black trails. The moment the words fell, Su Yen heard the sound of crying coming from the young girl beside him. The weeping went on for a long time. When Zhang Shuyan had almost finished crying, Su Yen then got up and went to order a table with the shopkeeper. Collecting her own emotions, Kong Sukin lowered her head and sat on the bed in silence. Su Yen, on the other hand, returned to his original position and continued to comprehend the sword duel in his hand. Suddenly, a flash of light lit up in Zhang Shuyan's eyes, and then she fiercely raised her head to look at Su Yen. Elder, where are we now? Ryujo, what's wrong? Jiang Shuyan's face changed and she hurriedly said, "Senior, you can't stay here. You are needed to leave immediately." Chapter 10, Returning to the Violet Sky Divine Sect. In that case, there is another prince who has joined forces with the Lin family? After listening to Jiang Shuyan's words, Su Yan's eyes were deep in thought. Half a pillar of incense ago, Jiang Shuyan suddenly told Su Yan a piece of news. This underground devil's den of the Lin family. Although the Lin family knew about it, they didn't build it, they just carried out guarding. The person behind the scenes who really planned everything was a prince of the great Xia dynasty. As for why Kong Sukin is sure, it was because Jiang Shuyan had seen the dragon jade pendant worn around the man's waist. Dragon was the totem of the great Xia Imperial Dynasty. It is not permitted to be used by the common people or by the children of wealthy families. Not to mention carving it into a jade pendant and wearing it on the side of your waist. Only those who are truly part of the Daxia royal family are qualified to wear it. Could it be those two? Normally, since Lin Xue was pregnant with Emperor Xia's heir, shouldn't have come to himself anyhow. Although it was rumored that the current Xia emperor had suffered a serious injury due to an outing, resulting in his lifespan coming to an end. But that was also a strong person of the harmonization realm, or the emperor of this great Xia. A word to the wise. It was perfectly possible to arrange a clear-cut arrangement for Lin Xue, so why did she have to come to herself? What's wrong with you? Su Yen sighed helplessly. Had he known that he wouldn't have killed Lin Xue so quickly in the first place, it mostly felt like Lin Xue was too much of an idiot to give her a hard time. I regret it. I should have just tried soul-searching first. But thinking about it, the only people Su Yen could produce socialization with were the two imperial princes within the Violet Sky Divine Palace. One of them was still in the same swordsman status as himself. The contemporary Divine Night Sword Sect had a total of 9 sword sons, representing the Divine Night Sword Sect, the strongest 9 of the younger generation. And before that, Soam was ranked 7th out of those 9. The 6 people in front of them were all at the God Transformation stage cultivation level, and among them, there was no lack of people who possessed divine bodies and Dao bodies. Although Su Yen possessed a natural sword bone, he wasn't considered a particularly top-notch sword Dao when all was said and done. Within the cultivation world, special talents were classified as Spirit Body, King Body, God Body, and Dao Body, as well as the legendary Immortal Body. The possessor will become a true immortal. Su Yan's innate sword bone was, to put it mildly, equivalent to a king-level physique. As for those Divine Night Sword Sons in front, there were 3 divine bodies as well as 1 Dao body. Another prince is one of the body owners, named Xia Zhe, Water Spirit Sword Body, middle stage of spirit transformation cultivation, ranked 3rd. Su Yen didn't have any great grudges against him, and there weren't many interactions. On the contrary, Su Yen had been invited by Xia Zhe when he defeated the previous generation's sword son and inherited his identity, but at that time it had already been explicitly rejected by Su Yen. Is it hard to make such a big drama out of that one sentence? Thinking about it, Su Yen didn't find out what the key to it was, but Jiang Shuyan was indeed right. Today's Maple City was not suitable to stay for long. When the matter of the Devil's Cave gradually spreads, I believe many people will rush over. Su Yen didn't want to be interrogated by a group of people at that time. Dealing with demonic chi was very tedious and time-consuming. Su Yen was not interested in waiting here. Moreover, Maple City belonged to the boundaries of the Ziyang Divine Middle Sect. It wouldn't be long before the people from the Violet Sun Divine Sect would come to solve the problem. Finish fixing the food. Su Yen immediately brought Jiang Shuyan to the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect. Senior, are you sure you want to take me to the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect? Hearing Su Yan's words, Jiang Shuyan's eyes glowed. Well, you have good talent. It would be a waste if you were to stray, Su Yen said in a flat tone. Su Yen then looked at Jiang Shuyan. Could it be that you don't want to go down this path? Jiang Shuyan shook her head repeatedly. Her large eyes filled with starlight flashes. I want to cultivate immortality. It's my childhood dream. The Divine Sky Sword Sect isn't bad either. With your talent, you should be a core disciple going in. Su Yen then took out the Spirit Beast pouch. As the spell seals were struck, a white spirit bird of huge size appeared in front of the two. As a sword son of the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect, Su Yan's treatment was naturally top-notch. Like this kind of spirit beast mounts and whatnot, naturally, there are people who dedicate themselves to it. The spirit bird in front of him looked ordinary in appearance, but it was actually a bit of a Jindan realm spirit beast. Go! Su Yan's figure moved to the spirit bird's back, followed by a move of his 5 fingers. Jiang Shuyan was instantly wrapped in a wave of spiritual energy and pulled into the spirit bird as well. Maple City was still a bit far away from the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect, and it would take almost 3 days with the spirit bird's flying speed. Looking at the environment below that was constantly regressing, Jiang Shuyan's eyes were filled with joy. And in the ensuing conversation, Su Yen also learned about Jiang Shuyan's identity. Jiang Shuyan was not an ordinary disciple. but came from a wealthy merchant family. Since she was a child, Jiang Shuyan had always wished to become a cultivator and embark on the path of immortal cultivation, but his parents were reluctant, believing the road to be too dangerous. They preferred Kong Suking to stay at home and be a child loved by her parents. Just half a year ago, Jiang Shuyan took advantage of her family's big feast to invite guests to sneak out. As a result, he was captured and imprisoned in the Devil's Cave. It was also good that Jiang Shuyan had the Yuan Ling Dao body to protect her. Otherwise, not to mention half a year, even a day's time would be eroded by the rich demonic chi inside, reduced to a machine that only knows how to kill. Speaking of this, Su Yen didn't know whether to say she was lucky or unlucky. In the time that followed, Su Yen began to flip through the immortal secrets in his hands again. In addition to studying the Tao divine principles that he had previously learned, it had to be said that with Jiang Shuyan by his side, Su Yen felt that his comprehension of the sword Tao had all advanced by a large step. The sword intent that Su Yen had comprehended had also become a few points more powerful, and was about to break through to the grand completion sword intent. This time, he came out to settle the troubles of the Su and Lin families. Although there was being disgusted, Su Yan's gain was even greater. There was also more certainty about dealing with the next cultivation conference. After all, the next thing Su Yen had to face was the 6 sword sons in front of him, trying to outsmart them. Really, not a simple thing. 3 days passed in a flash, and along with the hissing of the spirit birds, a huge immortal mountain standing in the clouds appeared in front of the two. This is Divine Sky Sword Sect. Looking at the clan that was wrapped up in the clouds and chatting fog, a shocking color flowed from Jiang Shuxian's eyes. Spirit mists wrapped around, spirit birds flew, and all sorts of magical and powerful spirit rhythms flowed between the mountain peaks. Worthy of being the top immortal sect in this great Xia dynasty, Su Yan's status was extremely high, and he could directly bring Jiang Shuxiang into the inner sect to cultivate. Stay with me for the rest of the day, and I'll reassign you when the conference is over. Jiang Shuyan nodded excitedly, once again expressing her gratitude towards Su Yen. Many thanks, senior. I will definitely not let you down. Upon hearing this, Su Yen only smiled helplessly. With your talent, once the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect knows about it, even a pig can feed you into a great power. The appearance of the Yuan Ling Dao body would definitely cause a shock to the higher echelons of the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect, and at that time, Jiang Shuxiang's status would even far exceed Su Yan's. To be on the safe side, Kong Sukin will have to wait a while to join. Calculating the time should be about the same. This month's time, the master should be out of the gate. Chapter 11, 3 days in a row. Immortal Code Secret Methods. Su Yan's master was named Wine Taoist, and was also a harmonization realm powerhouse. Su Yen was able to be discovered in Maple City, a border city of the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect, thanks to this Wine Taoist. Just thinking of his own master, Su Yen also couldn't help but feel a headache. Is there something wrong with Elder? Noticing that there was something wrong with Su Yan's expression, Jiang Shuyan eagerly opened her mouth to ask. He was afraid that he would bring trouble to Su Yen. After all, the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect, as a top great sect, was extremely harsh in accepting disciples, and without even conducting a test himself, he was going to be brought directly into the inner sect to cultivate. Jiang Shuyan felt that Su Yen must be under great pressure. Nothing. Su Yen shook his head, then looked toward an immortal mountain full of green bamboo plants in the distance. That's Spirit Wine Peak, and that's where you'll be living for the next little while. Spirit Wine Peak is rather special. As of now there is only one disciple, me. As for the Peak Master, that is, my master is currently still in seclusion. Once he's out of the gate after a while, you can officially join Spirit Wine Peak, or you can choose another Spirit Peak to join when the time comes. Listening to Su Yan's words, Jiang Shuyan shook her head and said in an affirmative tone, Elder, I won't leave Spirit Wine Peak no matter what. If my spiritual root is too poor and my master is unwilling to accept me, even if I become a miscellaneous disciple, I'll still stay here. Looking at Jiang Shuyan's determined demeanor, Su Yen was somewhat stunned. She couldn't have misunderstood something, could she? That's right, she doesn't know the specialness of her body either. So I guess she's just as scared as I was at that time that I don't have a spiritual root today. Su Yen withdrew his eyes and stopped speaking, as the forest bird kept getting closer. Some of the surrounding disciples on patrol also flew towards speechless location. Just seeing that it was Su Yen, they all respectfully stopped and called out, Good day, senior brother. Su Yen nodded slightly, and was considered to have said hello. As Su Yen and the two of them left, the disciples patrolling the surrounding area gathered together again. Why did senior brother Su go out this time and bring a woman back? Yes, isn't it rumored that senior brother Su likes women by his side? What don't like? It's senior sister Chen Ruo who doesn't want to. Senior brother likes senior sister Chen Ruo so much that he naturally reduces his dealings with female disciples. So what's going on now? Who knows? Maybe it's another trick to attract senior sister Chen Ruo. After all, senior brother Su Yen is said to be dedicated, but to put it bluntly, they're all privately rumoring that senior brother Su Yen is senior sister Chen Ruo's licking dog. It was easy to see through the conversation of a few people that they still had a certain amount of awe and even regret towards Su Yen. However, there was some scorn for Su Yen's actions, with a slight disdain. Spirit Wine Peak. The spirit bird slowly gathered its feathers and descended into a clearing. As soon as she landed, Jiang Shuyan smelled a very unique aroma in the air. What's that smell? It smells so good. Absorbing the unique odor in the air, Kang Sukin's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her eyes showed a mesmerizing color. This aroma is the odor of our Spirit Wine Peak's unique green bamboo wine brew. It's bang! Before Su Yen could finish his words, he heard a thumping sound from beside him. Turning her head to look, she only saw Jiang Shuyan lying on the ground with smoldering cheeks, directly sleeping. Su Yen was a bit helpless. Then he remembered that Jiang Shuyan was not a cultivator and could not carry this wine containing spiritual qi. Su Yen then arranged Jiang Shuyan next door to his room. This would also help Su Yen continue to improve his cultivation. Su Yen sat on the bed with his legs crossed, and did not enter the cultivation state the first time. Instead, opened the system backpack. Reflected in the eye are 3 different items. Within 3 days, each day's check-in brought Su Yen a considerable reward. The first was a 100-foot-sized dragon carp. This was a very special kind of spirit beast, with an extremely dense aura that was comparable to a harmonization realm cultivator, and the aura contained the power of life. If it was consumed by a severely injured person at the transformation spirit realm and below, eating a piece of it would restore them to their original state in less than a few moments. The second item, a bell-type magic treasure, the soul-regenerating bell, had a grade of extreme immortal artifact. P.S. Magic weapon, treasure weapon, Dao weapon, immortal weapon. That's right, just this tiny purple bell was that rumored immortal weapon. If one were to compare this bell with Su Yan's immortal execution sword, the grade of this bell would be considered a Hotian spiritual treasure. The only pity was that the bell had a seal on it, and now it was just a Dao weapon. But this also happened to be suitable for Su Yan to use. If this thing was an immortal weapon, it was feared that using it once would have to drain all of Su Yan's life force. As for the last one, it was a rather special gongfu, the immortal code of feathering. If you practice this method, you will have no worries on the road ahead, and you will reach the realm of immortality. This had already surpassed the highest 9th grade gongfu in the world, reaching the legendary immortal laws. 3 days down the line, Su Yen had pretty much comprehended the sword decree. However, the exact power was still to be verified by Su Yen himself. At the same time, Su Yen also realized that the complete sword skill should have recorded 3 stances. The one recorded in this one is called Chopper. When the sword comes out, it can cut down the divine dragons of heaven and earth. Dragons were the top spirit beasts in this world, and their strength could be imagined. Su Yen was also eager to see what level of dragon he would be able to slay using this move. Time passes quickly. The mana practiced by the feathered immortal Hall quickly finished transforming the mana of the Ling Knight skill that Su Yen had previously practiced. The Ling Xiao skill was the divine heavenly sword sextown technique, and its grade reached the 8th grade. Comparing the 2 techniques to each other, Su Yen would naturally choose the feathered immortal classic. However, because of the conversion of the gong method, it caused Su Yan's cultivation level to start falling as well. Peak Yuaning, late Yuaning, mid Yuaning. It ended up staying at the early stage of Yuaning. However, at this moment, Su Yen had a feeling that if he were to face that god transformation realm cultivator again, he could exterminate him with a single sword strike. Strength was increasing almost several times over. Time just slowly passed in the practice. Ding! Congratulations to the host on signing in on the 6th day and obtaining the infant shaping method. Su Yen slowly opened his eyes and looked doubtfully at the secret method floating in front of him. The baby shaping method. Finish molding the dollar baby? Su Yen had a shocking look in his eyes. After completing the conjugation of Jindan, a Jindan cultivator could condense Jindans of different grades, the best being the perfect Jindan. Having a perfect Jindan was enough to crush the enemy within the same level, and it wasn't difficult to even do the reverse of the Yuaning. And when the Jindan ruptures to transform into a Yuaning, it also inherits the previous level to form a complete dollar baby. What Su Yen had previously possessed was only the upper grade Yuaning, and hadn't reached its limit. And now that there was a method of arriving at the limit right in front of him, Su Yen's breathing unconsciously became a few moments sharper. Once Su Yen was able to advance to complete dollar baby, even if he didn't rely on the immortal Punisher sword, Su Yen was able to achieve the reverse felling transformation god. While Su Yen was going over the secret method, several figures came outside Spirit Wine Peak. Senior sister Chen Ruo. Senior brother Su is definitely trying to piss you off this time. There's no need for you to get too angry. Yeah, a few days ago, Senior brother Su wanted to bond with you and was once again rejected by you, so he should have done it to provoke you. Listening to the conversations of the people around her, the cool female cultivator known as Chen Ruo remained indifferent, only that the anger contained in her beautiful eyes could not be concealed. Chapter 12 Light in the Darkness. Helpless Su Yen. Where is this? In a daze, Jiang Shuyan slowly opened her eyes to look at the unfamiliar surroundings for a moment. Some doubts. Wait, didn't I follow Elder to Spirit Wine Peak? Immediately after the thought, he got out of bed and left the room to look for it. The moment Kong Sukin just opened the door to her room, Su Yen in the other room immediately had a sense. But now his own enlightenment had also reached a critical moment. So Su Yen directly transmitted his spiritual voice towards Jiang Shuyan. I have something I need to take care of, so you can visit the Spirit Wine Peak on your own first. Hearing voices coming out of his ears, Jiang Shuyan's face couldn't help but flush, and her eyes were filled with excitement. Is this the legendary cultivation technique? Although she had stayed with Su Yen for 3 days, Jiang Shuyan hadn't seen Su Yen use any spells. At this moment, he heard Su Yen transmitting to himself through the air. This was a very ordinary thing in the eyes of ordinary immortal cultivators, but here in Jiang Shuyan it appeared to be a bit of a surprise. With Su Yan's permission, Jiang Shuyan's boldness grew and she began to visit the entire Spirit Wine Peak. Within the lush bamboo forest, a small compound built of green bamboo wrapped within a barrier. When Chen Ruo's few female disciples arrived, they were immediately blocked outside by this white scraping. Chen Ruo's brows clustered as she reached out and just touched the barrier. A tingling sensation came directly from it and she was shaken back and forth. Senior sister Chen Ruo, what's wrong with you? Seeing this scene, the few female disciples around them were a bit uncertain. Chen Ruo's face was a bit ugly, and her tone was flooded with coldness. Su Yen actually set up a barrier within the spirit wine compound to block me. When I go in I will definitely make him look good. Hearing Chen Ruo's words, the crowd also curiously reached out to touch the white barrier, and were then directly shaken out. A female disciple with a relatively weak cultivation was even shocked into spitting out blood, and her face immediately turned pale. What are you? Seeing that the woman was injured, Chen Ruo immediately went up to check the situation with heartache. Chen Yi shook his head, a hint of stubbornness showing on his miserable face. It's just a small injury. It doesn't bother me. I'll just take some pills. Chen Yi then took out a reddish elixir from his storage ring and swallowed it, and his originally fluctuating breath calmed down. Chen Shui was relieved. Then looking towards the white curtain of light, Chen Shui instantly shouted out in anger. Su Yen, come out of there. Su Yen, do you hear me? Hurry up and come out and apologize to Xiaoyi. However, Chen Shui called out a few times without the slightest movement. Chen Shui's face was icy cold and her eyes were horribly gloomy. Just as she was about to continue shouting, she saw the barrier in front of her ripple, only to see a young teenage girl wearing a long green-colored dress with a green headpin on her head walk out from it, looking at her people with a curious expression on her face. Senior sister. He's the one senior brother Su Yen brought here. Strange. Why don't I feel any spiritual energy in her? Me too. It's so weird. Chen Shui sized up Jiang Shuyan for a moment, disdain showing in her eyes. Don't guess. She's just a mortal. Mortals? Hearing Chen Shui say this, the crowd immediately tightened their faces and lost interest. Mortals are a far cry from them. Say, who are you? Why are you here? Listening to Chen Shui's questioning tone, Jiang Shuyan's willow brows slightly knitted, feeling a little discomfort at Chen Shui's tone. But the thought came that these few people might be Su Yan's friends. Kong Sukin could only say the same thing truthfully. My name is Kong Sukin. I was brought by my benefactor in my room. A benefactor? The crowd felt a bit puzzled by this strange title, but didn't care too much about it. Chen Shui wrapped her arms around herself and looked condescendingly at Jiang Shuyan. You go and call Su Yan out to me now and make him apologize to Xiaoyi. Listening to Chen Shui's increasingly disgruntled words, Jiang Shuyan also saw that a few people were coming from a bad place and said in a deep voice, Benefactor, he is not here. No? Chen Shui's brows furrowed as she looked at Jiang Shuyan with an increasingly unkind gaze. Are you sure you're not cheating on me? Not in. Number one just had that same blasé look about him. With that, he was ready to turn around and leave. I gave you permission to go. Chen Shui's face turned cold as she reached out and waved her hand. A wave of aura instantly wrapping around Jiang Shuxiang. What do you want to do? Looking at Jiang Shuyan's angry eyes, a look of enjoyment spread across Chen Shui's face. Since you dared to disrespect the immortals, I will now let you know the price of disrespecting the immortals. Chen Shui raised her palm and smacked it directly towards Jiang Shuyan's face. Snap! This slap Chen Shui directly used spiritual power. A huge palm print appeared on Jiang Shuyan's delicate face. Despite the immense pain she had endured, Kong Sukin didn't say a word. The beautiful eyes stared fiercely at Chen Shui, and if not for the fact that her body was confined by Chen Shui, she was afraid that she would have directly rushed up. Looking at the red palm print, Chen Ruo seemed to be slightly dissatisfied. TSK, tisk, how dare you stare at me like that? It seems that one slap is not enough. It should be two for symmetry, said Chen Ruo as she raised her palm and was about to fall again. Bang! Suddenly, an extremely large pressure fell. Chen Ruo was inadvertent and was directly pressed to her knees by this power. The few people around them were similarly confined by this spiritual pressure, all kneeling in front of Jiang Shuxian. The aura that was imprisoned around Jiang Shuxian had also been dispersed by this spiritual pressure. Jiang Shuyan's face blushed together as she turned her head to look back, but she only saw Su Yan's figure slowly walking out from within the barrier. Where did the cats and dogs come from? How dare they clamor in front of my door? Seeing a few people, Su Yan frowned and exuded vigorous killing intent. Feeling Su Yan's terrifying aura, Chen Ruo's body could not stop trembling. The eyes gradually became red and large tears dripped down. Su Yan, you actually scolded me for this woman. You said you wouldn't bully me. What a mess. Looking at Chen Ruo, Su Yan frowned tightly for a while before recalling the identity of the person in front of him. Holy, dude, no. Why are you still a lickspill? What happened to the Su family can be said to be plagued by kinship, but this becoming Chen Ruo's dog licker was purely a result of the original's own temperament. Previously, because the truth about the death of his parents was never available, plus the family, and the oppression of my own grandfather. The original body that returned to the Divine Heavenly Sword sect fell directly into a sinkhole during that time. And at this time, Chen Ruo appeared in the world of the original body like a beam of light. With Chen Ruo's help, the original body comes out of the darkness and gradually treats Chen Ruo as the most important person to him other than his relatives. It is even said to be more than the family, in the mind of the original. But it was also under such a one-time guidance that the original body was completely reduced to Chen Ruo's licking dog. Chen Ruo also gradually bared her fangs towards Su Yan and began to lie on its body to suck blood. All kinds of rare and precious medicines, spirit stones and magic weapons. As long as he had it, he would stuff it all in his head to Chen Ruo. Even if it meant deserting his own cultivation, he had to help Chen Ruo. Chapter 13, Broken Dantian. Desperate Chen Ruo. Thinking of the series of strange things that the original body had done for Chen Ruo, Su Yan felt a pang of speechlessness. Su Yan, do you still want me to be your Dao couple? Don't let go of me yet. Chen Ruo's face was humiliated as she looked at Su Yan, her beautiful eyes carrying intense anger. If you don't let go of me, I'm never going to talk to you again. However, Su Yan did not even look at Chen Ruo. Su Yan walked to Jiang Shuyan's side and stretched out his hand, injecting a strand of spiritual qi into his body. The bright red palm prints on that face quickly disappeared. Thank you, benefactor. Kang Sukin shrugged her head and forced herself not to let her tears flow out. Want to get your revenge back? Ha! Jiang Shuyan raised her head violently and looked at Su Yan incredulously. What? Don't you want to fight back? Su Yan frowned, trying to. But, looking at Chen Ruo, who was kneeling on the ground, Jiang Shuyan's face showed a tangled color. Hearing Su Yan's words from afar, Chen Ruo had an incredulous look on her face. So Yan, what are you talking about? You actually want this little of mine to beat me up. So Yan, I'm warning you. If you're trying to piss me off with him, you're wrong. You're only going to make me loathe you more and push you further away. Noisy. Su Yan's face turned cold, and he directly slapped over. Snap. Chen Ruo's gaze instantly turned to the side, and two teeth stained with blood foam instantly flew out. When did I give you permission to talk? Su Yan's face was indifferent as he looked at Chen Ruo, killing intent lingering in his eyes. Under the gaze of Su Yan's icy gaze, Chen Ruo's heart went cold and her body could not stop trembling. Su Yan, have you forgotten who helped you walk out? Have you forgotten who it was that gave you your present status as a swordsman? Su Yan coldly smiled. So, that's why you're using me as a dog? Chen Ruo's face blanched, and her eyes were a bit evasive. How could you think that? I've never treated you as the closest person to me. This time, when my sister entered the Divine Heavenly Sword sect, I even personally brought him to meet you. But you actually brought a mortal woman into Spirit Wine Peak. You said that Spirit Wine Peak would not have a second person come up besides me. Chen Ruo looked at Su Yan with a humiliated face and directly bit back, dumping all the blame back onto Su Yan. Su Yan raised an eyebrow, as if it was really something like that. Spirit Wine Peak, as the peak of the Divine Heavenly Sword sect's inheritance of the art of brewing wine, didn't exist just for the sake of brewing wine. It belonged to the 72 skillful peaks of the Divine Heavenly Sword sect and was not as special as the 36 main peaks. However, because the spirit wines brewed by Spirit Wine Peak all possessed the efficacy of boosting spiritual cultivation, there were often people who would bring spirit stones to purchase them. However, with the appearance of Chen Ruo, Spirit Wine Peak showed signs of a blockade. Because of Su Yan's master's perennial seclusion, the entire mountain peak only had Su Yan as the only living person, and everything Su Yan said was the truth. At Chen Shue's instigation, the entire Spirit Wine Peak was going to become his private property. Many disciples were greatly disappointed by the closure of Spirit Wine Peak, where once the Spirit Wine Peak had been somewhat alive. Now there was only one living person left. At this moment, listening to Chen Shue's accusations, Su Yan was slowly revealing a smile. Seeing Su Yan's expression change, Chen Shui thought that what she said had worked. Immediately the heart began to steel together. A dog liquor is a dog liquor, and nothing about it will change that. Snap! Suddenly, Chen Shui's other cheek received another slap and began to redden at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen Shui's face was stagnant and she did not return to her senses for a long time. You're right. It looks more symmetrical that way. Nice. Chen Shui stiffened and turned her head, her eyes as if they were spitting fire, staring at Su Yan in death. Su Yan was blissfully unconcerned and then turned his head to skim over Jiang Shuyan. Since you haven't made a good decision, this opportunity is gone. Su Yan's mind moved, and the massive pressure intensified once again. Su Yan tapped his finger, and a flash of sword chi shot out. As the sword chi entered her body, a look of pain immediately spread across Chen Shui's face. When the spirit Si in his body was completely shattered, pure blood completely couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan, you actually ruined my cultivation. Chen Shui's face was completely dumbfounded as she felt the empty aura in her body. The several female cultivators around them who had followed Chen Shui were also completely dumbfounded. Sis, seeing her sister's situation, Chen Yi's face turned red and she spoke out angrily accusing Su Yan. Senior brother Su Yan, you are the contemporary mirror of our Divine Sky Sword sect. Neither status is comparable to ours. But why are you bullying us like this? Do you know how hard it is for my sister to cultivate? Why did you destroy her cultivation? Are you really doing this to live up to your status as a sword son? Facing Chen Yi's resounding questioning, Su Yan's eyes showed hesitation. You have a very good point, and since you can't see him suffer, you'll stay with him. What? Chen Yi's face froze, and in the next moment, she felt the aura in her body begin to rapidly drain away. No! Chen Yi's brain went sideways and she directly fainted. Seeing this, the surrounding female disciples who had come to support the scene immediately lowered their heads. Cold sweat continued to rise on his forehead, fearing that he would be the next to take his turn. Take them all away. Don't waste my Spirit Wine Peak's aura here. Feeling the intimidating pressure on their bodies disappear, several people immediately thanked towards Su Yan. The fainting Chen Yi and the frozen Chen Shui were then quickly taken away. Well, things work out. Su Yan stretched and turned toward the small courtyard, as he passed by the stony-faced Kong Sukin. If you didn't take the opportunity just now, it looks like you won't be able to get your revenge later. According to the rules of the Divine Sky Sword sect, the two of them will soon be sent down the mountain gate. Hearing Su Yan's words, Jiang Shuyan turned her head to meet Su Yan's eyes. Benefactor. You guessed it. Kong Sukin has never been a person who likes to rely on others. Although she was beaten by Chen Shui, she wanted to fight back by virtue of herself more than anything else. Returning to the small courtyard, Jiang Shuyan still didn't hold back from asking the doubts in her heart. Benefactor, is it true that the sect won't chastise you for doing this? By all rights, Su Yan's behavior should have been more serious as well. But looking at Su Yan's appearance he didn't seem to care. Su Yan smiled faintly. You'll know why when you take the position of sword son. Kong Sukin blushed in embarrassment. I'd like to, but I'm not confident. Looking at Jiang Shuyan's expression, Su Yan also didn't hold back his laughter. Su Yan got up and walked towards the kitchen, and halfway there he turned back to look at Jiang Shuyan. Can you cook? Kong Sukin froze for a moment, then nodded. Okay, there are all the ingredients in the kitchen, so watch and prepare yourself. I'm going to go rest for a while. Ooh-hoo. Looking at Su Yan's departing back, Jiang Shuyan also felt a little strange. Didn't they say that immortals don't get hungry? Why does the benefactor want me to cook? By the way, from now on, don't put a person on your lips. Just call me Su Yan. Su Yan's voice came from the distance. Jiang Shuyan nodded her head hastily. Okay, benefactor. Chapter 14, The Great Xia Dynasty. Divine Sky Sword Sect. Green Spirit Peak. Click. This Su Yan is really bullying people too much. After listening to his subordinate's report, Xia Zhe was so angry that he slammed the teacup on the table to the ground. Your Highness, now that the Devil's Cave has been discovered and the people inside have been rescued, what should we do now? Below, a man with a cold face fell to one knee. How many times have you been there, Your Highness? Though all of them have hidden their identities, there's no guarantee that they won't be detected. Her being rescued will likely work against you. Xia Zhe's face changed for a moment as he looked coldly at the man below. Since Su Yan discovered the Devil's Cave, then Su Yan should stay with her. Brother, I seem to know something. Sian Yen, who had been silent next to him, spoke softly. Xia Zhe and Sian Yen are brothers from the same mother. One is ranked 3rd and one is ranked 7th. Talk. Sian Yen, I got the news that Su Yen brought a woman with him when he came back yesterday, and he also had a not-so-small conflict with Chen Ruo and the others today. Even Su Yen made a move to waste Chen Ruo's dantian for this reason. Speaking of this, Sian Yen's eyes showed killing intent. The current Su Yan's behavior is slightly different from the past. Before he was a joke among our pro-disciples, but this hand of his has directly shattered the crowd's speculation about him. It's only a few days. Does it really change people that much? Shazar frowned. You mean to tell me that you mean he was acting out on purpose before? Sian Yen shook his head. I'm not sure about that. I'm more interested in knowing who actually exterminated the Su family. That's a god transformation realm, and it's amazing that they all died in the bookshelf. Indeed, there's a lot of irrationality in all of this. Shazar rubbed his forehead, feeling very annoyed. It was only after half a minute that Shazar spoke with a grim expression on his face. Find a way to get her back no matter what. This kind of physique should never be shed outside. If we can't get it, then let him destroy it completely. Xia Zhe's eyes carried a rich killing intent. Then he turned his head to look at Sian Yen beside him. Since you're scheming about Su Yan's swordbone, you'll have to stop for a while. Xia Zhe pointed out with a finger, and a flash of spiritual light quickly entered Sian Yen's mind, transforming into a woman's figure. She is Jiang Shu Yen. Go investigate if it's her beside Su Yen. Previously, in order to ensure the presence of Jiang Shu Xiang, Xia Zhe did not have anyone who knew what he looked like except for a few dead soldiers under his hand. Even this own brother is no exception. Got it. I'm on my way. Sian Yen's eyes showed respect and he bowed and turned to leave. Great Xia Dynasty, the capital of Daxia. Within the opulent palace, the Xia Emperor with grey temples sat high above the dragon chair. The rich aura of the imperial way lingered around his body, weighing down the crowd of ministers below, unable to catch their breath. I know you all have your own little agendas right now, but don't let me investigate, or else, you will all raise your clans to bury the late emperor. After saying that, the Xia Emperor coldly grimaced and got up to leave the throne. Arriving inside the palace behind him, the Xia Emperor's dragon chi around his body rumbled and dissipated, and his face was no longer as red as it had been a moment ago, becoming pale. Your Majesty, your injuries have worsened again. I'm going to ask the imperial physician to come over. No need. Emperor Xia asked in a deep voice. Have you found the murderer of that transformation god realm? The eunuch next to him immediately lowered his head. Not yet. Hearing these words, Emperor Xia's face once again turned a few shades of white, but the anger in his eyes grew more and more intense. To actually dare to kill my Xia's imperial prince. What audacity! Xia Huan he also did not expect that he could actually leave an heir once again after a chance indulgence. Although there was a slight awkwardness between the two parties, Emperor Xia didn't care. Instead, he had sent the only few strong men in the Imperial Dynasty to protect Lin Xue, but he hadn't expected something to happen so soon. But when he thought that even the transformation god realm had died, the other party's strength was bound to be very strong as well. Emperor Xia couldn't help but let out a sigh. Your Majesty, today the three royal clans sent a spirit message that the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect's Spirit Ascension Assembly is imminent, asking if you want to attend the assembly? At those words, Emperor Xia sneered. Does he think I don't know what he is up to? Entering the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect for so many years and not accomplishing anything at all. Let's see. He's afraid that he's completely taken this Divine Sky Sword Sect as his home. Your Majesty, the third prince would never think such a thing. After all, he is your child, and your orders are above all else to him. Only after hearing the subordinate say this did the Xia Emperor's face show some satisfaction. With my body nowadays, if I enter the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect it's inevitable that I won't be discovered by those old monsters. So let Vermilion Bird go, and in the meantime, poke around to find out news about Su Yen. As the Su family's legacy son, he should want to find each other more than anyone else. The Xia Emperor's face was cold and his eyes were filled with calculations. Spirit Wine Peak. At this moment, in addition to the scent of Man Mountain spirit wine, there was another unique odor to be added. Inside the room Su Yen slowly put down the books in his hands, his gaze looking through the window to the meal set up in the small courtyard. Su Yen was a bit surprised. He didn't think that this Jiang Shu Yen really had a hand. Jiang Shu Yen had said that she was from a rich family, and Su Yen had assumed that she was just doing an average job. I didn't realize it came out so well. Su Yen's figure instantly disappeared into the room, and when he reappeared he had already arrived in front of the stone tabletop. With Su Yan's Yuaning realm cultivation, he didn't actually need to feed on these ordinary spirits anymore. But after crossing over for a few days, Su Yen still wanted to eat some human food. Even if you don't feel hungry, you still want to eat. Su Yen turned his head to look at Jiang Shu Yen, who was still busy in the kitchen, and immediately prepared to pick up his chopsticks and prepare to taste it first. Right at the moment of laying down his chopsticks, Su Yen suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the barrier. A few minutes ago, After Sian Yen left the Green Spirit Peak, it didn't take long for him to arrive at the Spirit Wine Peak. Coming to the green light curtain, curiosity flowed from Sian Yen's eyes as he reached out and tapped on it. It was accompanied by a gradual spreading of watery ripples. A vortex emitting a blue glow gradually surfaced in front of them. Sian Yen then stepped into it. As soon as he came in, Sian Yen saw Su Yen in the middle of the small courtyard and immediately clasped his hands and apologized. I hope that senior brother Su will pardon me for coming here so hastily. What if I don't see it? Sian Yen's face choked, not knowing how to answer. You want to be so impulsive? Su Yen, however, did not pay attention to Sian Yen, but instead looked at the barrier in the sky with a slight frown. It seems like there is a need to upgrade this protective formation. What kind of cats and dogs can come in? This formation was one that Su Yen had casually ministered previously, and hadn't practiced on it by heart. As long as one's cultivation reached the Jindan realm and knew a little bit about formations, one could easily find the weak points of the formation and thus open it. Chapter 15 Law Enforcement Hall. And listening to Su Yan's unceremonious words, Sian Yen was also embarrassed. Senior brother Su. I just heard that senior brother Su just came back from outside and abandoned the cultivation of 2 disciples. So I wanted to come and ask the reason. I won't hide it from senior brother Su. This matter has already spread outside already. When I arrived, I heard that the law enforcement hall side had already sent people into action. So perhaps it won't be long before they appear at senior brother Su's Spirit Wine Peak. Su Yen yawned and looked at Sian Yen with an indifferent face. Well, is there anything else? If not, please leave. Sian Yen's face stiffened, completely unable to understand Su Yan's actions. Even though Su Yen possessed the identity of a sword son, he couldn't just arbitrarily bully the disciples within the department like that. Or else what should the other disciples think of this matter? If you get angry, you will be directly abolished. If Su Yen continues to be in such a situation, then everyone in the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect will definitely be in danger, causing a great impact. However, Sian Yen looked at Su Yen without the slightest care and was very indifferent. Sian Yen took a deep breath and was just about to open his mouth when he noticed a figure coming out of the hut next to him. The moment he saw the woman, Sian Yen's pupils trembled slightly. Su Yen, as a Yuaning realm, his perception ability was extremely powerful, and he also noticed this faint manifestation of Sian Yen. Trouble, Su Yen secretly muttered in his heart, but his face didn't care too much. Since they were targeting Kong Sukin, it would be best to use this opportunity to catch a big fish. I just don't know. What grade of fish is this one? Su Yen looked at Sian Yen, and the figure of no one appeared in his mind again. Is it this little fish, or the big fish behind it? No matter who it was, as long as they could be caught out, it would be no small benefit to Su Yen. Senior brother Su, then I'll leave before I do. Aha! Sian Yen nodded slightly and immediately turned around to leave in a hurry. After leaving the confines of the small courtyard, Sian Yen's face immediately turned into a cold smile. How dare you bring her here? Su Yen, you're really arrogant. You don't think that today's Divine Sky Sword Sect is still the previous Divine Sky Sword Sect, do you? After leaving some distance, 2 figures appeared in front of them. As soon as Sian Yen approached, Chen Yi immediately pounced over with reddened eyes. Cradling the young girl in his arms, he felt that she had already regained her cultivation. Sian Yen's mood couldn't help but improve. How is it? Are there any problems with your body after the remodeling? Chen Yi tearfully shook her head. Well then, let's get out of here. Chen Yi had a hesitant look on her face. But sister will be here soon with the enforcement team. Do I need to not wait here? No harm done. Let them handle it. You stay out of it for now. Su Yan's attitude was strange, coupled with the fact that he had previously wasted the cultivation of the 2 without hesitation. Sian Yen was afraid that Chen Yi's roots, which had been so hard to regain, would be cut off again. A few people had just left shortly afterward. A group of disciples dressed in law enforcement hall garb then descended on Spirit Wine Peak with great vigor. However, the group was soon intercepted by the formation made by Jiang Chang. Humph! How dare you take out a small carving skill and get in the way? The young disciple in the lead sneered and drew out the long sword at his waist, instantly releasing a crimson sword chi. The crimson sword chi landed on top of the formation and immediately punched cracks on it. With a smug look on his face, the young man swung out 2 swords again, opening a gap in the formation. Within the small courtyard, Su Yen put down the chopsticks in his hand with intent. Looks like I'm not having much luck today. Whatever cats and dogs are rushing up to get beat up. Zhang Shuyan was also a bit puzzled, putting down what she was holding and following Su Yan's line of sight to turn her head to look in the direction of the formation. Soon, the dense crowd fishtailed through the gap opened by the formation and appeared in front of the 2. Seeing Su Yen, the leading man looked arrogant and said, Su Yen, we have been ordered by the law enforcement elder to apprehend you, so if you tie your hands now, it will save us from having to do it. Where's Chen Mu? Why isn't he coming? Chen Mu was the senior brother of the law enforcement hall, with a harmonization of God stage cultivation, and ranked 6th in the Sword Sons. It was also the object that the original body of this divine heavenly sword sect living spirit assembly wanted to challenge. While listening to Su Yan's inquiry, the young man laughed out loud. What do you think you are? Just you deserve to be apprehended by eldest brother himself? Saying that, a strong aura erupted from the young man. The young man was clearly at peak Yuaning cultivation as well. I've heard that senior brother Su has been serving as a sword son for 3 years with his Yuaning cultivation, so I'd like to see senior brother's methods as well. Let's see if this swordsman status is worthy of senior brother or not. The young man waved his sword chi in his hand and unceremoniously released a sword chi directly. The crimson sword chi arrived in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Su Yen. But just as it was about to step within the range of the stone table, the powerful sword chi suddenly dissipated. Han Qing frowned, not feeling the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy at all. With a cold snort, Han Qing continued to push his aura in preparation for a second attack. If you don't make a move again, senior brother Su, then I'll be impolite. Han Chang's aura surged once more, and a raging flame aura surrounded his body. Su Yen was somewhat helpless, slowly getting up and directly pointing out with a finger. The dense sword chi converged on his fingertips and instantly burst out. Trying to defeat me with just a sword chi is simply arrogant. Han Qing's face was furious, feeling insulted. The red sword chi, under Han Qing's maneuvering, transformed into a huge fire dragon that roared towards Su Yen. The blazing flames burned away even the surrounding spirit grasses altogether, carrying the power of an unrivaled explosion. But the next moment, the huge fire dragon suddenly hissed, and its huge body violently exploded. What? Han Qing's face changed, only to see a strand of sword chi shoot out from the exploding flames. Han Qing hurriedly crossed his spear in front of him to fend it off. Click! A crisp sound rang out, and Han Qing's hardened treasure weapon gradually cracked out a crack. Boom! Han Qing violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood and instantly flew backwards. The breath of the firstborn dropped directly to a low point. If this were to come from just any chi refining stage, it would be able to kill him outright. Han Qing looked at Su Yen in the distance, his eyes filled with panic. Strong, too strong, strong beyond compare. Seeing that Han Qing was injured, the rest of them reacted and surrounded this senior brother of theirs. Senior brother, why don't we run? We're not even his match together. Within these people, the only one who could fight was Han Qing. Now that Han Qing had been seconded, they weren't going up to be properly beaten. Get lost. Go call Chen Mu over and tell him that I want to bring the Spirit Rising Assembly forward. And if he doesn't come, I'll personally go to the law enforcement hall to find him. At those words, Han Qing struggled to get up from the ground. Su Yen, don't be arrogant. The matter of you injuring you backing out the cultivation of 2 disciples won't be settled like this. This matter is already known to the law enforcement elders, and they will be the ones to come next. I hope you'll still be so arrogant by then. Chapter 16 Magic Cultivator of the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect, Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall? Su Yen smiled faintly and did not pay any attention to it. Right now, Su Yen was thinking more about where to collect the materials to remodel his Yuaning. Remodeling the Yuaning was extremely risky and came with all sorts of dangers. But that's not the most troubling. The most troublesome thing was those more special heavenly materials and treasures, which even if the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect had abundant resources, they wouldn't necessarily be able to put together. It seems like we still have to wait until the Spirit Rising Assembly begins. The Spirit Ascension Conference is divided into 2 parts. One of them is the Ascension Mystery Quest. This was a blessed land sandwiched between the cracks in the heavens and earth, within which the spiritual chi was strong and would also produce a unique kind of vitality chi. Spiritual chi is the world as a pure source of energy. The ordinary cultivator absorbed not only to enhance the qualifications, but also to wash the body. The formation of the latter-day spirit body. The secret realm would last for 30 days after opening, and the amount of vitality that could be grabbed would purely depend on one's strength. This kind of special treasure, Su Yen was naturally very interested in it. If he was able to obtain enough living spirit chi, perhaps his own innate sword bone could even receive a wave of tremendous enhancement. At the end of the secret realm of the living spirit, it was the battle for the Sword Sons. The 9 Sword Sons of the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect represented the strongest of the young generation of the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect. So naturally, they would not be fixed. Those who can afford it go up, and those who can't naturally fall down. And the status and position of a Sword Son, and the resources for cultivation, were all incomparable to other disciples. Even the highest-ranking pro-disciples were beyond their reach. As a result, there were few people who wanted Kenzie to fall down. Su Yen had also heard rumors that there were already quite a few people within the pro-disciples today who had reached the God transformation realm. They were just waiting for the conference to start, and then snatched the position of Su Yen and a few other Yuaning realm sword sons. For now, Of the 9 sword sons, only Jiang Chen and the 2 behind him were at the Yuaning realm, and were the challenge targets for all the remaining disciples. The previous few at the realm of God transformation had long been in the position of swordson for many years. Cultivation was naturally more profound, with their strength to travel to the challenge. It doesn't count as natural. At this point, Jiang Cheng could already imagine how many people would challenge him by then. Su Yen got a headache just thinking about it. Su Yen, the law enforcement hall master's order wants you to quickly go to the law enforcement hall. If the time does not arrive within 1 incense stick, you will personally go to the door to catch them. Su Yen, law enforcement hall master order. The sudden sound spread almost throughout the entire clan. The crowd of disciples came to their senses and looked at the golden color floating in the sky with surprised faces. In addition to the normal sound, there were a dozen large golden characters floating in the sky. Su Yen? Isn't that the 7th ranked swordsman? What exactly has this Su Yen committed? To think that even the law enforcement hall master has personally taken action. Yes, the law enforcement hall master's personal message hasn't appeared for more than 10 years, right? TSK, 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 you guys still have the heart to guess here now. Why don't you just go straight to the law enforcement hall and watch? That's right, the law enforcement hall. In order to show their impartiality, let us participate in the trial process the entire time. Since we're interested, why don't we go together and take a look? Then gentlemen, we will go together. Many curious disciples were heading towards the law enforcement hall, all wanting to see what this Su Yen had done. It actually managed to make even the head of the law enforcement hall personally take action. After all, the general case is done by its internal deacon. Anything that could make the hallmaster personally take action must be some kind of great case. In the name of eating melons, the crowd swarmed into the mountain peak where the law enforcement hall was located. In response, those law enforcement hall disciples didn't do anything to stop them. They had gotten the news early on. On Spirit Wine Peak, Su Yen naturally heard the voice transmission in the air. Brother Su, will something happen? Jiang Shuyan looked at Su Yen with a worried expression. It's okay, I want to see what they want to do too. I'll be right back. Stay here for now. The words fell. Su Yen's figure transformed into streams of light and sped towards the distance. And after making sure that Su Yen had left, a figure appeared from the void, looked at the formation at the center of Spirit Wine Peak, and slowly disappeared. Ha ha ha, this Tracy is really a dumbass, actually sending him back to me again. After getting the news about Kong Sukin from Sian Yen, Xia Zhe couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jiang Shu Yen is so important. This Su Yen actually brought it back in a big way. It's simply foolish. Third brother. That being said, Su Yen dared to bring him back, so she must be unafraid. And besides, within Spirit Wine Peak, there's no way for us to go and catch her out. Although Sian Yen was also heartbroken, he also carried reason. For Su Yen to be able to bring Jiang Shu Yen back, there must be some sort of plan present. He didn't believe that Su Yen was such a fool. Hearing Sian Yen's words, Xia Zhe also fell into deep thought. After searching for a few moments, a hint of viciousness passed through Xia Zhe's eyes. Is he heading to the law enforcement hall now? Well, according to the information we received, he is already inside the law enforcement hall at this time. If that's the case, then we'll personally get our hands on her and take her out. Seizing his Dao body origin, hearing his own third brother's words, Sian Yen's eyes widened. Seizing the origin of the Dao body. This was a devilish practice in the cultivation world. There's no harm. It's not like we need to make a move. Let those guys do it. If they succeed, they'll be able to get the Dao body origin. If they fail, it's nothing to do with us. Xia Zhe coldly smiled and said without a care in the world. Sian Yen sighed and archly went down to make preparations. At this moment, within a certain retreat room of the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect, a youthful young man who was in seclusion opened his eyes violently. A spirit tablet emitting a pitch-black demonic aura floated in front of him. The young man's face flushed as he hurriedly reached out to catch the token. A message passed down the token into the mind. The teenager sighed and turned his head to look at his cave somewhat lingeringly. When he turned around again, the pitch-black demonic aura shrouded his entire body into a black cloak. The cloak wrapped around the teenager and disappeared into a black glow. In the meantime, by a waterfall in the valley, a man with a resolute face and a muscular body was enduring the impact of the waterfall to hammer his flesh. Under the impact of the waterfall, the man's flesh became more solid and powerful. Phew! Suddenly, the youth snapped his eyes open, his gaze fixed on the black token in front of him. This is a message from His Excellency. Looks like my time lurking here is over. The youth sighed softly and got up from the ground with some lingering interest. After getting dressed, the pitch-black demonic aura similarly wrapped it and carried it away from here. Such a scene occurred in many places within the Divine Sky Sword Sect. Apart from the outer disciples, even within those inner disciples there were quite a few auras belonging to demonic cultivators appearing, and they all have the same goal. Spirit Wine Peak. Chapter 17, Trial? That's it? Su Yen, do you know your offense? Inside the law enforcement hall, the hall master was high at the top, his gaze stern as he looked at the figures below, and there was another female figure kneeling next to it. At this time Chen Ruo shuttle white long skirt, eyes red, exquisite face is full of aggrieved posture, like a tender little white flower. Elder, I have no grudges against senior brother Su Yen, yet he wasted my cultivation for no reason. I still hope that Elder will make a decision for me, Chen Ruo said pitifully. Paired with a long dress and that unique temperament, it was completely the image of a soft woman who was being bullied, looking at the surrounding disciples with pity. Hearing Chen Ruo's words, the law enforcement hall master once again opened his mouth to question. Su Yen, is he telling the truth? Yes, senior brother Su Yen, if this is really your doing, admit it sooner rather than later. With senior brother Su Yan's ability and talent, I'm sure the sect won't punish you too much. Senior brother Su Yen, speak, did you do it or not? Listening to the slightly reprimanding words of the people around him, Su Yen looked at the little cutie's gaze swept towards the crowd, and when they were gazed at by Su Yen's gaze, they lowered their heads again, not daring to meet their eyes. Jiang Chen was speechless. These people are so brainless too. Could it be that they're not aware of my involvement with Chen Ruo? Su Yen shook his head helplessly and turned his head to look at the law enforcement hall masters on both sides. This matter was indeed my doing, and besides I didn't just waste her one, I wasted the other. Hearing Su Yan's words, the surrounding people were struck by lightning. It was completely unexpected that Su Yen would personally open his mouth and admit it, and even say that there was another person who was the victim. This left the crowd a bit puzzled. The law enforcement hall master was also frowning. Then tell me why you struck out at them. Do you know that abolishing the cultivation of a fellow disciple is not allowed within the sect? It is a felony. The words fell. A terrifying aura erupted from the law enforcement hall master's body and pressed towards Su Yen. I just got my own stuff back. What's wrong with that? Su Yen did not show any weakness as he raised his head and locked eyes with the law enforcement hall master, his aura working crazily. Sensing Su Yan's aura, the law enforcement hall master was also slightly stunned. I didn't expect this brat's strength to grow again, and I'm afraid that this session of the conference will go even further. But why isn't his spiritual energy fluctuation much different from that of a Yuaning? Strength got qualitatively changed, and often it was a breakthrough in cultivation. However, the law enforcement hall master realized that Su Yan's cultivation was still at the stage of Yuaning. Su Yen, my cultivation was all practiced by me step by step. What does it have to do with you? Chen Ruo looked at Su Yen and said in a compassionate tone. I joined the sect for 5 years and went through countless trials and tribulations before I was able to obtain the resources to be promoted to Jindan. But you ruined my cultivation once and for all. And now you're saying that I got my cultivation from you. You're simply too insulting. Chen Ruo stubbornly looked at Su Yen, completely looking like she was miserably bullied by Su Yen. Ha! Su Yen hummed lightly, his gaze disdainfully looking at Chen Ruo. What's the matter? You're taking all the precious spirits I've given you over the past few years as your own. Have you forgotten how many exotic treasures I've given you over the years and how many spirit stones I've given you? Even the pills you needed to form the Golden Dan were provided for you by me. Without the help of my resources, with your 3 spirit root qualification, how can you still advance to Jindan within 5 years? It's simply a dream. Being directly poked and prodded by Su Yen, Chen Ruo's face gradually became a bit taut. What does it matter to me that you gave these to me voluntarily? Seeing that Chen Ruo was still talking tough, Su Yen snorted. Wasn't it you who kept pretending in front of me? I said that I've been unable to make a breakthrough and lacked some sort of resources, thus enticing me to help you obtain them. If I remember correctly, all the materials consumed in hitting the gold striped sword you're using now were from you asking me for them. Were you the one who led me to give it to you by being next to me all the time and saying that you lacked certain things? Humph. You're being sophomoric. Chen Ruo wrapped her arms around herself as if she had caught a loophole in Su Yan's language. You said yourself that I didn't ask you for them directly, so they were given to me voluntarily and had nothing to do with me. Su Yen shook his head and directly slapped his face. Snap. Crisp rattling sounds resonated through the room. Chen Ruo was directly slapped out. The surrounding disciples were just about to step forward when they were stopped by the nearby law enforcement elder. Through the conversation between the two, anyone who wasn't a cutie can all guess some reason. Even those disciples above who had come to watch the show were repenting in their hearts. They had just helped this White Lotus slander Su Yen, and were now feeling guilty for what they had just said and done. The law enforcement hall master's mind also understood the general idea, but the rules of the law enforcement hall cannot be broken. Su Yen, even so, you shouldn't destroy others' cultivation. Your punishment won't be less. But on account of the fact that you've also done credit for the clan all these years, this punishment will be deferred. It will be enforced on you when the convention is over. The sudden words of the law enforcement hall master caused the surrounding people to freeze. Those disciples looked at the law enforcement hall master with confused faces. No, we came to see a movie and this is what you're showing us? The few law enforcement elders below were also a bit puzzled at the moment. In the past, as long as the head of the law enforcement hall personally made a move, basically, it is not a heavy punishment, but it will also make them lie in bed for 6 months and not be able to get down. But today this punishment is almost like making peace. It didn't do any substantial damage to Su Yen at all. Even Su Yen looked at the law enforcement hall master with some doubt. The head of the law enforcement hall had taken out the hall master's order to pronounce Su Yan's sentence, and it actually ended with such a scribble? How can this be? Hall master, he has wasted my Jindan. There is another person. How can you be so biased? Chen Ruo came back to her senses from her daze, and immediately said in an aggravated manner. The law enforcement hall master glanced at Chen Ruo and slowly spoke. I have made up my mind on this matter, and there is no need to discuss it further. If there is anyone who is not convinced, he may be allowed to come to me to his heart's content. Hearing this, the crowd scrunched their necks. The head of the law enforcement hall is a harmonization realm powerhouse. Who dares to go up and hold him accountable? Isn't that going up and looking for death? When the law enforcement hall master's slat falls, you'll still owe him a dozen lives. But Chen Ruo was about to say something when the law enforcement hall master swept over with a glance. A huge aura directly enveloped its body, pressurizing Chen Ruo to the point where she couldn't breathe. Okay, everyone disperse. And so it was, a trial that ended inexplicably. Su Yen was also a bit puzzled. Suddenly, Su Yan's face turned a little ugly. Noticing that the formation he had set up had been broken, Su Yen immediately turned into a ray of light and disappeared in place. Only the stupefied Chen Ruo remained in the entire empty hall. Why won't any of them help me? Chapter 18 The Origin of the Taoist Body. Spirit Wine Peak. I didn't realize that we would actually regroup here. A dozen figures wrapped in black robes appeared above the clouds, looking down at the mountains below, exposing our identities within the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect. With our cultivation levels, it can be said that we will die 10 deaths. Gentlemen, are you really willing to die here like this? At the very back of the crowd, a slightly petite figure opened her mouth and asked, Humph, Shun Ma, is it possible that you really consider yourself a disciple of the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect? A man smiled coldly, arms wrapped around him. The scarlet eyes under the black robe looked indifferently at the woman who spoke. If you're not willing to do it, you can choose to go ahead and confess your identity right now, and see if the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect will let you leave alive. And see if they're disgusted with your identity as a demonic cultivator or if they're willing to accommodate your identity as a disciple of the sect. Hearing the man's words, the cool woman no longer retorted. Devil cultivators could almost be said to be the existence of everyone in this continent, especially in this Divine Heavenly Sword Sect. As one of the top sects of the righteous path, they naturally wouldn't let go of any demonic cultivator. Well, instead, let's finish the mission first, and if there's a chance, we might even be able to run out of here. The voice located at the front spoke. The crowd then immediately flew towards Spirit Wine Peak. Looking at the strange formation, the few people directly started attacking without saying a word. However, their demonic aura fell on the formation and was quickly dispersed. It didn't make the slightest impact. Seeing this, the demonic cultivator in the lead immediately took out a demonic bead emitting a black glow from his storage ring. As the magic bead landed on that formation, it instantly erupted with terrifying magic power. It quickly attached itself to this formation and began to corrode it. As the crowd watched, a gap large enough to accommodate a person's size appeared in front of several people. Go! A few people shifted and went straight through the hole into the inner area. And at this time, Jiang Shuyan happened to be in the courtyard. Flipping through the books left behind by Su Yen heard a sudden sound of movement outside, and immediately looked toward the sky. It's you guys! Feeling the bizarre and evil aura of a few people, Jiang Shuyan's face changed drastically. Having spent more than a month in that devil's cave, Jiang Shuyan was naturally very familiar with this kind of aura. But Jiang Shuxian hadn't expected that these demonic cultivators would actually charge straight into the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect in order to capture themselves. Humph! I let you run away before, now you won't have a chance. With the terrifying demonic aura wrapping around her entire body, a pained look appeared on Jiang Shuyan's face. The demonic aura wrap directly brought Jiang Shuxian to the front of several demonic cultivators. Hurry up and do it. The demon pearl won't last long. One person immediately stepped out from the crowd, holding a strange curved blade that emitted a blue glow. Looking at a few people, a bit of sadness flowed from Jiang Shuyan's eyes. Still dying here? To think that Su Yen saved himself from the demon cave, only to die himself. I'm sorry, Brother Su. Looks like I can't get away with it after all. Phew! Dazzling blue light blossomed in front of Kong Sukin's eyes. An intense pain came from her chest. Whoops! The damage that hit the soul directly caused Kong Suk-in to stifle a pain sound. A wound large enough to have across the body immediately appeared at Jiang Shuyan's chest. Within that wound, a dazzling light was revealed. The demonic cultivator in the lead immediately reached out and probed into it. In Jiang Shuyan's pained voice, a light ball emitting a colorful glow was pulled out by the demonic cultivator. This thing is the Tao body origin? The people around them were also seeing this for the first time and couldn't help but watch it. Well, if you don't want to die, get out of here. The demonic cultivator casually tossed it. Jiang Shuyan's body fell to the ground like a broken porcelain doll, her breath dropping to a low point, her life force continuously draining away. On the verge of death, the devil cultivator and the others then quickly fled the place through the gap where the magic bead had shattered. But having just arrived over Spirit Wine Peak, a few of you, entering my Spirit Wine Peak without even saying hello and still wanting to leave peacefully, I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate. Emotionless voices resounded around them. Several people wanted to escape, but they found themselves inexplicably imprisoned in place. No good. It's Su Yen returning. Hearing this familiar voice, but anyone who knew a little bit about it immediately guessed who the visitor was. How could this be? Didn't he say that he went to the law enforcement hall and couldn't return for half an hour? How would I know? I'm not from the law enforcement hall. As several people struggled, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. The terrifying aura increased once more, directly shocking a few people into spitting blood from their mouths. Bastard! I'd like to see just how strong you are as a swordsman. With a roar, a demonic cultivator directly burned the essence blood in his body and erupted a terrifying demonic aura. Countless demonic chi gathered in the sky, coloring the surrounding sky black. In the midst of the darkness, huge palms covered it. Die for me! Looking at the terrifyingly powerful hand field, the rest of the people also showed surprise in their eyes. As long as Su Yen dared to make a move to fend off this attack, then they would be able to seize the opportunity to quickly escape. In the crowd's expectant gaze, Jiang Cheng slowly raised his head to look at the gradually falling palm. Break! The words fell. Su Yen released a powerful sword chi around his body. Brilliant white light gradually blossomed, and that horrible black gas divided in protest. The sharp sword chi transformed into a dawn-breaking sword born in the left dawn. The swords and palms clashed. Boom! Accompanied by a loud roar, the monstrous palm was crushed by the longsword in just an instant. The longsword fell into that terrifying cloud layer, blossoming a powerful sword chi towards the surrounding. The sword chi raged, gradually dispersing that black cloud. Then, the powerful aura backfired. The disciple who made the move was devoured by the demonic energy in just the blink of an eye and died violently on the spot. It's your turn next. Su Yan's gaze fell on the man in the lead. An intense chill erupted from his eyes as he looked at the Tao body origin clutched in his hand. Su Yen pointed out with a finger. An intense sword chi spread out at once. It transformed into a sharp blade, covering all of them. Shoo shoo shoo. The sound of sword chi entering the body kept ringing out. Just in the blink of an eye all of them died, and that Tao body origin slowly floated in the air. Just as Jiang Chang was about to make a move to lift it, he suddenly felt a powerful aura coming from behind him. The moment Su Yen turned to dodge, the figure directly grabbed the Tao body origin to quickly flee towards the distance. Su Yen Jianzi, if you don't make a move to save her, she's afraid that she won't live long enough to burn half an incense stick. The smug voice came from the distance. Su Yen's footsteps lurched, and then he struck a reaction in the direction where the mysterious figure had disappeared. Su Yen himself came to Jiang Shuyan's side to check the exact situation. Su Yen took out an elixir and temporarily stabilized Jiang Shuyan's injuries first, then immediately disappeared in place. Chapter 19, Why Can't a Prince Be Killed? Well, is there any news of the elder? Shazar stood in the room pacing back and forth anxiously. Spare him the many years of pampering as a prince of the Xia Imperial Dynasty. Still, he couldn't help but feel anxious when he thought about acting today. Not that he was afraid of the repercussions that would follow this incident. Instead, he was afraid that a few people would miss and be caught by Su Yen. The lives of these devil cultivator disciples were inconsequential to him. What he wanted was that Tao body origin. Originally, Xiaozhe had planned to leave Jiang Shushan within the Devil's Cave and then cultivate his own forces. With the ability of this Tao body, given enough time, he would be completely able to create a team of geniuses. Unfortunately, all of these plans were destroyed by Su Yen. He also had no choice but to break down and just do the grabbing and then incorporate the physique into his body. Your Highness, do not dishonor me. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a black robe hurriedly came from outside. What he held in his hand was the very Tao body origin that Xiaozhe had his heart set on. Xiaozhe received the origin with an excited face, and only after making sure there wasn't the slightest problem did he turn his head to look at the middle-aged man. Where's Suyin? He should be back, right? Speaking of Su Yen, a trace of disdain gradually appeared on the middle-aged man's face. With his ability he would have had a chance to catch me. but he went straight back to Spirit Wine Peak in order to take care of that woman. Don't worry, Your Highness. I definitely didn't bring disaster to Your Highness. And he didn't see my real face and couldn't find this place. Xiaoze's eyes flashed slightly, and there was an unknown meaning in his tone. In that case, you're the only one who knows about this. The middle-aged man's face froze. Then he knew what Xiaoze was thinking and immediately opened his mouth to assure him. Don't worry, Your Highness. I've followed you for several years. I'll rot this matter in my stomach, and even if I die, I won't reveal half a word. Really? Then you can go to hell. Xiaoze slapped his palm on the man's chest, and in his horrified gaze, a terrifying force exploded inside his body, directly exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Only a dead man can keep a secret without reservation. After doing everything, Xiaoze excitedly looked at the origin in his hand and directly turned around to enter the secret room, preparing to close the door. Suddenly, a powerful aura fell from the sky, directly enveloping the entire compound. That stupid bastard. Xiaoze didn't need to think about it to know that the one who appeared outside was definitely Su Yen himself. Xiaoze wanted to revive that middle-aged man at this point and then slash him a few times. You can't even do such a small thing right. And you're still swearing to yourself. Outside, Su Yen floated in mid-air, his terrifying aura gradually falling as a strand of sword chi blossomed out from his hand and shot towards that compound. Unbridled, a furious chorus of voices rang out. An old man in official robes appeared in front of Su Yen, his cold eyes staring fiercely at Su Yen. Little thing do you know that this is the residence of my great Xiao royal family down here. You actually dare to rob the wrong one. Are you not looking for death? If it's outside. The old man didn't even want to say much to Su Yen. He directly just made a move to slap Su Yen to death. But not here. This was the Divine Sky Immortal Sect. Even he had to be polite here. A place like the Divine Beast Sword Sect would not have allowed the existence of a protector of the Tao like her. However, it would indeed not be easy to explain if something happened to the Imperial Sun in the Divine Sky Sword Sect. That's why he was able to have a Tao protector placed beside Xiaoze. Otherwise, if he dared to step into this place, he would have died many times already. Just like now, even if he knew that Su Yan's visitor was not on top, there was no way for him to directly strike to suppress him. This was an ordinary disciple. He might have been able to fight just fine, but the one who came was Su Yen, and the one who came was the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect's Sword Son, so he had even less guts. If he dared to strike Swordy here, he was slapping the Divine Sky Sword Sect's face. Old piker, this matter has nothing to do with you. Get the hell out of my way. Su Yen had already killed the Transformation God stage, and now he had no fear in killing another one, but he was now more interested in getting the Tao body origin back. Boom! In a flash, the sky blossomed with eerie blue electric light. The terrifying aura continued to spread, enveloping the entire mountain peak in its entirety. What's the situation? Boom! Throughout the mountain peak. The others were a bit confused when they felt this sudden change. What's going on? Is it hard to believe that it's going to thunder? But that doesn't seem to have much to do with thunder, does it? Just as countless disciples were curious, the rolling black clouds gradually converged on a courtyard. Kid, since you're not willing to leave, don't blame the old immortal. I will injure you and subsequently send you back to Spirit Wine Peak. Subsequently, the old man controlled the black cloud to release countless thunderbolts that fell towards Su Yen. A bucket-like column of electricity seemed to be destroying everything. Since you want to die, I'll give you a hand. In a blink of an eye, Su Yan's eyes became sharp, and his entire person was like a sharp sword out of its sheath. Powerful sword intent continuously concurred out. It transformed into a 100-meter-long white giant sword and charged straight towards the thunder in the sky. Boom! Terrifying power suddenly erupted. A terrifying impact was unleashed in a loud roar. That old man was directly sent flying out by this powerful force. On the contrary, Su Yen was still standing in the same place without being affected in the slightest. You brat! You're obviously just a Yuaning realm. Why do you have such a powerful strength? Looking at Su Yen, who didn't even change his breath, the old man was completely dumbfounded. Sure, the two of us haven't switched our cultivation levels? Why do I get the feeling you're more like the realm of the transfigured god? While the old man was hesitating, Su Yan's attack had already arrived in front of him. The powerful sword intent completely enveloped the old man. Enduring the sharp edge of countless sword chi, the old man directly fell towards the ground, his life and death unknown. Su Yen then looked towards the mansion and swung out a sword once again. Boom! The sword chi fell, destroying the entire mansion in just an instant. Whoa! Amidst a shattering sound, a figure violently rushed out from the ground. Su Yen, you're too deceitful. At this moment, Xiaoze was like a lion that had exploded its hair, looking at Su Yen angrily. The scarlet eyes seemed as if they wanted to devour Su Yen. Sizing up Xiaoze for a moment, Su Yan's eye membranes narrowed slightly, his body's coldness deepening. Su Yen, what exactly are you trying to do by forcing your way into my mansion and killing my protector? Hand it over or I'll come and get it myself. At those words, Xiaoze's face froze, then he laughed out loud. Although it hadn't been a long time, just a moment ago he had fused all of the Tao body origin into his body. Now what Su Yen said was simply a dream to him. Su Yen, I don't know what you're talking about. Get the hell out of here. Or else I don't mind letting the law enforcement hall intervene. Ugh, how come you just don't want to listen when you're talking properly? Su Yen shook his head helplessly and directly slashed his sword towards Xiaoze. It's just a prince. Why can't you kill him? Chapter 20, Recapturing the Origin of the Tao Body. Seeing Su Yen striking out without saying a word, Xiaoze's brows furrowed as he quickly fell backward towards the back. Su Yen, do you know what you are doing? I'm the Imperial Prince of Grand Xia, dare to touch me. Even your master can't protect you. If you withdraw your hand now, this prince will pretend that nothing has happened. Xiaoze dodged Su Yan's attack while speaking out but said. At the same time the heart was stifled to the core. Although he had fused the Yuan Ling Dao body origin, Xiaoze had no way, in a short period of time, to master the power within. If one were to use one's own Gongfu aura, it might instead result in a situation where the two spiritual forces collided. When that happens, a lot of irreversible damage can be done. What? As a prince, why don't you dare to make a move? Is it because you're afraid that the two spiritual forces will collide with each other? Listening to Su Yan's mockery, Number One's face turned blue. If it's not yours, don't feel free to take it with your hands. Since you can't keep your hands to yourself so well, I'll chop him up for you. Su Yan's terrifying aura around him once again erupted. Xiaoze's face was extremely ugly, and just as he gritted his teeth and prepared to make a move, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. There was something wrong with Su Yan's spiritual energy. When a cultivator went all out, he could judge the enemy's cultivation by the fluctuation of his opponent's aura and thus his cultivation. However, in Xiaoze's perception, the Su Yen in front of him only had the aura fluctuations of the early Yuan-ing realm. One must know that of the 9 sword sons, the last 3 sword sons, including Su Yen, were all at the peak of the Yuan-ing realm. Although he didn't know why Su Yen still maintained the strength of a reverse falling transformation god even though his cultivation realm had dropped, but the differences also allowed Shazar to find a counterattack. And at this moment, because the fluctuations of the two fighting were too great, there were already quite a few Sect disciples gathering towards this place. Watching them come over, Xiaoze immediately shouted out, "Bold Su Yen, actually colluding with demonic cultivators to brutally murder my Dashimo imperial son. What crime should you be guilty of? What the hell?" The surrounding disciples who had just arrived froze on the spot when they heard Xiaoze's words. The sword son of the divine heavenly sword sect colluded with a demonic cultivator to kill the emperor? What's going on here? Not waiting for the crowd to hesitate, Shazar continued to call out, "Senior brothers, this Su Yen has colluded with a demonic cultivator to already kill my Tao protector. I still hope that you all will join me in making a joint effort to exterminate this person." With Xiaoze's guidance, the crowd realized that there was a figure lying on the ruins. Regarding the means used by Xiaoze, Su Yen just shook his head helplessly. Thought Shazar could do something. Just this? Su Yen simply did not give Xiaoze the chance to continue his defense, and the sharp sword intent came out through his body instantly enveloping Xiaoze. Grass. Feeling the powerful force contained in Su Yan's sword, Xiaoze also had to stop his action of continuing persuasion to directly use his sword intent to resist. But just as Xiaoze mobilized the aura in his body, another aura that did not belong to him quickly swam through the meridians. 2 different auras collided with each other. Xiaoze's face immediately turned red, and he was directly shocked out of his internal injuries. And at that moment that sword chi also came in front of his body. Boom! With a muffled sound, Xiaoze was directly smashed to the ground by Su Yan's sword. At this time, Xiaoze Echo's breath was shriveled, and he was already getting less air in and more air out. Su Yan arrived in front of Xiaoze and directly stabbed his chest with a sword in his terrified gaze. "Stop it! Su Yan, do you realize what you're doing? Xiaoze is the prince of the great Xia dynasty. If you dare to make a move, you will definitely bring disaster to yourself and your family. That's right, if you dare to make a move, even the divine heavenly sword sect will be greatly affected." Su Yan, still don't stop and apologize to Xiaoze. Otherwise don't blame us for making a move to call for your capture. One by one, the disciples immediately surrounded Su Yan and verbally attacked him. The words were powerful, but not a single person dared to step forward to stop Su Yan. Listening to their words, Su Yan was bluntly bored and directly stabbed his sword into Xiaoze. Rip! A sound of blood and flesh tearing rang out, and the people around them looked dumbfounded. Rueli's long sword slashed through, with great ease, the body of Xiaoze's transformation god realm. Feeling the immense pain coming from his body, Xiaoze couldn't help but let out a roar. "Su Yan, wait for me. I will definitely not let you go. I will definitely kill you." Ah! Another sharp pain came, and Shazar hissed louder, only to see Su Yen extend his hand and probe into number 1. A few breaths later, a ball of light that emitted a stream of 7-colored light was taken out by Su Yen. The light mass flowed and converged in color, transforming into the appearance of a drop of golden blood. Inside this was the origin of the Tao body, condensing all of the Tao rhythm of the Tao body. Looking at the drops of golden blood, the surrounding people couldn't help but gulp. I don't know how. They could feel a longing welling up in their hearts. It was as if another voice was telling them that they must get that drop of golden blood. That blood will be the greatest opportunity of their lives, and once they get it their future will be worry-free. At this moment, there were already several unsuspecting gazes landing on Su Yen. Su Yen, however, was unconcerned and flipped his hand to retrieve the origin. Seeing Xiaze on the ground, who looked like a dead dog, who would have thought that it would be the third sword son of the divine heavenly sword sect, Xiaze, who possessed the cultivation of the spirit transformation realm. You, wait for me, I will not let you go. I'll be waiting for you. Su Yen smiled faintly and once again reached out towards Xiaze's body. What else do you want to do? It's said that you have a sword bone inside you, so as compensation for this time, give it to me to use. You shouldn't mind, right? You. Xiaze was about to say something when the intense pain came again, and he directly let out a wail. It was a matter of a few breaths of time, and Su Yen once again had a piece of sword bone in his hand that emitted a white glow. Only after doing this did Su Yen leave in satisfaction. Xiaze, who was lying on the ground, had completely fainted. The last moment he closed his eyes, Shazar was still thinking in his mind about how to get revenge back. He was a god transformation stage powerhouse, and as a result, he was actually beaten up to this point by an early stage Yuaning. Even his own sword bone was taken away. Su Yen, today's revenge will not end in death. Only after Su Yan's figure completely disappeared did the other people come back from their shock and rush forward to carry Xiaze away. They could also guess from what they saw today that something big was about to happen to the divine heavenly sword sect. When Xiaze's sword bone was taken, his cultivation was bound to fall, and a sword son rank 3rd was just wasted. If it was an ordinary disciple, it would be fine, but the key Xiaze was the imperial son of this great Xia dynasty. Even the divine heavenly sword sect would not easily spare Su Yen this time. The divine heavenly sword sect was really going to change the sky this time, and the news of Xiaze quickly spread towards the surrounding peaks, gradually trickling down to the ears of the contemporary divine heavenly sword sect patriarch. Soon, the patriarch was also dumbfounded. Chapter 21 Wine Taoist, Jiang Shang, stronger of the previous generation. What did you say? Su Yen killed the great Xia dynasty's god transformation stage and also siphoned off Xiaze's sword bone. Patriarch Yang Wushuang violently stood up from his chair and looked at the elder below who had passed on the message with a shocked expression. That's right. This matter was seen by many disciples. And now there are already rumors that Su Yen has cultivated the devil's way technique, and that's why he's become so cruel. Upon hearing this, Yang Wushuang sat back in his chair with a headache. Alas, this is going to be a big deal. The great Xia Imperial Dynasty side will surely send someone to raise hell. Looking at Yang Wushuang's disheveled appearance, the elder could not help but persuade him. Don't worry, Patriarch, maybe things aren't that bad. We can probably save ourselves the trouble by having Su Yen return the items. That kid has dared to do it directly within the clan. You think he'll return it? Elder scratched his head in embarrassment. It seems to make so much sense, but there's no need for you to worry too much. Patriarch, after all, with our divine heavenly sword sect we're not afraid of his great summer imperial dynasty either. You think I'm afraid of his great Xia dynasty? Yang Wushuang rested a glance at the elder with an inexplicable meaning in his expression. His great Xia dynasty is going to be in chaos itself in a short while. How can he have the heart to care about us? It's Uncle Jiang I'm afraid of. The elder was instantly dazed. The Uncle Jiang in Yang Wushuang's mouth was originally named Jiang Shang, and was Xiaze's master. Extremely powerful, only one step away from stepping into the Mahayana stage. 5 years ago, when Ancestor Divine Heavenly Sky went out on a long journey to find a breakthrough method, he passed the position of the sect to Yang Wushuang. However, at that time, the most qualified ones were Jiang Shang and several other cultivators who had reached the perfection of the harmonization stage. As a result, it had fallen on him, an early stage of the harmonization realm. Such a result will naturally not satisfy others, especially Jiang Shang, who didn't want to pull him down at all times and then sit on the patriarch's seat himself. And these 5 years were not short. Jiang Shang's cultivation might have already advanced a step further. At that time, the entire divine heavenly sword sect would have to face a disaster. Forget it. The people behind Su Yen aren't simple anyway. Let them make a mess on their own. Yang Wushuang waved his hand for the elder to retreat. Then he himself closed his eyes and rested his mind. Spirit Wine Peak. Just after returning to the small courtyard, Su Yen realized that something was wrong. The smell of alcohol, which had originally been isolated from the outside, once again filled the small courtyard at this moment. Shazzer, who had been lying on the ground, had also been lost. Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he released his spiritual energy and explored towards the hut. Bang! However, the powerful aura only spread to the vicinity of the small courtyard before it was dispersed by another powerful force. Brat! Just a few years of absence and you want to kill your teacher. As a hoarse voice rang out, a figure staggered and appeared at the entrance of the small courtyard. The wine Taoist held a gourd in his hand and leaned shakily against the door. Master, you came out of seclusion. Seeing the wine Taoist, a rare smile spread across Su Yan's face. Wine Taoist, real name unknown, Spirit Wine Peak Master. His greatest pleasure in life is drinking. When he brought Su Yen into the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect back then, he didn't choose to accept him either. It was Su Yen who was hesitant to leave, which was why he stayed at Spirit Wine Peak. During the past few years at Spirit Wine Peak, Taoist Wineman had treated Jiang Chun quite well, and to some extent, he had also brought a little bit of favoritism. As long as it was what Su Yen needed, he would try his best to help him get it. Su Yan's feats and arts were all taught by him alone. In his previous life, he also worked very hard because of this, wanting to make Spirit Wine Peak flourish. However, Spirit Wine Peak was only a technique peak after all. Unlike those 36 main peaks, not only did they have all sorts of cultivation resources, they also had specialized elders to teach them. As for Spirit Wine Peak, other than the bamboo forests that filled the mountains as well as the materials for brewing wine, there were no other resources for cultivation. Thus, even if Su Yen achieved the position of Sword Son, no disciple was willing to join. After all, most people joined the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect to cultivate and pursue longevity. Who would idly and purposely come to learn how to make wine? This was also one of the reasons why Su Yen brought Jiang Shuyan here, sort of fulfilling a dream of his predecessor. And with Su Yan's ability, and Jiang Shuyan, it wasn't that difficult to develop Spirit Wine Peak from a parochial front to the main peak one. This is a big trouble you've brought to master instead. The wine Taoist took a sip of wine and looked at Su Yen with a smile through his cloudy eyes. Su Yen smiled awkwardly. You should have retrieved the things in that female doll's body. Right, take it out and let me see. What in the world is it that can actually make those people breathe and expose themselves personally? Under Taoist wine's curious gaze, Su Yen took out the Tao body origin. Seeing the golden blood in Su Yan's hand, even though the wine Taoist had practiced for hundreds of years and had seen countless opportunities and treasures, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It's actually a Yuan Ling Dao body. No wonder it's willing to pay such a large price. Oh, so it seems that the person who did it was definitely a cutie. The wine Taoist was in a happy mood as he took another large gulp of wine. Green Spirit Peak. Within an extremely hidden secret room, a middle-aged figure sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes. Master, Qingling Peak has been humiliated. I still hope that Master can offer himself to do justice for us. Listening to the voices outside, the middle-aged man's face was unhappy. Cultivation is the most avoidable way of disturbing other people's seclusion. Humph, taught for hundreds of years. Simply learned from a dog's stomach. With a thought, the middle-aged man's figure disappeared in place, and when he reappeared he had already arrived outside the secret room. Looking at the group of disciples kneeling on the ground, the middle-aged man frowned, and the anger that had originally burned up in his heart gradually dissipated down as he waved the floating sinker in his hand, lifting everyone up. What has happened to make you and others gather here so? Something big of some sort had happened after all that could bring so many people to their knees. Master, here's the thing. Qingling Peak's eldest disciple Su Qing, Jiang Shang's personal disciple, stood out. He had watched the fight between Su Yen and Xia Zhe, and immediately said everything he knew. Of course, one cannot help but add one's own emotions to the mix. After all, Xia Zhe was also a person within their peak, and being punched was equivalent to punching all of them in the face. So, just one Yuaning stage broke into our Green Spirit Peak to kill and waste a transformation god. And you guys don't even dare to fart? Zhang Shang looked at the crowd coldly, his eyes filled with dislike. These kneeling people, Jin Dan Yuaning are all there. If they go together, consume also can consume Yuaning. As a result, a group of people were just there to watch and kill. It was simply wasteful to the core. And listening to Zhang Shang's angry scolding, the crowd didn't dare to raise their heads to speak at all. Most people were actually confused by then. After all, they were all from the same sect. Who could have thought that Su Yen would strike so hard? Su Yen. I remember he's from Spirit Wine Peak. Right. Zhang Shang's eyes narrowed slightly, and after some thought, he was prepared to go and check on Xia Zhe's situation first. Chapter 22, New Signing, Desolate Ancient Sword Tablet. Zhang Shang came to Xia Zhe's room, and to his eyes was an extremely miserable body lying on the bed. Even after being repaired by the elixir, the horrifying sword wound at the chest still hadn't been healed. Wastes. All a bunch of wastes. When I was raising you, I had all kinds of resources at my fingertips, but now I can't even get you to save anyone. Hurry up and do something about it, or you're all going to die for me. Feeling his third brother's gradually weakening breath, Sian Yen was like a furious lion, lashing out at those physicians behind him. One physician shivered and could only complain helplessly in the face of Sian Yen's angry words. What the Third Highness needs are items that can restore his vitality, but none of ours have those right now, and the pills refined within the sect don't have much effect on him either. We can only wait for a few elders to refine the pills. As a top-tier sect, the Divine Sky Sword sect naturally had an alchemy hall. However, Sanxia's injuries were from the wounds of the origin, and unusual pills and spirits were not part of the treatment. Although the Divine Heavenly Sword sect was powerful, it had only been established for 100 years, so it really wasn't very sufficient in terms of its heritage. It was indeed a bit difficult to get the herbs to cure Xiaze in a short period of time. Dumbass are excuses. If you can't do it, get me someone else. Sian Yen's scarlet eyes stared deathly at the several people, as if he was about to decapitate them in the next moment. Sian Yen, it's not in your style to be so agitated. Hearing the sudden sound, Sian Yen's body trembled and he quickly turned his head to look in the direction the sound came from. A look of joy appeared on the dumbfounded face. Master Jiang. In the early years, Zhang Shang traveled to the Xia Imperial Dynasty to realize the Great Tao. At that time, Zhang Shang had bonded with Elephant Huang Tu, and in the time to come he had often traveled to the imperial capital of Daxia as a guest, familiarizing himself with the many royal princes within it. Within the many peak masters of the Divine Heavenly Sword sect, Zhang Shang was the most biased towards the Great Xia dynasty. Therefore, after Xiaze worshipped the Divine Heavenly Sword sect, Zhang Shang then treated him as his personal disciple and taught him carefully. If Sian Yen hadn't joined during his time of seclusion, he was afraid that he would have become his personal disciple by now. Master Jiang, please also save third brother. These guys are not capable at all. Speaking of which, the next year stole another metaphorical coloration towards these alchemists. A few people secretly grumbled, but there was no way to refute it. Coming to Xiaze's side, Zhang Shang pointed a finger on Xiaze's forehead, injecting a trace of spirit and checking the injuries in his body. Soon, Zhang Shang's face grew ugly as well. I didn't expect the Su Yen to be so vicious that he actually took away the sword bone in Xiaze's body as well. Zhang Shan was still a bit unconvinced when he heard those disciples tell him earlier. For Xiaze, Zhang Shang had long ago probed his physique, and other than the 10,000 laws sword bone, there was nothing else special about him. However, those disciples said that there was another physique within Xiaze's body, and combined that with his understanding of Xiaze, it was probably Xiaze who had seized someone's physique and implanted it into his own body, and was finally reclaimed by Su Yen. However, Zhang Shang really didn't expect that Su Yen would actually dare to take the bones inside Xiaze's body as well. Having lost the 10,000 laws sword bone, Xiaze's talent realm had also fallen. Now lying in bed, his cultivation had fallen to the Yuaning realm. Zhang Shang sighed and slowly withdrew his hand, facing Sian Yen's expectant gaze beside him. Zhang Shang could only helplessly shake his head. I can save him, but the talent and realm within him is beyond redemption. All of you go out first, I'll heal his wounds. As for Sian Yen, you go and investigate about Su Yen. I want to know about all of this. At those words, Sian Yen's face was delighted and he hurriedly arched his hand to leave. As long as Zhang Shang knights Xiaze's matter, then this matter will not simply end, and by then it will definitely get bigger and bigger. Thinking about this, Sian Yen's eyes were able to show some hatred. Su Yen, I would like to see what you should do next. Spirit Wine Peak. The Tao body origin that emitted a dazzling light hovered over No. 4. The Wine Taoist had found the already unconscious number 4 when he came out of his retreat and treated him briefly. Are you sure you want to give these back to her? You don't want them? Looking at that Tao body origin, Taoist Wine sighed a bit. If it was a younger moment, the Wine Taoist might have actually thought about it. After all, with this Tao body, then your path in the cultivation world can go smoother and farther. The Wine Taoist turned his head to look at Su Yen beside him. Are you sure? If you put it in, there's no chance of reversing it. Su Yen was somewhat speechless and immediately opened his mouth to urge. You hurry up. Che, brat. The Wine Taoist bristled, then injected his mana and repositioned the Tao body's origin inside number 4. As time passed, the Tao body essence returned to No. 4's flesh and blood, reintegrating into one. This Tao body was originally number 4's, so the fusion was very soothing. A steady stream of life force blossomed from it, and it wouldn't be long before number 4 could awaken. Taking advantage of this time, Su Yen also came inside his room. Su Yen sat on his knees, sitting on the bed and taking out the bones he had previously extracted from Xiaze's body, preparing to refine them. Xiaoze's manifestation sword bone was quite a bit stronger than Su Yan's. However, both of them had similar Dao rhythms, and Su Yen could completely break this 10,000 laws sword bone and fuse it within his own sword bone. This can drastically increase the speed of one's cultivation. During the cultivation period, one by one, the precious spirit medicine was taken out by Su Yen. In a flash, a rich aura filled the room. Looking at the manifestation sword bone that was suspended into mid-air, Su Yen then released his powerful sword intent. The sword chi pierced into the manifestation sword bone, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. A single crack continued, blossoming out from the manifestation sword bone. Wow! Under Su Yan's gaze, the manifestation sword bone quickly shattered apart. The broken sword bones were retransformed into his pure Dao rhythm, gradually integrating into the body under Su Yan's traction. At this time, the precious pills and elixirs placed around Su Yan also emitted their own rich medicinal effects, transforming into a stream of pure energy that was integrated into Su Yan's body. Being nourished by these medicinal auras, there were no surprises in the devouring of the Dao rhyme. At the same time, with the help of a large amount of aura, Su Yan's strength also saw a breakthrough, returning to the middle stage of the Yuanying realm. However, there was still a distance from the peak of the Yuanying realm before. Time passed for an unknown amount of time, and an icy mechanical sound interrupted Su Yen in his cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in every day and obtaining a draconic sword tablet. Desolate Ancient Sword Tablet. In the desolate ancient era, a tablet coalesced by countless great masters of the way of the sword. With the passage of time, the embedded sword intent has reached an extremely terrifying degree, and one can probe one's mind into it to perceive the will of the way of the sword embedded in the great masters of the distant past. Chapter 23, Sword Intent Accumulation. Supreme Bone. Hear the system beep. Su Yan's ancient and unperturbed state of mind was finally flooded with ripples. It's what's missing. Nowadays, what Su Yan lacked was a method that could enhance his sword intent. The cultivation of Kung Fu required the accumulation of time. The same was true for sword intent, which required constant enlightenment. However, this would result in a lower speed of cultivation, or a lower time for sword intent sense. Therefore, it is a difficult choice for the unusual practitioner. If you choose one of these things, you must give up the other. It cannot be done at the same time. With a wave of Su Yan's big hand, an ancient stone monument that emitted a desolate aura appeared in front of him. The aura of age poured out, enveloping Su Yan's entire body. In just an instant, Su Yan's consciousness was brought inside the desolate stone monument. When Su Yan opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at a battlefield filled with killing. Countless dead bodies were thrown to the side as if they were garbage. There are countless knives and blades. Ha ha ha, it's me who won. It's me who won. I'm the heir to the way of the sword. A maniacal voice resounded in the distance, and Su Yan took a step in the direction the voice came from. Only a figure whose body was wrapped in bloodlight could be seen, standing in the distance and laughing crazily. The red aura around his body was even spreading towards the surroundings, extracting some kind of mysterious power from the corpse. Seemingly sensing the aura of a living person, the figure violently turned its head to look, revealing a hideous face. Why are you here to challenge my killing sword Dao as well? Ha ha ha, come on. Today's battle will not end in death. The man let out a maniacal sound and quickly rushed towards Su Yan. The entire person was like a sharp sword, carrying the purest sword intent. However, looking at the figures that came flooding in, Su Yan's eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest. Breaking, the words fell. A heavenly giant sword emerged from Su Yan's circumference, and as the giant sword fell, everything in front of him was all annihilated. When the radiant sword intent aura had dissipated, a huge gully appeared in front of Su Yan. As for the figure emitting sword chi, it had also long since been directly dispersed under the sword of Su Yan's. Just as Su Yan was about to continue exploring forward, he only saw a ball of bloodlight suddenly coalesce at the place where the man had just disappeared. The bloodlight transformed into a sharp sword and instantly pierced into Su Yan's body. In a flash, countless sword Dao sensations filled Su Yan's mind, and the sword path that the man was practicing was exactly that, killing sword intent. This sword intent and the killing sword intent cultivated by Su Yan however had a few similarities. However, Su Yan already had a sword intent. Getting another sword intent would not be much of an improvement. Mastering a sword intent, if one did not continue to enlighten him, then this sword intent would stop growing, and would even gradually affect Su Yan's perception of other sword intentions. Just as Su Yan was about to devour this sword intent, a sudden vibration came from the ground, interrupting Su Yan's thoughts. Su Yan turned his head to look around, only to see countless black auras gradually converge and coalesce into a figure in front of Su Yan. One person is a kind of sword Dao, so could it be that the one in front of us is dark sword intent? As Su Yan pondered, the figure in front of him suddenly dissipated into a black cloud of smoke. When it reappeared it had already come behind Su Yan. Fortunately Su Yen reacted in time to use his sword to fend it off. But this sort of darkness can blend into the darkness and kill people invisibly. Often, Su Yen had just adjusted his stance when the next attack stabbed out from the side. In that case, Su Yen turned his finger into a sword and condensed countless sword chi. Su Yen pointed out with one finger, and the terrifying sword intent rose up to the sky, transforming into a white cloud of sword intent in the sky. The cloud then let out another dazzling white light, releasing strands of sword chi that emitted a colorful white glow. The sword chi was so large that it almost covered the entire battlefield, and even if it was hidden in the darkness, there was nowhere to hide. Click! Accompanied by the sound of shattering, Su Yen then turned his head to look. A small black sword hovered in the distance. Afterwards, it quickly stabbed towards Su Yen and merged into the flesh and blood. Another kind of sword intent. Su Yen was a little lifeless at this time. How so much sword intent was in the body? It would be strange if something didn't go wrong. However, this is just the beginning. More and more corpses that had died on the battlefield rose from the ground and used their unique sword intent to launch attacks towards Su Yen. After Su Yen killed them, the sword intent senses they contained were all instilled within Su Yen's body as well. I don't know how much time passed. When Su Yen was panting with exhaustion and sat on his butt on the ground, there were already 15 types of sword intent built up in his body. Now that this is the case, is it possible that you want me to walk the way of the 10,000 Laws sword? Su Yan's eyes showed a helpless color. The reason why the 10,000 Laws sword bone has the name 10,000 Laws, it was that the more sword intent this sword bone absorbed and sensed, the stronger the ability it released would be. Although the manifestation sword bone was fused by Su Yan's innate sword bone, this characteristic was also brought into Su Yan's body. Now that Su Yen possessed so much sword intent within his body, it was not in line with the characteristics of the manifestation sword bone. When all of this sword intent erupted, the power that would be generated would be absolutely extremely terrifying. But it was a pity that Xia Zhe was too wasted and hadn't even comprehended a few sword intentions. Su Yen doesn't even have a reference. Just rested for a few seconds. The ground shook again once more. This time, a figure whose entire body was wrapped in flames appeared in front of Su Yen. Flame sword intent? Come on. Since you want to give it to me, give me more. Su Yen took out the sword execution immortal, and the terrifying power shook the entire continent. Green Spirit Peak. It's been 2 days. Why is there still no news? Sian Yen stood in the doorway ferrying back and forth, looking into the room from time to time. Where did you get the origin you handed over this time? And why hasn't it been fully fused after so long? Sian Yen really can't wait any longer. Looking down at the several kneeling people behind him to open their mouths and ask. This bone was found by us within the body of a young child within North Wind City. It is said to be a supreme bone, and the possessor is a born supreme. Born supreme, Sian Yen muttered, then looked back to the door of the room that had been closed. I wonder if with this bone, third brother's strength can be restored to the point it once was. While Sian Yen waited anxiously, the door to that room, which had been closed for days, finally opened. Jiang Shan walked out of it with a bland face. Master Jiang, my third brother, it's already how it's done, and his cultivation is gradually recovering, so you can go in and take a look. Sian Yen nodded, his face blushing with delight as he headed inside. After Sian Yen left, then turned his head to look at the group of subordinates kneeling on the ground. You guys did a good job this time. Hard work, no sin. One person had just opened his mouth, only to see Jiang Shang slap a palm, and the entire person directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The people around them froze. As the breath of the harmonization realm erupted, only a mist of blood was left in the air. Chapter 24, Dragon Carp Meat for Cooking. Recovered Natsuzawa. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily check-in and gaining 1 day of spiritual cultivation. Inside the green bamboo hut, Su Yen slowly opened his eyes, feeling the vigorous aura that had appeared in his body out of nowhere. Su Yen was not surprised. This time when he recultivated his Yuaning, Su Yan's speed would have been faster than last time. Now that the signing bonus would also give cultivation, I thought it wouldn't take too much time to get back to the peak of the Yuaning realm. Only this reward was still a bit different compared to the previous desolate stone tablet. However, what made Su Yen a little strange was that Xia Zhe was actually so calm that he didn't come to find his own trouble now. Doesn't he want to take the manifestation sword bone back again? Dum 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 dum. Elder brother, come out to eat. An ethereal voice like a lark sounded outside, pulling Su Yan's drifting thoughts back. Ka chow. By the time Su Yen arrived at the small courtyard, a table of fragrant meals had already been placed on the stone table. The rich aroma was so strong that even the wine Taoist, an old man who was addicted to wine, made a rare move and took a stool to sit over. Smokey, where did you get this meat? Picking up a piece of crystal clear meat, a look of surprise passed through the wine Taoist's eyes. If I'm not mistaken, This should be the blood and flesh of a 7th rank or higher spirit creature. Such a dense life chi is definitely the best of the best. Even I haven't seen it before. Confronted with the wine Taoist's blazing eyes, Jiang Shuyan's eyes also showed bewilderment. Isn't this what you prepared, Master? I saw him put it in the kitchen, so I brought it over to use. The wine Taoist shook his head in confusion. I've been in seclusion for most of the year. Where are the ingredients left in the kitchen? Besides, this is rare in the world and hard to find. Looking at the wine Taoist sitting there in contemplation, Su Yen was somewhat speechless. Don't you ever ask me? Ahem. Su Yen's coughing sound attracted the attention of the two men, and the wine Taoist sized up Su Yen, exuding a look of contempt. You boys aren't going to say you got this stuff, are you? Yes, indeed. I got it by accident. Che, I'll believe the hell out of you. You kid has the strength? The contempt in the wine Taoist's eyes increased. I still don't know you. With your shabby sword skills, if you encountered a 7th order demon, I'm afraid you'd be so scared that you'd even lose your pants. Even more broken. You taught me my swordplay. What does that mean? It means you can't teach it. Su Yen directly disliked it. Brat, you actually dare to defy the master. No means no. Don't blame it on me. Su Yen blankly glanced at the wine Taoist and didn't bother anymore, opening his mouth to eat the meal on the table. Seeing Su Yen ignoring himself, the wine Taoist was furious. Brat, how dare you not give me face? Do you owe it to yourself? Want a fight? He, you don't think the old man is afraid of you? Playing with the gourd in his hand, the wine Taoist looked at Su Yen with contempt. Come on, I also want to see how strong you are after switching your technique. Su Yen was not surprised that the wine Taoist was able to detect his gongfu changes. After all, Su Yan's original gongfu spells were all taught by the wine Taoist. If he could not see the changes, it would be impossible. Looking at the pair of living treasures, master and disciple's saber-rattling appearance, Jiang Shuyan shrank her small head and ate silently like an ostrich. As much as she wanted to talk it out, she was also too low in status to mess with either one. In the end, Su Yan's two masters and disciples still didn't fight. It's still important to eat. Jiang Shuyan didn't finish the whole dragon carp. What was made today was only a part of it. It's very much a big piece in the middle of the kitchen. Although the wine Taoist despised his disciple, he had to admit that Su Yen was still somewhat useful. Feeling the wine Taoist's probing gaze, Su Yen glanced his eyes into the distance to godforsaken the heavens. While the three of them were eating, the formation that shrouded the small courtyard was suddenly opened, and several uninvited guests walked in. Seeing a few people, the wine Taoist didn't pay any attention to them, still gnawing on the bones in his hand. On the contrary, Su Yen led Jiang Shuyan to salute the two men at the head, and when she saw the people following behind the two, Jiang Shuyan's eyes showed killing intent. Calm down. Don't let the killing intent take over. The idea of killing had just surfaced in Jiang Shushan's consciousness when she was interrupted by a clear and cold voice. Patriarch, Peak Master Jiang. I wonder what the two of you have come to my spirit wine peak for. Su Yen looked at the person who came and said without being condescending. Spirit Wine Peak was located in the middle of nowhere, and people of their level wouldn't even come. It's not that I have something to come and discuss with your master, so I took the liberty of interrupting. Patriarch Yang Wushuang smiled faintly. His gaze then landed on Lord Wine, following the movements of Taoist Wine and shifting back to the stone table next to him. This, 7th ranked great demon meat? Zhang Shan was also a bit surprised. 7th order great demons corresponded to harmonization realm cultivators, but because demon flesh far exceeded that of cultivators of the same realm, very few cultivators within the same level were able to fight the demons alone. Moreover, the 7th order great demon is even rarer, all living in the depths of the demon race. Unusual outside can find a 5 or 6 orders are good. It's just the 7th rank. It's just like that. If it wasn't for that Su Yen brat insisting that I taste it, I wouldn't even bother to eat it. Upon hearing this, several people's astonished gazes quickly landed on Su Yen. This kid's chances are actually so good? They didn't think that Su Yen had the ability to kill a 7th ranked demon, and guessed that Su Yen had only gotten lucky. With such precious meat, even Jiang Shang and Yang Wushuang, the two harmonization realm powerhouses, were looking at it with their mouths a little dry. Senior uncle, you're living a really comfortable life. Yang Wushuang looked towards the wine Taoist with a bitter smile. Every day, when he got up, he just drank, and he didn't have any tedious matters to deal with, and he could also eat this kind of top-notch spiritual food. This little life was lived in a way that made him the patriarch who had to worry about the sect every day. Envious, the wine Taoist ate a piece of dragon carp meat and said indifferently, you can totally give it to someone else if you don't feel like it. The one next to you doesn't kinda want your spot. Yang Wushuan looked at the expressionless Jiang Shang beside him, and a little bit of helplessness showed between his brows. Although Jiang Shang and the wine Taoist were master and brother, the relationship between them was not good. Of course, None of this had much to do with him either. Senior brother is joking. Since the position of patriarch was set by the master, then how can he be allowed to take it as he pleases? Jiang Shang spoke unconcernedly, as if he really didn't want this patriarch position. Jiang Shang's gaze then sized up Su Yen again, with praise in his eyes. Worthy of being the heir of a senior brother. His strength is indeed good. No wonder he was able to snatch my disciple's sword bone. Once these words came out, the already weird atmosphere turned even weirder. On the contrary, it was as if the wine Taoist didn't feel it, still eating the dragon carp meat. Well, should we have the two of them fight again? And whoever wins digs up the other's bones one more time. Listening to the words of the wine Taoist, Su Yen turned his head to look at Xiaze, who had a somewhat ugly face. At this time, Xiaze had already detached himself from the dead dog-like appearance from before. His face was flushed and his body was surging with true qi, which seemed to be a few points stronger than before. Senior brother is joking. It's just a piece of sword bone. Since your disciple wants it, then just give it to him. It's just that although senior brother can hide this kind of thing once, it can't be hidden for a second time, so in the future it's better to have your disciples pay good attention to it. Jiang Shang smiled faintly, although there was no threatening intent, but the murderous aura contained was incomparably thick. Oh, then let them work it out for themselves. Listening to the conversation between the two, Yang Wushuan did not dare to interrupt at all. It was only after the surroundings had once again fallen into an eerie calm that Yang Wushuan swept the faces of the two men before slowly saying, "Senior uncle, this time I came to find you, mainly to discuss the Spirit Ascension Conference in 3 days. Chapter 25, The Spirit Ascension Conference begins. Steal the sword intent from me? Are you serious?" Yang Wushuan as well as the two masters and disciples, Jiang Shang, didn't stay at Spirit Wine Peak for long and soon left. Only as he walked away, Yang Wushuan said a message. This time, when they participated in the Spirit Ascension Conference, apart from the disciples of the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect, there would also be people from the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty as well. The Spirit Ascension Conference was an event unique to the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect. A secret realm would be opened at that time, and disciples who entered it could absorb the sword intent inside to hone themselves. As long as one stayed inside long enough, one could absorb a large amount of sword intent quenching, allowing one's sword Dao sense to grow rapidly. This kind of excellent treasure land was very coveted even by the other two great sects. Unfortunately, this secret realm was never open to the public, and was always only available to disciples within their own sect. This time, however, the disciples of the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty were suddenly allowed to participate as well, which was a bit surprising. Senior, do you think it could be a trick used by Xiaze? Ever since she met Xiaze, Zhang Shuyan guessed that he was the one who kidnapped her. Now for this Great Xia Dynasty. Naturally, there was nothing good about it. Who knows? The wine Taoist shook his head with a look of disinterest. It's not like he's targeting me anyway, so let whoever he's targeting work it out. Suin, old man, what did you mean just now when you said that there was still a piece of bone inside that Xiaze? Su Yen looked at the 9 Taoists and inquired curiously. However, the wine Taoist gave Su Yen a blank look. If you want to know, just dig it up again and see for yourself. It's not like you haven't done it before anyway. Su Yen raised an eyebrow and looked at the wine Taoist with a smile. Old man, are you not afraid of that peak Master Jiang? Su Yan's words were like he had angered the 9 Taoists' reverse scales, and the wine Taoist immediately became furious. I will be afraid of him. Brat, who do you think he is? With his little tricks he still wants to deal with me. It's just a dream. If it weren't for the fact that he's in the same lineage as my master, I would have slapped him to death long ago. Where would he have the qualifications to be shady with me? Listening to the wine Taoist's cursing words, Su Yen just smiled and didn't say anything. Although he didn't know what kind of conflict there was between the two, Su Yen still knew some rumors. Among the disciples of Taoist wine's generation, Taoist wine's strength and talent were top-notch, and had been hailed as the genius most likely to break through the Mahayana stage within 10 years. Following the Ancestor, only something happened to the Taoist wine man on his way to cultivation, and from then on, he fell apart and became obsessed with drinking. Otherwise, with the seniority and strength of the wine Taoist, how could he come to this spirit wine peak? The wine Taoist was fully capable of becoming the peak master of one of the 36 peaks. As for being afraid, the wine Taoist was even less afraid of Zhang Shang. Well, old man, I've had my fill, so I'll leave you guys to clean up the rest. After some angry curses, the wine Taoist lost interest and took his own wine gourd and left slowly. By the way, for the next period of time, your senior sister's teaching will be in your hands. Teach him what I used to teach you. Knowing that, I'll definitely throw 2 top-tier techniques directly to senior sister for him to comprehend on his own. Okay, then you can try. The voice of the wine Taoist came from a distance and faded away. Su Yen shook his head helplessly and turned his head to see Jiang Shuyan, who was cleaning up the mess. Come straight to my room when the stuff is in the kitchen later, okay? Sifu. Clear Spirit Peak. Do you remember everything I told you? Xia Zhe stood above. His gaze cold as he looked at the disciples below wearing the same service. The sword intent sensations within the Spirit Ascension Assembly are all ownerless, and in order to open up the quenching you need to absorb them yourselves. I want all of you to follow him, and not allow him to get a single chance to quench his sword intent. If this mission is accomplished, all of you can become my personal guards, with no shortage of wealth and status women. Hearing Xia Zhe's words, someone immediately stood up to show their loyalty. Don't worry, Your Highness. The masterless sword intent inside the secret realm is pulled according to the fluctuations of one's own sword intent. With so many of us releasing our sword intent fluctuations together, I don't believe he can still rob us. Xia Zhe nodded his head in satisfaction, looking at the person who spoke in his heart to deepen his impression by a few points. Your Highness, the people from the Imperial Dynasty are already here. At that moment, another group of uniformed men walked in. The strength of this group of people was equally not weak. All of them were at the Yuaning realm and above, especially the three people in the lead. Their cultivation fluctuations had already reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. With these people, there was no worry of not being able to deal with Su Yen. The corner of Xia Zhe's mouth hooked up a cold smile, thinking of everything Su Yen would have to face 3 days later. Xia Zhe felt that the anger that had built up in his chest had decreased by a few points. Just wait, when I raise my sword intent to the sword potential level, let's see how I'll crush you to death. 3 days later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily check-in, and obtaining the reward, the Forbidden Stone. Inside the room, Su Yen slowly opened his eyes. The Immortal Punisher sword floating in front of his eyes slowly descended and plunged back into the ground. Within 3 days, Su Yen attempted to crack the restrictions within the Immortal Execution Sword. Although not a single prohibition had been broken, it had still worn away a few of the Tao rhythms inside. According to Su Yen's own calculations, there was almost a month left to wear out the first prohibition. At that time, holding the Immortal Punisher sword would usher in an explosive increase in his own strength. It's still too weak. If I can raise all the sword suggestions in my body to the level of sword potential, it would be much simpler to break these prohibitions. The prohibition within the Immortal Punishing Sword was actually a chain condensed from Tao rhythm, sealing all of the might of the Immortal Punishing Sword. And sword intent was all a presentation of the Tao, so the stronger Su Yan's sword intent was, the faster it would break. During these 3 days, Su Yan also entered the Desolate Stone Monument from time to time to obtain sword intent. However, the acquisition of sword intent was stuck at the 30th piece. In order to get the recognition of the sword intent, his original color possessor had to be killed. However, the sword intent possessors that appeared each time were several times more powerful than the last. The latest one. Even Su Yan had no way to win and could only wait for his cultivation to rise again. Su Yan glanced at today's sign-in item, the Forbidden Breaking Stone. The effect was simple, to break the blockade of space and formations. Even a 9th grade formation could not put a stop to it. If we could break the space, could we enter directly into the Spirit Ascension mysteries? The idea was out of control as soon as it appeared. Su Yan was prepared to give it a good try after entering the secret realm this time. Putting away the Immortal Punisher sword, Su Yan immediately got up and headed to the location of the Spirit Ascension mystic realm. By the time Su Yan arrived, Patriarch Yang Wuxuan was already opening the secret realm with his people. The others were all excited as they looked at the secret realm that was about to open, and only Su Yan arrived slowly. However, Su Yan had just arrived and felt several unkind things. Gee, so I've dug a hole for me here. I'd like to see what kind of tricks you can pull in here. Chapter 26, The Secret Realm Opens. Robbing the Sword Rhyme. Boom! Accompanied by a white pillar of light in the heavens and earth that shot straight up into the sky. The terrifying spiritual power shattered the surrounding space into a black vortex. All disciples, the door to the secret realm has been opened. Whether or not you can obtain how total chance in it depends on all of you. Yang Wuxuang stood in the sky, and his voice, empowered by his spiritual energy, spread throughout the entire square. Looking at the vortex that emitted countless streams of light, the eyes of the group of disciples were filled with excitement. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still Yang Wuxuang blocking the crowd, he was afraid that he would have rushed straight in. Seeing the impatient appearance of the group of disciples, Yang Wuxuan did not continue to pull the wool over their eyes. Since you all can't wait, let's go in. As soon as Yang Wuxuan's words fell, countless streams of light rushed towards that vortex. Su Yan likewise didn't hesitate, wrapping his body in spiritual energy and rushing towards that vortex. After a moment of heavenly spinning, the dark sky floated in front of Su Yan, and the air smelled of burnt iron, as if he was in an age-old iron furnace. Along with Su Yan, there were also many disciples from the same sect. Looking at the large white mountain standing in the distance, the many disciples immediately darted towards it, and on top of that mountain there was a full moon. which gave off a white light, slightly illuminating the entire mountain peak. As for the rest of the place, it was in darkness. The only thing that can lead to the light is that giant white mountain. Looking at the impatient appearance of each one, Su Yen was in no hurry to move. This living spirit assembly had opened many times, and the predecessor had come in quite a few times. Even the sword intent that was sharpened came from within this secret realm. Rumor has it that this sword mountain was obtained by chance by Taoist divine heaven's heights, and is a product left over from the ancient times. It was inscribed with many precious sword intent Tao marks, which had heavenly benefits for sword cultivators. However, as the number of times it was opened continued to increase, the number of blade marks inscribed within it became fewer and fewer. It was even speculated that perhaps after 4 or 5 more times, this sword mountain would lose the ability he originally possessed. So, those disciples became more and more frantic. Su Yen then picked up a longsword on the ground, and as his spiritual chi was injected into it, the longsword emitted a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. Click! With a crisp sound, that longsword shattered directly from the center. Too much time has passed for these here blades to carry spiritual power. Yo, isn't this swordsman Su Yen? Why didn't he go up to compete for the sword intent Dao rhyme? Instead he's here alone watching. A slightly familiar voice rang out. There was no need to think about it. Su Yen knew who the visitor was. What? You didn't get beaten up enough last time? Han Cheng's face stiffened and his fists clenched. Don't be arrogant. When I raise my sword intent to sword power, let's see how I'll get you killed. Putting down his harsh words, Han Cheng flew towards that white sword mountain without looking back. He's all gone. So you can all come out now. A sibilant sound rang out. 2 groups of men once again emerged from the surrounding darkness. One of the parties is wearing the same as Black system with the same equipment. Su Yen recognized at a glance that these were precisely the people of the Imperial Dynasty who were mixed in the group. As for the other group, they were disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect. It seems that senior brother has misunderstood. We just happen to be passing by and have no malicious intent. The leading Divine Sky Sword Sect disciple smiled and led the crowd behind him towards Sword Mountain. That person from the Imperial Dynasty also left in silence, but the coldness emanating from his eyes, even though he was far away, Su Yen also sensed it. In this regard, Su Yen did not care too much. A few breaths later, Su Yen also arrived at the foot of Sword Mountain. A group of people had gathered here and had begun to climb. At the moment of stepping onto the Sword Mountain, all the spiritual energy would all be imprisoned, and one could only rely on the physical body to advance, drawing on one's own sword intent sense and thus attracting the stray sword intent Dao rhyme. Sword Mountain was good enough to hold all the disciples, looking for the best place to start attracting sword intent. But, feeling the figures gradually wrapping around him, a hint of speechlessness flowed from the corner of Su Yan's mouth. Such a cheap trick to pull off, only to see a large number of Imperial Dynasty disciples, with those sect disciples who were hostile to Su Yen, presenting an encircling trend to surround Su Yen in the center. As a wave of sword intent erupted, all of the sword rhythms radiating from the Sword Mountain were also absorbed by them. Su Yen all froze. Su Yen thought that these people were going to make a direct move against him, but it turned out that they were actually competing with him here in terms of sword intent. Su Yen shook his head and continued to walk towards the location at the top of the mountain. The rest of the group saw this and just took a step to follow. The cultivation of Sword Dao was divided into Sword Intent, Sword Power, and Sword Domain. Sword Intent was the most basic foundation. When climbing halfway up the area of the Sword Mountain, it was no longer Sword Intent, but an even more powerful Sword Momentum. In the face of Sword Intent, you can slowly proceed to enlightenment. If you can use Sword Momentum, you can only use your own Sword Intent to fight him, but if it fails, it is the cultivator himself who suffers the repercussions. When the surrounding people saw this, they thought Su Yen was still going to go in. However, Su Yen found a quiet place and directly sat on his knees. Looking at the crowds that surrounded themselves, Su Yen was completely somewhat speechless. As an aura of sword intent gradually spread out, the sword chi that drifted in all directions in the air also converged towards the crowd. Su Yen closed his eyes and also slowly pushed the sword intent in his body. Sensing Su Yen's powerful sword intent, some of the sword intent also came towards Su Yen. However, just as they were about to approach Su Yen, another wave of sword intent would immediately appear, drawing them elsewhere. Somewhere in the corner of Xia Ren's mouth, who was wearing a royal uniform, hooked up a cold smile. Xia Ren was a prince's son, and this time he entered the secret realm. In addition to bringing a little trouble to Su Yen, he was also trying to improve his sword Dao cultivation. Not only could he disgust Su Yen, he could also strengthen himself, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But soon, Xia Ren couldn't stop smiling. It wasn't just him. All of those people surrounding Su Yen were staring at the sky in stupefaction. One could only see countless sword chi falling from the sky, all of which poured onto Su Yen alone. As for those well-intentioned gaps in the others, they just flew away without even looking at them, not even giving them a chance. The surrounding people looked at Su Yen dumbfounded, completely confused about the situation. Although sensing different sword intent can also increase one's own sword intent, but isn't it too outrageous for you to have a dozen different sword intent all surrounding one person? Can you understand it? Some could even feel the same sword intent as their own, also drifting towards Su Yan's location. And the scope of Su Yan's absorption didn't stop there. Before long, the sword rhythms that were overflowing within the entire secret area were all coming towards the area where Su Yan was. The other disciples came out of their cultivation state and all of them were dumbfounded as they began to gather towards the area where Su Yan was. Within the entire sword mountain, Su Yan was the only one still absorbing sword rhythms today. The others could only stare blankly into the distance. The landscape extremely bizarre. Chapter 27, Don't mention it. Let me see your newly absorbed bones. Divine Sky Sword Sect Square. A group of elders gathered to discuss the assembly. Senior brothers, now is a good opportunity. Do you want to come and bet on it? An old Taoist wearing a green shirt and holding a floating dust in his hand said with a smile. Oh, what does senior brother want to bet on? Almost all of the disciples within the sect have gone in for this conference, so why don't we bet on whose disciple will be able to be the first to elevate to sword potency? Of the 9 great sword sons of the divine heavens today, only 2 had already comprehended sword momentum. The remaining 7 were all still in the realm of sword intent. Fine, I'll go first. I'll bet on my disciple. A lazy voice rang out, followed by a wine gourd flung directly in front of the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest wasn't offended, but smiled at the wine Taoist. Aren't you also too stingy, senior brother? Just 1 pot of wine is not enough. I'm afraid. This is my Spirit Wine Peak's purple bamboo brew, and it's enough to replace whatever you're holding. The 9th Taoist paralyzed in his rattan chair and muttered. Upon hearing this, the remaining few peak masters were somewhat surprised. Purple bamboo brew is a special spirit wine made from 1,000-year-old purple bamboo. Only Spirit Wine Peak can make it. Although the wine Taoist was a bit out of tune, the wine was really good. 1,000-year-old spirit wine could have a good effect even on harmonization realm cultivators like them. Just 1 sip was enough to offset their years of cultivation. As a result, many peak masters looked at this spirit wine with some heat in their gazes. Senior brother, it's a bit unorthodox for you to take out this thing. Listening to the tiresome voice, the wine Taoist had a displeased look on his face. Are you annoying? If you love to gamble, then gamble. If not, then get lost. Jiang Shan laughed and wasn't the least bit displeased. It's rare for senior brother to leave Spirit Wine Peak. How can senior brother sweep away senior brother's nature? With that, Jiang Shang took out a blue bead and threw it directly to the Taoist. Looking at this spirit bead, the surrounding people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This was a lower grade Dao weapon, which was already considered a top-notch treasure in this heaven and earth. Looking at the Taoist's somewhat dumbfounded appearance, Jiang Shang smiled faintly, his words spreading towards the surroundings like a breeze. What's wrong with brother? Could it be that he doesn't dare to take it? The Taoist wiped the sweat off his own forehead and accepted the Dao bead with a stiff face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you guys want to fight, go gamble yourselves. What's the point of putting all your money on me? His intention was to bet on some common items to liven up the atmosphere. As a result, these 2 people are one more than 1 cowhide. Those treasures that he doesn't even have come out to bet. If he loses, he is afraid that he can't afford to lose even if he sells himself. But if you don't take it, and a little look down on his brotherly suspicion, no choice but to take it. Xiao Zhe has broken and established himself this time. His own sword intent has reached perfection. I wonder if senior brother's disciple's sword intent will be able to be integrated after seizing that sword bone. Jiang Shang's seemingly inadvertent bragging was something that immediately tickled the minds of those around him. All of them were in the divine heavenly sword sect, and they had naturally heard about what happened a few days ago. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for the news to get out before they were silenced. At this point though, it would be interesting to hear what is going on in this. However, for their own sake, they can only stay where they are. After all, they couldn't afford to mess with either of the 2 people in front of them. Not only was his generation high, but his cultivation was also at the top. Beating them, the peak masters at the early stage of the harmonization realm. One person could do a good job with a few of them. It's not for you to bother. Since it's a matter between the juniors, let them settle it on their own. The wine Taoist sipped his wine, still with that lazy look. Ha! Jiang Shang smiled disdainfully, with sarcasm in the depths of his eyes. Buzz off! As countless sword rhythms poured into Su Yan's body, the large amount of sword intent gathered in Su Yan's sword bones was instantly nourished, and crazily began to devour the sword rhythms to enhance itself. In a flash, a sword intent grew like a seedling, slowly taking up the entire space. Boom! Accompanied by a crisp sound, a terrifying might emanated from Su Yan's body. the disciples gathered around were immediately shaken back. This is sword power. Looking at the sword intent gathered around Su Yen, one disciple immediately reddened his eyes. Originally, all these sword rhythms belonged to them, but at this moment, they were devoured by Su Yen alone. Moreover, Su Yen had now managed to comprehend his own sword momentum. If one were to take it a step further, transforming these sword bones would allow one to form a sword Dao domain. The faces of those who were originally thinking of stopping Su Yen from absorbing the sword rhyme were even more unsightly at this moment. Brothers, hurry up and make a move to interrupt Su Yen, or else all the sword rhythms overflowing from this sword mountain will be sucked up by him. I don't know who shouted from the crowd. The gazes of the surrounding people looking at Su Yen immediately took on anger. But, the clan forbids fighting here. Brother, don't be silly. Whoever can get this sword mountain chance is whoever can get it. If you don't do it, when the time comes, you will be sucked dry by Su Yen. I'll see that you will still be uplifted. Listening to the resounding conversation, someone finally couldn't hold back and released their sword intent to charge towards Su Yen. Su Yen, the sword rhythm here is not yours alone. It's our fight's not to stop yet. Although this person's aura was sufficient, the sword intent when released was fragile and incomparable. It was crushed before it even touched Su Yan's body. Seeing this, the people around them released their own sword intent to launch attacks towards Su Yen. Yet this was the case for all of them. With their sword intent, they couldn't even come close to Su Yan's distance of 10 meters. Buzz off! The strange voice rang out, and the crowd only felt a huge mountain pressing down on them, unconsciously kneeling down. At a glance, excluding Su Yen who was sitting on his knees, the rest of the crowd were all pressed and kneeling on the ground, as if they were submitting to a king. Some people's faces turned red as they tried to pull themselves up, only to be completely unable to do so. At this time, Su Yen slowly opened his eyes and looked at the crowd of disciples kneeling on the ground with a smile in his eyes. Even if you kneel down here, I won't teach you the way of the sword. When the crowd heard this, their faces turned green. Ghosts are going to accept your kendo. Su Yen smiled and got up, entering the area behind him that was enveloped by the sword power. Stepping into it, several sword intentions burst out from Su Yan's body, forming a unique area around him. After absorbing a large amount of sword rhythms, 6 of the sword intentions within Su Yan's body had already formed sword potentials. The sword power was layered on top of each other, and this was the reason why those people were pressed to their knees on the ground. Yo, another acquaintance. Looking at a figure sitting cross-legged in the distance, Su Yen immediately took a step towards it. If it isn't His Highness Natsuzawa, why is he here alone? Hearing the voice, Xiaoze's body trembled and he turned his head violently to look at it. Why are you here? Xiaoze's face changed greatly, just wanting to get up. Several sword momentum wrapped him, hardening Yan kneeling on the ground. Suin, I hear you. Su Yen took a step in front of Xiaoze, squatted down and reached out to pat Xiaoze's face. Looks like we really are meant to be. You asshole. Xiaoze had a stifled look on his face, wanting to use his spiritual energy, but he couldn't use it at all in this particular environment. I heard that you got another bone. Feeling Su Yan's line of sight continuously moving downward, Xiaoze's body shook, forcing a smile on his face. Actually, I'm kidding now. I don't have any bones. The Supreme Bone was a special physique that was several levels stronger than his original 10,000 Laws sword bone and had reached the top of the world. It was also with the help of this bone's ability that Shazer was able to advance further within a few days. But now that he saw Su Yen, the fear of the past was vivid in his mind. The first time, he had a chance to finish off Su Yen, but ended up failing due to the collision of the two spiritual forces in his body, thus failing. Now, and suppressed by the prohibition of this sword mountain, Xiaoze suffocated to death. Obviously with his strength he could battle Su Yen, but as a result, he was beaten up because of these messy things. Thus, what is our relationship? Well, at least we own the same bone. Come, let me see. Su Yen, he extended his hand without caring. Asterisk. Su Yen, you dare to make a move on me. Chapter 28, Another Bone Snatching. Su Yen, I'll never rest with you. Miserable screams continued to echo in the area. Hot blood continued to flow on the ground, and the smell of blood gradually filled the air. Xiaoze was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and an opening had been made at his chest, constantly flowing outwards with aura. Su Yen, if you dare to take my bones, I will not rest with you. Su Yen helplessly reached out and patted Xiaoze's face, meeting his resentful gaze and said, Third Highness is really a nobleman. Aren't we already immortal? Xiaoze's pupils shrunk, his lips slightly opened to say something. A wrist had already probed into his chest. Intense pain swept through the sea of consciousness, and Xiaoze immediately let out an agonizing scream. Don't scream so loud. It sounds oozy. It'll be over soon. I want you to. Su Yen slightly exerted his force, and a piece of bone emitting a 7-colored glow was immediately pulled out. This bone. It seems to be even stronger than your manifestation sword bone. The moment the supreme bone was pulled out, Su Yen could even feel the surrounding Dao rhythm deepen by a few points. Obviously, this bone was far more advanced than the 10,000 Laws sword bone and had already reached the grade of a Dao body. Moreover, removing this bone was even a bit more difficult than the 10,000 Laws sword bone. TSK, Tisk. Worthy of being the Xia Emperor's son, this kind of good physique is just plentiful. At this moment, Xia Zhe was paralyzed and no longer had the strength to speak. Only his translucent green eyes were left looking straight at the supreme bone in Su Yan's hand. Third Highness, although your brain is not very good, there is indeed nothing wrong with one sentence. Xia Zhe raised his head with difficulty, and his gloomy gaze met Su Yan's line of sight that contained a smile. As you are the Imperial Prince of the Grand Xia, I indeed wouldn't dare to kill you. Hearing this, Xia Zhe's obscure eyes gradually glowed brightly. Yeah, he was the third prince of the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty. Even if Su Yen treated himself any differently, he wouldn't dare to kill him. Otherwise, the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty would definitely put pressure on the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect, and there was nothing he could do even if he was a sword son. Thinking of this, Xia Zhe couldn't help but bring a smug look to his face. Count on you having some brains. I'll spare your life if you send me away now. Su Yen looked at Xia Zhe with a strange expression. It's true that I don't dare to kill you. After all, I can only kill the transformation god stage, and it would indeed be a bit troublesome if I were to take on the conjunction stage. Xia Zhe's face stiffened, and the small flame of hope that had just burned up was directly snuffed out. But don't worry, you won't have to wait long until that day arrives. Su Yen looked at Xia Zhe with a sincere face, his tone full of regret. Provocation. This is definitely provocation. The Yuaning stage could kill the transformation god stage. If it reached the transformation god, wouldn't it be possible to reverse the harmonization realities? Xia Zhe's face turned green with anger, and even the blood flowing from his chest sped up a few points. Looking at Xia Zhe's appearance, Su Yen sked twice then kicked a few more times towards Xia Zhe before slowly leaving. Of course, before leaving Su Yen still fed Xia Zhe a healing elixir, hanging on to his breath and not letting him die. It had to be said that this Xia Zhe was really an experienced baby, and what was gained from him completely exceeded Su Yan's expectations. Now that this supreme bone was incorporated into his body and absorbed, Su Yan's strength could still be increased by a large margin once again. Su Yen did not know which kind of bone was in his hand, but since it was a Dao bone it must not be bad. But now was not the time to think about this. Su Yen had to continue climbing. At the top of that sword mountain, within the area covered by the full moon, there was a divine Sha sword patriarch was a sword Dao inheritance left behind. That thing was also one of Su Yan's goals for this trip. The current Su Yen possessed 30 different types of sword intent within his body. Among them, 6 of the sword intentions had already formed a sword momentum, and as long as they continued to raise them, they could be promoted to a sword domain. And the sword intent that the predecessor had comprehended had been reduced to one of the 24 of them at this point. These 24 types of sword intent, due to the differences in the absorption of sword rhythms, some had reached perfection, while others had only reached minor success. If this powerful configuration was used to resist the sword domain left behind by the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect's ancestor, Su Yen wasn't sure if he could succeed. Sword potential and sword domain, although it was only a difference of one word, but the laws of the sword Dao contained therein were worlds apart. Moreover, cultivation also played a great supporting role in this process, but today Su Yan's cultivation was only at the Yuaning realm, and when the Divine Sky Sword Sect's ancestor left behind the sword domain, his cultivation had long since reached the world's apex, the Mahayana stage. If compared to that, Su Yen was still far behind. Since that's the case, let's find a place to improve our sword Dao first. Continuously advancing towards the top, the light emitted by the full moon hanging in the sky became stronger and stronger. It was as if sensing Su Yan's arrival and waiting for him to head to the challenge. Without spending too much time, Su Yen had already reached the top of the mountain peak, and was only a step away from the area covered by the sword domain. But just as Su Yen took a step, an unimaginable force stopped Su Yen from advancing an inch. Obviously, trying to enter the area wrapped by the sword domain, with the current Su Yen was still somewhat unqualified. Since this was the case, Su Yen didn't force himself and directly sat on his knees and began to release his sword potential sword intent to fight against those masterless sword chi. Sensing the enhancement, time passed slowly and the next day came quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily check-in and obtaining the reward, the Enlightenment Tree Seedling. Hearing the mechanical sound coming from his ears, Su Yen violently opened his eyes. The Gautama tea tree? I can't believe I'm giving this. A rare look of surprise appeared on Su Yan's face. The Enlightenment tea leaf can help one to realize the great Tao faster and even perform an epiphany. which is a supreme treasure that all cultivators pursue. Su Yen moved with his mind, and a small sapling half a man tall appeared in front of him, with leaves hanging from its wobbly branches. At a cursory glance, there were at least hundreds of them. The rich Tao rhythm spread out in all directions, wrapping Su Yen in it. At this moment, Su Yen could feel the sword intent within his body being growth. Su Yen's eyes slightly condensed as he reached out and removed a green leaf that emitted a soft glow and held it in his mouth. In an instant, Su Yen lost consciousness and felt that he had entered a chaotic land. A streak of heavenly sword intent appeared from the chaos, splitting this turbid world down the middle. Buzz. In the next moment, Su Yan's sword intent ushered in a crazy rise. Various powerful sword intent senses filled Su Yan's mind, very gently integrating into Su Yan's mind. Time passed for who knows how long. When Su Yan once again came out of that chaotic world, the pressure of the intermunicipal city that surrounded his body became more and more intense. Originally there were only 6 sword postures, but at this point it had grown to 12. The rest of those sword intentions that had yet to be metamorphosed also became more and more powerful, with the least of them reaching great accomplishment. Su Yen waved his hand to retrieve the enlightenment tree and got up to look at the platform behind him. Entering it and being able to refer to the sword Tao left behind by the ancestor of the divine heavenly sword sect. Without hesitation, Su Yen hardened himself against the powerful pressure and stepped into it. Chapter 29, Obtaining the Ancestor's Legacy of the Killing Sword Tao. Ka Chao. As soon as he stepped into the sword domain, a long sword condensed from surging sword intent instantly landed on Su Yen. A crisp sound rang out, and the sword momentum wrapped around Su Yan's body instantly shattered. Su Yan's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly erupted the sword intent in his body, condensing it into a unique sword momentum surrounding and resisting the surrounding sword intent. Only after temporarily fending off the attack did Su Yen raise his head to look at the full moon hanging in the sky. Underneath the full moon was a figure that was glowing with light and had its back to Su Yen. Su Yen knew that the figure was a manifestation of the sword intent left behind by the ancestor, and was also the core of this sword domain. Su Yen sat on his knees and did not continue to move forward, but instead, with the help of the gradual sword intent around him, he sensed the sword rhythms contained therein. The closer he got to the figure, the stronger the sword domain attack would become, and if one could comprehend the sword intent contained therein, the difficulty could be drastically reduced. And while Su Yen was participating in the enlightenment, Xia Zhe, who had been lying on the ground for a long time, finally climbed up. Feeling the increasingly dense sword pressure around him, Xia Zhe could only brace his body's pain and leave towards the nearest place. Su Yen, you wait for me. Today's insult will be returned in the future. And those fools, actually letting him in just like that. When I get out, I will kill them all. Thinking of the image of himself being humiliated by Su Yen, Xia Zhe was so angry that a mouthful of blood spurted out. Damn, I'm going to get used to vomiting blood again. Smelling the unpleasant smell of blood in the air, Shazer's face grew worse. Get out of the danger zone. Xia Zhe immediately took out a sound transmission jade slip to summon the person he had arranged. In no time at all, crowds of people came from afar. Only, look at the disheveled expression on each one's face. Just like a dead father. Shazer was just furious. I don't even want to die when my supreme bone is gone, and you people are fine, and you're giving me the appearance of wanting to die so badly. However, after listening to the crowd, Xia Zhe's face was a shade of green and white, and his fists pinched and clicked. If these people weren't still useful, Shazer would have wanted to send them away on the spot. Your Highness, what should we do next? Xia Zhe's eyes flickered slightly, thinking for a moment before he had another idea. His eyes took on a sinister color. Since he doesn't want us to comprehend sword intent, then none of us will have a good time. Looking at the crazy look on Xia Zhe's face, the crowd subconsciously backed away. In response, Xia Zhe didn't care to speak directly. Everyone follow me out of the Sword Mountain's range. Then use spiritual power to destroy the entire mountain. Absolutely not. Your Highness, if we really do this, we will be the sinners of the Divine Sky Sword Sect. Yes, Your Highness, think of something else. Besides, this Sword Mountain is originally a supreme treasure, and with our strength we can't even break it at all. Xia Zhe swept a glance at the crowd and said in an indifferent tone, my mind is made up. If you don't want to do it, leave now. The motley crowd quieted down. Half a second later, a figure walked out from the crowd and respectfully bowed towards Xia Zhe. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I can't listen to you as a disciple of the Divine Night Sword Sect. After saying that, the disciple was ready to leave. Ha! Xia Zhe coldly smiled, and the spiritual energy in his hands vibrated, transforming into a huge palm print that enveloped the disciple. Shazer, what are you trying to do? Feeling the rich killing intent, that disciple's face changed greatly, and he just wanted to draw out the long sword in his hand to resist. Just see that big hand gently clasping. This out-and-out Divine Sky Sword Sect disciple was blown into a bloody mist on the spot. Feeling the constant churning of chi and blood in his body, Xiaozhe swallowed the blood in his throat. Sharp eyes once again looked at the crowd in front of them. Now, can anyone else refuse? Having seen Xiaozhe's methods, the crowd shook their heads and completely lost their resistance. Don't worry, after this matter, I'll take all the blame for the offense, and I'll triple your pay. Having said that, Xiaozhe was the first to leave, and the rest could only follow helplessly. As things stood, they had no better choice. I didn't realize that the Ancestor was also a god of killing. Su Yen slowly opened his eyes and looked at the figure under the full moon with some surprise. As Su Yen sensed the sword intent in this, he realized that what this ancestor of his was practicing was also the killing sword intent. It was necessary to continuously kill, thus accumulating blood chi and enhancing the sword path sense. And this kind of sword intent was also present within Su Yen. It's only because the time to obtain the killing sword intent is still short, and within this sword mountain, there weren't too many people practicing the killing sword Dao. Thus, Su Yen's killing sword intent was still elevated at the grand completion stage. What was originally a top-notch sword intent in terms of killing power was now reduced to the point where it was lumped together with ordinary sword intent. However, you can get a good lift for you right now. Su Yen stood up and exploded all his sword intent. All sorts of powerful sword intent flowed around them, forming a vacuum 3 meters in diameter. Within this range, once those killing swords fell, they would all be resisted by Su Yen's sword intent. As Su Yen continued to advance, the sword intent that attacked increased. The figure that resided in the center also slowly opened its golden eyes. The ancestor turned to look at Su Yen, who was gradually approaching, and with a grip of his right hand he coalesced a blood-red long sword. Is this a challenge waiting for me? Seeing that ancestor's movements, Su Yan's interest grew even greater. Su Yen also wanted to see if these 30 sword intentions of his own could touch base with this leftover sword intention ancestor. Gradually arriving in front of the ancestor, Su Yen didn't say much nonsense and directly began to mobilize the sword bones in his body. Su Yan's entire body was like a sharp sword that was about to come out of its sheath. Those 30 sword intentions poured all the sword intent Dao rhythm they contained into Su Yen. Together, they forged the Su Yen, a supreme divine sword. The ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly, and he seemed to have felt the pressure from Su Yen as well, but he didn't make a move and waiting for Su Yen to finish the final memorial. At that moment, the sound of dense explosions suddenly resounded outside, only to see Xiaozhe leading a group of cultivators floating in the area outside of the Sword Mountain's prohibition, and jointly launching an attack towards the Sword Mountain. Although there were preset down sword chi as a defense, after countless years of absorption by the Divine Sky Sword Sect's disciples, the power of these sword chi had long since ceased to be the same. Ha ha, Su Yen, you still want to comprehend the ancestor's sword Dao? Dream on. I can't learn it, and you don't want to learn it either. Xiaozhe looked at the densely packed attacks with a grimace on his face, and suddenly felt that his heart was out of his mouth. But what Shazzer doesn't know is, everything he said couldn't affect Su Yen at all, and apart from being able to make a little loud noise, it didn't have the slightest effect. At this moment, Su Yen also absorbed all the sword intent, and his entire body transformed into a long sword condensed by sword intent. The ancestor eyes showed a stunning color as he waved the long sword in his hand, condensing countless red sword chi in the sky. Wrapped in countless killing sword chi, the ancestor turned into a red tide and rushed towards Su Yen. I'm sorry, ancestor, you'll have to account for yourself here today as well. Su Yen took out the bone and flesh that emitted a 7-colored glow from his spatial ring and threw it out. The self was also like a sharp sword, running through towards the front. Boom! In an instant, dazzling blood-colored sword light ran through the entire secret realm, and a huge gully appeared from the mountain peak. This entire sword mountain directly shattered under this attack. When all the blood light dissipated, Su Yan's figure appeared in the same place. As for the Dao bone that Su Yen had just thrown out, it had completely shattered at this time, turning into a colored light ball. Using the self-explosion of this Dao bone just so happens to directly extinguish the ancestor's figure. And there's still quite a bit of Dao rhythm left behind from the Dao bone. The killing sword rhythm spreading around wrapped around the 7 colored light streams and merged with each other, then flew towards Su Yan's chest. Su Yan's entire body was wrapped in a golden glow, and he could clearly feel the increase in his spiritual power. The killing sword intent, which was already a great accomplishment, also grew wildly at this moment, gradually consummating, and then forming a sword momentum. Then he slowly raised it again. Killing sword power initiation, killing sword power minor achievement, and finally came to great achievement before stopping. What Su Yen had received were the senses of the ancestors, and if he wanted to go further, he had to experience it for himself. It just so happens that there are some little ants that can make my sword opinion see blood. Su Yen turned his head to look in the direction where the sound of the explosion came from, his dark eyes carrying a scarlet glow. Chapter 30 Xia dies. The position of experienced baby is empty. Grr, are you all just eating your words? Still haven't broken that defense yet. Looking at that sword domain space without being affected in the slightest, Xia was furious. Hearing Natsu's curses, the faces of the people around him changed slightly, but they did not retort, and one by one, they used the few attacks they had even more vigorously, but even with that effort, it didn't affect the space in between. Just as Xia was about to continue cursing, the sound of a voice directly caused his body to stop trembling. You guys, having fun? The inquiring tone, however, directly caused the hairs on Xia's body to stand on end. Shazar slowly turned around and looked at the figure suspended in midair. You, how did you get out so fast? Shazar gulped, forcing his tone to sound even, but the tremor in his tone had betrayed his demeanor. Su Yan's expression was indifferent as he used his finger instead of his sword and pointed out with a finger. Countless sword intents surrounded his body, falling towards the crowd in front of him as Su Yan moved. Do it! I'll stop him for me. Now that it can use aura, it's just a Yuaning realm. It can't make waves. Xia grimaced and hissed out in anger. In an instant, all sorts of powerful spiritual energy fluctuations erupted in the air, resisting the sword chi released by Su Yan. Rip! However, the sharp sword chi fell and very easily penetrated the aura's defense lock. Soon, the first unlucky person appeared. The sharp sword chi went straight through the forehead and churned the soul. Then, a sound of sword chi entering the body rang out. The entire sky was like rain spewing out countless blood rains, and the rich smell of blood filled the entire sky, combined with the smell of decay in the secret realm. It seemed very unpleasant and suffocating. Su Yan, you actually dared to kill a disciple of the sect. Have you forgotten that the sect stipulates that one cannot kill at will after entering the secret realm? Looking at the dead man, Shazar's eyes were bared and he questioned in an angry voice. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you guys start it? What? You're only allowed to do it but I'm not allowed to kill? So are the rules the clan's or yours? Xia choked on Su Yan's dislike, completely unable to think of words to retort. Gritting his teeth, Shazar said angrily, even so, after we leave, I will definitely report this matter to the clan and inflict punishment on you. As you wish, as long as you can walk out of this secret realm today. Xia's face stiffened as he asked incredulously, what do you mean by that? Stupid, can't even understand human language. Of course I'm going to kill you. Su Yan used his finger instead of the sword and swung downward once again, and the roiling sword chi coalesced to transform into a giant sword. The giant sword fell with a terrifying might. Xia trembled and immediately took out the defensive treasures that he carried with him to defend himself, but while Xia blocked it, the others were engulfed by this terrifying sword chi, and one by one, they fell towards the ground like rags. Suin! Xia roared out, his aura pouring out crazily. Countless auras poured out, and the continuous riots also affected Natsu's body. The injuries that had just been suppressed also relapsed at that moment. If you continue to do so, I'm afraid that you won't be able to use the great and small dynasties to pressure me. Su Yan smiled and looked at Xia, his eyes full of playfulness. Natsu blushed and also noticed the condition of his body at this moment. If he really made a move with Su Yan, he was afraid that he would die here first. Xia's face shook as he quickly turned around and left towards the distance. Tisk. I'm afraid it's a little late to be leaving even now. Su Yan spoke indifferently, and the sword intent around his body manifested, and his neighbor became a huge dragon of sword chi. Roar! Hearing a hissing sound from behind him, Shazar subconsciously turned his head to look. The huge mouth, which was like an abyss, instantly engulfed Xia, accompanied by a loud ringing sound. Number one's figure completely obliterated between heaven and earth. After doing everything, Su Yan's figure also disappeared into the air. Your Highness was really killed. In the middle of the ruins, a figure came out trembling, covered in a soft light, until the jade pendant in his hand shattered, which revealed itself. Su Yan, you dare to kill my great Xia Emperor, you will surely die. The man hissed and roared, his body shrouded in black gas, and disappeared into thin air. On Su Yan's side, he had already re-entered the peak, having killed Xia. Su Yan still had some regrets. After all, Xia had provided him with opportunities, all of which had brought Su Yan a lot of benefits. However, there's actually no black demon chi present on this guy? Previously, when he seized the Dao bone in Xia's body, as well as when he had just beheaded it, Su Yan had not felt a single trace of demonic chi in his body. This comes as a surprise. Under the identification of Jiang Shuyan, Xia had been to the Lin family's magic cave. The ones who had seized Jiang Shuyan's Dao bone before were also a group of demonic cultivators, and they all followed Xia's orders. So it seems that there is another person who colludes with demonic cultivators inside these houses. Within the territory of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, in addition to the righteous sects, there were also devilish sects, and their strength was no less than the 3 top sects. However, 50 years ago there had been a demon-slaying operation to round up the demon sect. In one go, there was a major cleansing of the demonic sects within the Great Summer. Nearly half of the demonic cultivators were annihilated, and the rest were expelled from the Daxia Imperial Dynasty. And most of those Si's Devil's Way techniques also entered within the collection of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. It is not known whether it was destroyed. However, there had been rumors in the world that the Devil Sect had once again become a climate, forming a not-so-weak force outside of the dynasty. The northern wasteland, the southern border, and the eastern region all had traces of demonic cultivators in them. Forget it, it's not about me, and it's not about me anyway. Su Yen sat cross-legged and continued to comprehend the killing sword rhyme left behind by the Ancestor. Great Xia Dynasty. Your Majesty, he is bad. A spirit transformation realm great cultivator with a panicked expression barged into the imperial study and rolled to his knees, his body unable to stop trembling. The Xia Emperor, who was concentrating on checking the Zhangfu, was directly shocked by this sudden surprise and coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The eunuchs next to him hurriedly brought the Xia Emperor recovery elixirs. During this period of time, the large cultivator of the god transformation realm kneeling below didn't dare to raise his head at all, and his forehead was constantly sweating. Emperor Xia frowned slightly and said in a dignified tone, "Xiahou Chun, as an elder of my imperial soul palace, how can you be so rude? If people don't know, they would think that I'm dead. Your Majesty, the matter is indeed too big to die." Xiahou Jun's tone was bitter, wanting to say but unable to. Being in charge of where the Hall of Souls is located, he must have seen a lot of life and death. Even if a prince of the same clan died, he had seen many of them, but he had never been so out of sorts as he was today. Emperor Xia also guessed something through Xiahou Chun's expression, and his body couldn't help but sit up straight. Say, who the hell is dead? Feeling the dragon's might that gradually filled the air, Xiahou Chun fiercely cowed out his head. Yes, third prince. Snap. Hearing this name, the Xia Emperor was like losing all his essence, the whole person directly paralyzed on the dragon chair. Zell. Dead. The original majestic dragon was like a late old man at this moment. Chapter 31 Stupid Human Race. To actually lay hands on your Oksama's tail. Find out for me. I want to know who killed Zell. The Xia Emperor's violent anger exited. His body's spiritual energy could not stop overflowing, and his originally pale face became red because of his intense anger. Just like the return of light before death. Previously, although Emperor Xia felt bad about Lin Xue's death, he didn't particularly care. After all, that child hadn't been born, and it wasn't exactly a royal son. But Xia Zhe was different. As the third prince of the Elephant Dynasty, the Summer Emperor practically watched him grow up. Moreover, when Emperor Xia was able to sit on this throne back then, he also had the credit of Xia Zhe's mother's family. Therefore, for this child Xia Huang still preferred, Your Majesty, today's Third Highness is in the Divine Sky Sword Sect, and his death is most likely related to the Divine Sky Sword Sect. Xiahou Jun knocked his head on the ground and said with a trembling voice, if we directly account for the Divine Sky Sword Sect, we might be in big trouble. Trouble? Hearing those 2 words, the Xia Emperor laughed out loud. Let me ask you, is this still my Daxia dynasty? His Divine Heavenly Sword Sect is just a sect within my Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. What makes him able to stand on my head? The roar was accompanied by a terrifying aura that directly shook Jun Xiahou out. The hallowed spirit transformation realm cultivator was directly shaken by this terrifying sound and spat out a large amount of blood. Your Majesty, spare your life. Xiahou Jun once again knelt on the ground. Take someone to the Divine Sky Sword Sect. I want to know the truth about everything. Yes, Divine Sky Sword Sect. Master, something big has happened. A disciple hurriedly came with his sword and hurriedly landed beside the Taoist. Ze, cultivation should be meditative. How can you be so flustered? What a shame. Facing the Taoist's chiding, Ze gulped, his gaze unconsciously looking toward Jiang Shang in the crowd. Sharply noticing Ze's sight, Jiang Shanga felt a sudden sense of ill will in his heart. Senior nephew, looking at your appearance, it seems to be related to me? Jiang Shang asked in a deep voice. The words fell. The sights of the many peak masters were all invested in Ze. What the Taoist managed was the Hall of Life Souls within the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect. As long as one is admitted to the inner sect, a disciple can intercept a trace of his life soul to attach to the Life Soul Hall. If you are born and die, you will be sensed. Related to Jiang Shang, or the Soul Destruction Palace. It was obvious that something had happened to the person beside Jiang Shang. Ze swallowed hesitantly. Look at you. You bear. And don't say anything. The Taoist was furious as he looked at Ze's cowering form and stepped forward to kick Ze in the ass. Falling to the ground, Ze hurriedly got up and came over to the Taoist. Just a moment ago, Dozens of fortune tags shattered at the Green Spirit Peak, and among them, there was also the third prince of the Great Xia, Xia Zhe. Rumble. A thunderbolt fell at the right time. Jiang Shan's entire body froze in place. Natsuzawa. Dead. Natsuzawa. Dead. Shazar. Jiang Shan stood still, his mouth repeating these words over and over again. The rest of the Peak Masters saw this and silently left this place. The Wine Taoist frowned and followed the Taoist. Senior nephew, are you sure you're not mistaken? Ze revealed a bitter smile. Senior uncle, I also want to look at it wrong. Like those additionally all shattered at the same moment. The Wine Taoist sighed and reached out to pat the Taoist on the shoulder. Senior brother Si Yang, whether or not we can investigate the cause of their deaths depends on you. Taoist Sian looked at the fine sweat that continued to emerge from his forehead, and his tone was somewhat uncertain. Don't worry, senior brother. I'll try my best. Si Yang, who was in charge of the Hall of Destiny Souls, naturally had a relevant secret method to be able to explore the traces of a dead disciple's life. But, Si Yang looked back at the secret realm that had opened up in the sky and couldn't help but choke up a little. With this secret technique of mine, can I really probe into the secret realm opened up by my master? It was too difficult to explore a secret realm like this one because of the extreme instability of the space. That said, are we splitting hairs? Si Yang looked at the Wine Taoist with a confused expression. What? Now that Xia Zhe is dead, doesn't it mean that my disciple is the most likely to comprehend the sword momentum? Doesn't that mean that I made the right bet? The Wine Taoist set of words directly dried out the Si Yang Taoist. *******, elder brother. You're too shameless. What do I care? They don't want it. Doesn't the stuff belong to me? What do you want to back out? You took them all. So what do I take? You've got a hammer to hold. All this stuff is mine. And your bet comes with me to bring it. I $%. You. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily check-in and gaining 7 days of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily check-in and obtaining the 9th grade technique, Condensed Ice Frost Dragon technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily check-in and gaining 7 days of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily check-in and obtaining the reward, the fishing rod of the heavens. Su Yan slowly opened his eyes and felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy within his body. A few days down the line, Su Yan's realm had once again returned to the late Yuaning realm. The rewards this system gives for signing in are also messed up. Su Yan moved his mind and a green bamboo boom appeared in front of him. Su Yan reached out and held the fishing rod, and the method of use immediately entered his mind. Su Yan pulled the fishing line and flung it forward, and the hook that emitted a silver-colored glow instantly broke the space in front of him and plunged into a chaos. After a few breaths, there was a shaking of the fishing rod, and Su Yan pulled with force, and a 1-meter-long goldfish landed in front of Su Yan. Dragon carp? What appeared in front of him was the dragon carp that had been given once by signing in. Only this time the dragon carp was obviously quite a bit worse. Looking up to fluctuate with only the cultivation of a third-order lesser demon, the dragon carp smashed down on the ground. A pair of dead fish eyes just looked straight at Su Yan, and the master still had a bit of clueless. Let's see what else we can fish out. Su Yan once again threw the fish hook and probed into the chaotic sea in front of him. After a few more breaths passed, the chaotic sea in front of him once again transmitted a strange movement. Su Yan pulled hard, and another huge object smashed down in front of Su Yan. This time, it was a pitch-black demonic bull with a cultivation level that had also reached 7th order demon. Su Yan probed and found that this demonic cow's cultivation had been sealed. Even though its cultivation was high, it had now become a universe on Su Yan's desk. At this moment, the demonic ox was equally very confused. Wasn't I just in the demon race's holy land, discussing with other great demons about counterattacking the human race? Why did I suddenly appear here? Is the human in front of me some kind of top power? Otherwise, why could I seal my cultivation and bring it here across tens of thousands of miles? As the demonic ox pondered, he realized that Su Yan was walking towards him, and a sharp sword that emitted a powerful aura appeared in his hand. The demonic bull's pupils shrunk, trying to struggle but realizing that he was being suppressed and unable to move. One could only watch Su Yan walk towards his back. One breath later. Moo moo moo, stupid human. How dare you cut my tail? You shall not die. Chapter 33, Leaving the Secret Realm. The great demon who mysteriously disappeared. The top of Sword Mountain. The demonic ox curled up its legs, its eyes lifeless. A look of lifelessness, rather similar to the dragon carp next to him who kept rolling his eyes. In the distance, Su Yan had already gathered all the things he wanted. The demon race is just good. Their vitality is strong. Even if they are missing something, they won't suffer too much damage. Moo. Hearing Su Yan's sentiment, the demonic ox immediately let out a roar. His eyes were glaring red, but the demonic power in his body was sealed completely, and he was completely unable to break free. Looking at Su Yan, who was constantly approaching, the demonic ox continued to struggle up. He didn't want to just die here for nothing. Although his body was now crippled, with the powerful life force of the demon race, he would soon be able to recover as before and regain his glory. Premise: it gets out of here alive. A 7th-ranked demon, a great tonic, arriving in front of the demonic ox. In its terrified gaze, Su Yan dropped his blade. A large head just rolled to the ground. Losing his life breath, Su Yan waved his hand and put the demonic bull's corpse into space. The immobile dragon carp next to them were treated the same way, and were all collected into space after being patched up by Su Yan. For the next few days, Su Yan sat on the top of Sword Mountain and fished. All sorts of demonic beasts piled up next to each other, just like becoming another small mountain. As for the rewards from the system signing in, they were all just some elixir resources and 7 days of cultivation. On this day, after eating a demonic beast thigh once again, a crimson aura rose around Su Yan, and his fair skin was also replaced by red color. The whole person looked like a cooked prawn. A few breaths later, a roar came out from Su Yan's body. Su Yan immediately opened his spatial ring to take out a large amount of treasures. Placing it around, the rich aura quickly filled the mountain top. Between Su Yan's exhale and inhale, it was like a white whale sucking in water. The vast spiritual chi surged into Su Yan's body, constantly washing and washing Su Yan's body. Under this aura, Su Yan's body became whiter and whiter, just like a piece of white jade. The yuaning at the dantian was a few points larger under the nourishment of this spiritual chi. After a long time, Su Yan lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly opened his black eyes. I didn't expect to actually return to the peak of yuaning so quickly. Since switching gong methods, the aura was compressed again, thus leading to a lower cultivation level. It's only been half a month now. Although the recultivation would be quite a bit faster than the last time, it was more than Su Yan expected for this speed to be this fast. And Su Yan placed his hand at his chest and could feel the vibrations of the sword bone within his body. After Su Yan fed it twice, the sword bone had already undergone a drastic change. It could no longer be considered an ordinary sword bone, but exactly what level it was considered, Su Yan wasn't sure. The manifestation sword bone was considered to be in the category of a king-level physique, and the bones obtained in the back were comparable to the Yuan Ling Dao body. Although it was detonated by Su Yan as bait in the back, the remaining origin power should also be able to reach the strength of a god body. Therefore, even if the current sword bone was weak, it should have reached the king level. Right now, Su Yan could feel the sword bone undergoing some sort of change. There's something special that's just about to come out of the sword bone. Boom! A loud roar resounded in the sky. All the disciples within the secret territory raised their heads to look upwards, only to see the pitch-black sky gradually distorting, space turning into chaos as if broken, and a ray of light projecting out from it. Seeing this scene, a crowd of disciples burst into tears. Finally we can get out. You know how we've been these days. Some of the disciples broke down in tears and cried on the spot. A few breaths later, along with the area shrouded in chaos gradually expanding, a dazzling beam of light shone into the mountain peak. A group of Sect disciples immediately ran towards the area covered by that beam of light. The 100,000 Great Mountains, the holy land of the demon race. At this moment, 9 silhouettes with different appearances were sitting in the center, each of them emitting an extremely terrifying aura. If someone was able to come here, they would be shocked to discover that these 9 people were all great demons that had reached the 7th rank. No word from Mad Cow by now. In the very center, a figure with a double-horned head swept his gloomy gaze over the people around him and asked in a deep voice, "Still nothing, and no sign of the human powerhouse has been found within the boundaries of our territory." A strong, burly man to his right side. "Impossible. The Mad Bull is a 7th-ranked demon, and only a human power at the harmonization realm can capture it. But it's absolutely impossible for a battle of this level to go without a trace as long as it erupts." The man in the center shook his head and cut his throat. "But it's true, none of us have found a trace of it." The burly man was also somewhat helpless, and those around him could only respond with silence. The burly man's eyes suddenly flickered and his gaze went back to the man in the center. "Spirit Jiao, why don't you go and ask for permission to let the old ancestors and the others make a push?" "May not." Spirit Jiao shook his head. "Old Ancestor and the others are in seclusion to break through the Ninth Order. If they are disturbed rashly, I fear that something will change. How about this? You guys continue to send people to search within the territory, and once there is any sign of the human race, send word immediately. As for the other races, any that have a trail to follow are also apprehended. They could also be the ones who did this to the Mad Cow." "As you wish." Spirit Jiao then waved his hand and told the crowd to retreat. Leaning on the king's chair, Ling Jiao's face became increasingly sad. There weren't many 7th order great demons to begin with, and now one had disappeared out of thin air and was probably already dead. This was a huge loss for the entire demon race. Most crucially, they could not find the slightest trace of it at all. Over the course of a few days, as many as several dozens of strong demon race members had inexplicably disappeared. Alas, how can we counterattack the human race in this situation? Divine Sky Sword Sect. The swirling gate of chaos hung high in the sky, and a stream of light fell from it to smash into the ground. In mid-air, Yang Wushuang put away the smile that was worse than a laugh. In the past few days, he hadn't had a moment's rest after learning that Xia Zhe had been made dead. Xia Zhe's death concerned the balance between the Great Xia Dynasty and the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect. The Divine Heavenly Sword Sect's 100 years of time and growth into a top sect had long caused the imperial family's scorn. Now that another prince had died, Yang Wushuang could already anticipate what would happen next. Apart from Yang Wushuang, there was another figure standing somberly in the distance. Zhang Sheng, who used to look calm, had a black face at this time. Sharp and venomous gazes stared deathly at those disciples who had returned from the secret realm. Senior brother, you'd better go back. We'll deal with this matter when senior brother Si Yang finds a way. Looking at Zhang Shang with this look of wanting to eat someone, Yang Wushuang also held his forehead helplessly. In the past few days, Si Yang, who was in charge of the Destiny Soul Hall, had tried all sorts of methods, but had failed to deduce the exact cause of Xia Zhe's death. And death is not particularly uncommon in this secret realm. Although the regulations within the secret territory did not allow for fighting, the danger was not only those disciples, but also the sword chi that surrounded Sword Mountain. If any disciple was not in his right mind, he would also die if he entered an area that exceeded the limits of his strength. Still, so many deaths had caused the crowd to give up, muttering, "It can't be that so many people are brain dead." It was as if Zhang Shang hadn't heard Yang Wushuang's ramblings either, and his gaze, which was as silent as stagnant water, only rippled when he saw a handsome figure standing in the crowd. It's like a rock hitting a calm lake and the ensuing anger spewing from underwater. Chapter 34. Su Yen had just returned to the ground when he felt a man-thirsty line of sight. Su Yen turned his head to look just in time to meet Zhang Shang's cold and gloomy gaze. In the next moment, a vast sea of aura concurred out from Zhang Shang's body. It was like a sea wave, directly sweeping across all the disciples present, pressing all of them downward to kneel. Facing the dragon pressure of a great power of the harmonization realm, these disciples who were no more than Yuaning at the highest were naturally unable to withstand it. One by one, their legs bent, caving in the floor. Among the nearly 1,000 disciples present, only one person resisted Zhang Shang's aura, like a mountain that resisted the waves of the sea, standing in the midst of the mountains. Su Yen, do you know your sin? Zhang Shang's tone was indifferent, and the pressure on his body once again increased. Elder Jiang, I don't know what offense the disciple has committed. Su Yen was also not willing to show weakness. His body's aura changed, just like a sharp sword with an open blade. Humph, still sophistry here. You killed Xia Zhe. Think we don't know? I wonder what kind of evidence Peak Master Jiang has. Human or physical evidence? Su Yen was not the slightest bit deficient in Zhang Shang. Directly confronting him, his aura did not fall by half. The secret realm of Sword Mountain was a heaven and earth of isolated rules that had been opened dozens of times, and countless disciples had died inside. But very few can actually determine the cause of death. Even the Sect's secret soul-chasing technique couldn't pinpoint the murderer. Death is a common occurrence in the secret realm. I might have said that they were killed by those sword chi. Zhang Shang smiled coldly. You think I will believe your sophistry? I will teach you to tackle today. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Shang immediately made his move. Senior brother, isn't it too early to say that? Wanting to take down my disciple without any evidence at all? A lazy voice resounded in the distance, and the spiritual pressure that enveloped the crowd gradually dissipated. The corner of Su Yan's mouth hooked up into a smile. Then he turned his head to look, only to see the wine Taoist walking slowly over with the wine jug. He never leaves his body. There was a hiccup as he came to the crowd. Senior brother, do you really want to do over with me today? Zhang Shang's face was dark and scary. His lips didn't move, and one word after another popped out. If that's what elder brother thinks, then I don't mind. But if you can't produce any evidence, then I can only take Su Yen away. The wine Taoist gulped another large mouthful of wine. His cough became red and his tone grew lazier. Zhang Shang gritted his teeth and looked at Su Yen behind the wine Taoist. So far in his cultivation, Zhang Shang had never been so angry as he was today. But even though he wanted to change, he had to admit that there was really nothing he could do about it. Peak Master Zhang Shang, I have proof here. Just then, an abrupt voice rang through the crowd. As soon as these words came out, the crowd subconsciously looked towards the place where the voice sounded. Su Yen was also a bit surprised. When he killed Xia Zhe, He had probed the surrounding area and no one existed. Under the gaze of countless lines of sight, a man wearing the uniform of the Imperial Dynasty walked out quickly from the crowd. Jiang Shang, who was still somewhat skeptical, saw the identity of the visitor and his dark eyes immediately lit up. Since it was someone from the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty, it would definitely be effective in proving the fact that Su Yen had killed someone. Brat, tell me the truth, did you really kill that Xia? Hearing the voice transmission in the boy, Su Yen turned his head to look at the wine Taoist next to him and nodded his head in a faintly unnoticeable manner. Grass, you brat are out of your mind you. The corners of the wine Taoist's mouth twitched slightly, his tone filled with helplessness. When things came to a head, the wine Taoist also felt a headache. If he could really come up with evidence against Su Yen, then it was bound to be impossible for this matter to end well today. If something really happens later, I'll cover you and you can just run away. Listening to the serious tone of the wine Taoist, and the resolution on his face, Su Yen couldn't help but feel a warm current in his heart. Su Yen had only been on the Sect for a decade or so, and the wine Taoist was willing to give up his life for it. Compared to that Su's family, this is real family, isn't it? Old man, are you confused from drinking? Brat, you really don't know how to take things lightly. Hearing Su Yen's bland tone, the wine Taoist was furious. It's gotten to the point where it doesn't matter. Su Yen didn't say any more and turned his gaze to the man who walked out. Say what evidence you have in your hand and give it to me quickly. With a grip of 5 fingers, a powerful spiritual force directly wrapped around the man, pulling him to his body and said in an urgent tone. Feeling the powerful pressure on his body, the man didn't dare to refuse, and his eyelashes took out a piece of crystal jade from his spatial ring. Jiang Shang frowned, and at a glance, he could tell that this was a shadow retention stone used to record images, the ability to record everything that happens within range, all in its original form. Peak Master Jiang. This shadow-retaining stone clearly records what happened when Su Yen killed Emperor Xia. Please also probe into it, and after reading it, I also hope that you can make a decision for His Highness Xia. After saying that, the man turned his head to look at Su Yen resentfully, with a "you're dead" look. However, looking at the shadow-retaining stone, Jiang Shang was slow to make a move. Some of the surrounding peak masters and elders also looked over strangely. Idiot, all the auras within the Sword Mountain mysteries have been sealed off. Where did you get the aura to open this shadow-retaining stone? Jiang Shang was so angry that he slapped the man's face, and a bright red palm print instantly appeared on the man's face while swelling rapidly. Ha ha, you guys are going to frame someone, how come you don't even know the rules inside? The wine Taoist also laughed out happily at this point. Let's not talk about the fact that the secret realm shield suppresses all auras, and all things that contain spirituality will be absorbed cleanly when they enter it. Even if you can get him to function, the entire Sword Mountain is shrouded by great divine powers. And those who go in will bring back nothing but the Sword Dao sense, and all the rest of their belongings will be left inside altogether. You came with a mission. How come you didn't even figure out the mission objective? The wine Taoist below completely failed to hold back his laughter. If it was an ordinary person, who would carry a shadow-retaining stone on their person for nothing? It couldn't be that the Imperial Dynasty had brought in the flowing shadow stone to mess with Su Yen alone on a whim. The man's face was dumbfounded. He did have the task of bringing back the secrets of Sword Mountain when he entered it, but he really didn't know about the matter of the shadow-retaining stone failing. Peak Master Jiang, the Third Highness died outside of the Sword Mountain. The spiritual energy can still flow. I saw it with my own eyes, and this shadow-retaining stone recorded everything in its entirety. Moreover, you're His Highness Xia's master. You can't let His Highness Xia die in vain just like that. Otherwise you won't be able to explain yourself to the Xia Emperor. Jiang Shang's face was grim, and his icy gaze seemed to be looking at a dead man. What kind of a thing is this that he dares to threaten himself? Jiang Shang took a deep breath, received the jade in the man's expectant gaze, and expressionlessly injected aura towards it, knowing it's useless. But what if? The secret realm had existed for such a long time, so maybe there were loopholes in the rules in it. Due to Jiang Shang's action, all eyes looked at the image projected by the shadow-retaining stone in unison. Just seeing the message on the screen, the hearts of the many elders sank. There was actually a real flow of aura within the secret realm. So was this secret realm still safe? Chapter 35 Secret Realm Crisis. Harvest Token. Seeing the picture appear in the shadow-retaining stone, the hearts of the many elders sank. The Sword Mountain mystic realm could be said to be the root of the divine heavenly sword sect's disciples. There was no aura within it, and as long as they entered it, all disciples would have their auras blocked. That was why the crowd was so surprised to see aura appear inside. Su Yen killing Xia would cause the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty and the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect to turn against each other and even break out into a certain amount of fighting. Although it would cause the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty and the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect to turn against each other. However, none of its effects were as fast as the flow of spiritual energy within the Sword Mountain mystery. The fact that spiritual energy began to appear in the Sword Mountain mystic realm indicated that the power of the rules inside had begun to weaken. And this secret realm was set up by the Ancestor himself. And the Ancestor had just left for 5 years when problems arose. No one in the entire Divine Sky Sword sect had been able to handle it yet. While the crowd was worried, Zhang Shang was looking forward to it, not caring in the slightest whether the secret realm was broken or not. The scene continued, only to see Xiaze leading a group of people to voice their thoughts on attacking Sword Mountain. Hearing this, the gazes of the many elders subconsciously looked toward Zhang Shang. At this moment, Zhang Shang, his face was black with anger, and the man next to him from the Imperial Dynasty also lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. In the middle of the screen, one could only see Xiaze and the others continuously launching attacks, without the slightest concern at all. After the aura attacked for a long time, the Zazirians stopped. Afterwards, Xiaze was seen alone in the sky, not knowing what to say. In the end, under Xiaze's horrified gaze, a brilliant sword of sword intent fell from the sky, directly decapitating all of them. From the beginning to the end, there was no appearance of Su Yen. All there was that incomparably strong sword intent. When the images in the stone all disappeared, the dynasty man's face was stagnant, not expecting this at all. Peak Master Jiang, you have to believe me. It was definitely Su Yen who killed him. I really saw it with my own eyes. Enough. Zhang Shang's tone was cold, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the shadow-retaining stone flew back into the hands of the man from the Imperial Dynasty. Take this back with you, and the matter is closed. The man's face went white and his body trembled uncontrollably. This one of his own who followed is fine, but instead a royal son died. If we go back, I'm afraid we'll have to go down to be buried with them. Zhang Shang then punched out a spell that landed on the man, who instantly disappeared in place. After doing everything, Zhang Shang turned around expressionlessly and prepared to leave. Wait! The wine Taoist's lazy voice was exceptionally loud in the square. The wine Taoist shook his body, smelling of alcohol, and came up next to Zhang Shang. The rich smell of alcohol came to his face. Zhang Shang's brows did not knit, and the depths of his eyes were filled with disgust. Zhang Shang subconsciously tried to move his body. Beside a big hand had already swept onto the shoulder. Senior brother, you are at least the peak master. We are indeed grateful for inviting us to watch a play for no reason. However, the impact caused by this disciple of yours has to be met in any case. Zhang Shang's face was cold, and his eyes looked at the wine Taoist with a ghostly light. Zhang Shang has been piggybacking with the wine Taoist for several years, and when the wine Taoist pouts, he knows what the wine Taoist wants. Zhang Shang reached out to pull away the rough hand of the wine Taoist and turned his head to look at the group of peak masters and countless disciples behind him. Starting today, every 7 days, Qingling Peak will distribute 1 top-grade spirit stone, 1 bottle of Qingling Dan, and 1 bottle of True Spirit Dan for free to all inner disciples of the Sword Sect for a period of 1 month. As for the pro-disciples and core disciples, there will be a 3-fold increase in the base rewards. Soon, Zhang Shang said everything to deal with the compensation of all the disciples. As for the outer disciples, they were not even mentioned. The average outer disciple was nothing more than cow and horse drudgery to the sect, not even being able to enter the Hall of Faithful Souls. Not much of anything. That's enough. Zhang Shang's face was ugly as he looked at the wine Taoist. His tone was one of suppressed anger. Well, almost. The wine Taoist nodded his head in satisfaction, and with a twist of his words, he said again, Senior brother, your target this time is mainly against Su Yen, and now you must not give some spiritual compensation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shang's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, and he took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart. Zhang Shang took out a jade tablet from his storage ring, and the depths of his eyes were filled with hurt. Even if he had paid a large amount of resources from Qingling Peak before, none of them were as painful to Zhang Shang as this token. This is the Heavenly Yuan Secret Order. You should know exactly what effect it has. This is enough as a supplement, right? Spiritual energy wrapped around the jade tablet and was directly thrown towards Su Yen by Zhang Shang. Su Yen quickly reached out and grabbed the token, and with a bland face, he bowed slightly towards Zhang Shang. Thank you, senior uncle. A hint of surprise passed through Zhang Shang's eyes, then his face turned cold and he waved his hand away. Seeing Zhang Shang suffer defeat, the wine Taoist immediately laughed. The wine Taoist turned his head towards Su Yen, who gently shook his head. Then the wine Taoist laughed even louder. A farce ended, and while the many addresses were excited about the resources they were about to get their hands on, a group of elders were worried and left. On the way back to Spirit Wine Peak, the upturned corners of the wine Taoist's mouth never let go, and it wasn't until he entered the small courtyard that that heartless look disappeared. The wine Taoist reclined on the rattan chair and drank mulled wine with some annoyance. Master, what's wrong with you? Zhang Shuyan looked at the state of the wine Taoist, who seemed a bit off, and immediately asked softly. It's okay, just remembering back. The wine Taoist waved his hand for the two to leave, clearly not wanting to say much. Jiang Shuyan's eyes twinkled and she excitedly came over to the wine Taoist. I just came up with a new idea for a dish. Why don't I make it for you to try? The wine Taoist's drinking hand lurched, and when he came back to his senses, the piping hot drink was already dangling down. It was good that the wine Taoist reacted in time with the aid of his aura. Fortunately, it almost went to waste. The wine Taoist breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly swallowed the drink into his mouth. With that, he then turned his gaze to Jiang Shuyan next to him and said in a languid tone, since you want to honor Master, then Master will give you a chance. Go. Good. Kong Sukin went up bouncing into the kitchen. The wine Taoist smiled helplessly and reclined back into the rattan chair. The wine Taoist cocked his head to look at Su Yen, who was standing in the distance. Go ahead. I can tell by the look on your face that you're not holding back any good farts. Su Yen heatedly smiled and took a step closer to the wine Taoist. Great Xia Dynasty. A light screen was projected above the hall, and until the end of the light screen, none of the hundreds of ministers in the entire hall dared to speak. As for the man who brought back the news, he even knocked his head heavily on the ground, not daring to move a bit at all. So, this is what you brought me when you entered the secret world. The Xia Emperor's tone couldn't be heard, but the more so, the more fearful the many ministers felt, very consciously kneeling on the ground. Kill. The man's face changed, and just as he was about to raise his head to argue, he realized that the world in front of him was spinning around, and finally sank into darkness. In the next moment, a figure shrouded in black robes appeared in the main hall to take away the bodies on the ground. Retreat. As the words fell, Emperor Xia directly got up and left. Coming to the rear hall, the Xia Emperor immediately issued a secret decree. Soon, a figure left the imperial capital and headed to the Violet Sun Divine Sect. Now that the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect's secret realm has made such a big mistake, I'd like to see, but can it still be measured? Chapter 36, Sister. You don't want elder brother Su Yen to anger another highness, do you? Old man, you seem to have a big conflict with senior uncle Jiang Shang? What? Is it hard to believe that you still want to help Master to teach him a lesson? The wine Taoist sized up Su Yen with a look of contempt. With your strength, it's better to go and embarrass me less, so that I don't end up having to wipe your ass. The corners of Su Yan's mouth hooked up into a hint of a smile, and his words were tinged with smugness. Right now it's impossible to fight, but it's almost time. It seems like your kid's brain was hurt quite a bit in the secret realm, even saying such things. The wine Taoist looked at Su Yen with feigned surprise, and then threw the first 2 ebony pills from his pocket to Su Yen. Take it and eat it. It's kind of a gift from your master. It'll help you heal your brain. The wine Taoist had an atmospheric look on his face, as if he had done something great. The corner of Su Yan's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the 2 pills, somewhat skeptical that it could be. Never mind. Since you don't want to talk about it, I'll ask something else, like what does this token do? The wine Taoist slugged down a mouthful of wine, his consciousness getting a bit foggy. It's the entry qualification for a secret realm. Wanting to go in is all based on luck, and it's limited to those below the harmonization stage. If you want to know, go look for it in the hidden scriptures. The more the wine Taoist spoke, the fainter his voice became, as if he was about to pass out. Master, the meal is ready. At that moment, Jiang Shuyan came out of the kitchen with a large iron plate and put it on the stone table. The rich aroma filled out and wafted throughout the small courtyard. Su Yen turned his head back and just wanted to call out to the wine Taoist, but the only thing left in front of him was the still rocking rattan chair. Turning his head to look again, the wine Taoist was already sitting at the stone table and eating. This old man, who just now looked drowsy. Su Yen was speechless for a while, got up and found a stone bench to sit down. Similarly joining in, Ziyang Divine Sect. As a sect in the same league as the Divine Sky Sword Sect, it was naturally no weaker than the Divine Sky Sword Sect in terms of both might and heritage. Moreover, the Violet Sun Divine Sect was a sect that had existed for over 1,000 years within the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, and had long since accumulated countless reserves. If they were to really compare, the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect would naturally be no match. Although the Divine Sky Sword Sect was shorter in its practice, it possessed the only Mahayana realm cultivator within the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. Just one person had pressured the other 2 clans to be breathless, not daring to engage in the slightest resistance at all. Even 5 years ago, the Divine Heavenly Ancestor left the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect. No one dared to go up and mess with the Divine Sky Sword Sect either. In case the Divine Heavenly Ancestor had left behind certain powerful magic treasures, it would be a pure death wish to get together. Crucially, the Divine Heavenly Ancestor was not dead. As long as he didn't die, then the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect would never fall. Even if they were able to take action to overthrow the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect, when the Divine Heavenly Ancestor returned, he would still be able to crush all of their clans. Until today, This thing was given to old man by the Summer Emperor? Above a tall building, bright stars hung in mid-air, and a river of stars emitting bright light hung upside down in the sky. A figure in purple Taoist robes stood on the roof of the building, and with a gentle reach, one could touch the stars of day and night. The figure turned around, revealing a handsome and demonic face, with a pair of pitch-black eyes that seemed to be filled with chaos, emitting infinite power between flashes. Hearing Qin Guanxin's inquiry, the visitor respectfully said, "The Xia Emperor has orders to expect you to be able to probe the information in it. Perhaps the opportunity to overthrow the divine heavenly sword sect lies within this jade." "Interesting, then the old man will see what the opportunity is." Qin Guanxin reached out and held it in his hand, and the jade immediately hovered in mid-air, then shattered with a loud bang. Dots of starlight outlined each other, transforming into a brilliant star map. A picture was split up and kept circling in the middle of the stars. Qin Guanxin looked at the image in front of him, his radiant eyes analyzing the information it revealed. Su Yen, this fellow has already become a variable. The truncation of the dragon's fortune, and the breakage of the divine heavenly sword sect's secret realm all happened one after another after this person appeared. Listening to Qin Guanxin's words, the kneeling figure below suddenly said, "Peak Master Qin, I have all the information about Su Yen here. Should I deliver it to you?" Qin Guanxin's hand that was flipping through the screen lurched, and his gaze swept over the dark dragon inadvertently. "Dark dragon, how do you think the information you've gathered compares to my divination?" The dark dragon was silent for a moment and said archly, "With the Peak Master's ability, there is naturally no need to use my strength." "Good to know. Shut the up if you want to see it." Qin Guanxin continued to flip through the images in his hands for a long time before waving his hand away. The dark dragon raised his head and looked respectfully at Qin Guanxin. "Peak Master, I wonder if you can see any breaks and how we should face them next." "You can just do it. As for the reason, let's say that Su Yen has a demonic aura in his body, and I'm afraid that he has been having an affair with a demonic cultivator for a long time, and then we'll find an opportunity to do away with him." Qin Guanxin naturally took out a jade slip and labeled all the information in it, as if he was afraid that Dark Dragon would turn his eyes and forget about him. But at their level, not being able to forget is already the most basic skill, not to mention just some general information. After writing something down, Qin Guanxin arms-like threw the jade slip to Dark Dragon. Dark Dragon picked up the jade slip on the ground and with a slight respect, his figure disappeared in place. Cracks began to surface on Qin Guanxin's originally bland face at this moment. With a wave of Qin Guanxin's hand, a picture once again appeared before his eyes, and it was clearly a scene of Su Yen standing in the Su clan. There's absolutely nothing wrong with my arithmetic. This was the plan that could have been implemented properly. Why would there be an error? Viewing the image in front of him, Qin Guanxin was no longer as calm as he had been a moment ago. A few breaths later, the scene was fixed on a scene where Su Yen started to retort against the Su family. That's where the problem arises. This Su Yen fortune, heavenly chances, all of them are obscured. It's like there is no such person. I'd like to see where you actually come from. Even though you are a person from a different realm, you won't be able to break free from my grasp. Qin Guanxin's face was hideous. The surrounding star scene also trembled more than a few times due to his furious heart, and the star river shattered as a star crazily fell into it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily check-in and obtaining the check-in reward, 30 days of cultivation reward. Inside the room, an extremely dense and pure spiritual energy appeared out of nowhere within Su Yan's body. The yuaning grew a few more points once again. 3 days had passed since he came out of the secret realm. Within 3 days, Su Yen had continuously signed up for 90 days of cultivation. Unfortunately, there was still quite a gap from the god transformation stage, and it would take some time. Just as Su Yen took out his immortal execution sword and prepared to continue cracking the restrictions inside. "Senior brother, there's a woman outside looking for you." "Looking for me?" Su Yen frowned and directly replied back. "No." Outside the small courtyard, Chen Yi's face stiffened when he heard the words delivered by Jiang Shuyan. "I'm here on behalf of His Highness Sian Yen." "Sister, you don't want Su Yen Jianzi to annoy another highness, do you?" Chapter 37, Sword Rhyme Raising Dragon, overthrowing the Great Xia Dynasty in half a year. "What do you mean by that?" Hearing Chen Yi's words, Jiang Shuyan's eyes carried a coldness in them as she looked at Chen Yi with a deadly gaze. "Whatever you guys want to do, just come at me and don't make things difficult for senior brother. All of Kong Sukin's pain comes from Haziyi." Kong Sukin was originally a naive and romantic girl, but she ended up being captured by Xia Zhe and imprisoned in the darkness of the Devil's Lair. Whenever a demonic cultivator arrived, he would scan Jiang Shuyan with a greedy, fiery gaze. Kong Sukin didn't dare to imagine that even though it was only half a year, her own spirit was already close to breaking down. If this continues, what kind of madness will he or she drive himself or herself into? At the time of knowing Xia Zhe's death, Jiang Shuyan's heart was happier than everyone else's. But when she knew that Xiaoze's death was related to Su Yen, Jiang Shuyan fell back into self-doubt. Xiaoze's identity was so noble that after this incident, Su Yen would be walking on thin ice in the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect, and would also be threatened by the Great Xia Dynasty. From time to time, Jiang Shuyan would wonder if it wasn't for herself, perhaps Su Yen wouldn't have gotten into all this trouble. These things can't be left to you and Su Yen. Chenny smiled faintly, her delicate eyes full of calculations, a far cry from her previous appearance as a soft little white flower. With your status, you're not even qualified to see His Highness, so hurry up and go call Su Yen out. If His Highness waits impatiently, I'm afraid something bad will happen. Something bad? What? Is it hard to believe that he is also interested in my sword son status? The formation that encased the small courtyard disappeared, revealing a vortex from which a figure dressed in white took a quick step. Senior brother Su Yen is joking. How could His Highness have that kind of idea? He just wants to chat and talk with you to deepen his feelings. When Su Yen arrived, Chenny immediately reverted back to her appearance of a little white flower, with a pair of teary eyes looking at Su Yen. Chatting to deepen your relationship? Well, in that case then I'll go and meet His Highness. The corner of Su Yan's mouth hooked up into a smile as he looked at Chenny playfully. I hope you won't regret it later. Su Yen then left in large strides. Jiang Shuyan just wanted to call out to Su Yen, but Su Yen had already disappeared from sight. Poof. Glancing at Jiang Shuyan, Chenny also quickly left. The only person left in the field was Jiang Shuxian, who remained in place, looking at the direction Su Yen disappeared. The originally hesitant Jiang Shuyan completely made up her mind, turned around and quickly walked into the compound. Tianxian Peak, one of the 36 main peaks of the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect, its comprehensive strength was able to be ranked in the top 3, just below the Sovereign Peak and the Clear Spirit Peak. At this moment, a ripple rippled in the sky, and a figure appeared here out of nowhere. Seeing this, the disciples below immediately flew forward. So it's senior brother Su Yen. I don't know what senior brother is here for. If there is a need, I am willing to help senior brother. Me too. Senior brother can also look for me if he has any trouble. When several disciples saw that it was Su Yen, they immediately surrounded him with glowing eyes. In these few days, Su Yen was famous in the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect. Everything that happened in the Secret Realm Square that day had already spread throughout the entire sect. If it weren't for Su Yen, it would be impossible for them people to receive so many resources for nothing. As a result, each and every one of them was now very enthusiastic about Su Yen. I am here at the invitation of His Highness Sian Yen, and I wonder if you could lead the way for me. At those words, a few people looked at each other with a hesitant look in their eyes. Senior brother Su Yen, I'm afraid it's not too good for you to go now. After all, the third highness is. No matter, just take me there. Hearing Su Yen say this, the several people could only helplessly lead the way in front. Soon, a splendid temple appeared in front of Su Yen. To be able to establish a residence like this in the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect, only a rich and powerful prince would be able to do so. Entering the temple, someone soon led Su Yen to look for Xiaoze. Coming to the small courtyard at the back of the temple, a gazebo appeared in Su Yan's line of sight. The melodious sound of the zither came from the lake, like a fine rain and spring breeze, like a mountain spring slowly dripping down into a small lake, so that people's restless minds could be quieted down. When he came to the gazebo, a man who bore a slight resemblance to Xiaoze was slowly drinking the tea in his hand. The man was none other than Sian Yen, dressed in a brocade silk white coat with a dragon jade pendant hanging from his waist. The temperament is noble and full of the air of a superior person between his hands and feet. Previously following beside Xiaoze, Sian Yen had been a complete junior, which has half the aura of a prince. But today, it was a sea change. Senior brother Su Yen, please take a seat. Seeing Su Yen's arrival, Sian Yen immediately got up from the stool and walked towards Su Yen with a warm face, reaching out and directly wrapping his hand around Su Yen's shoulders. Su Yen didn't struggle and was just brought inside the gazebo by Sian Yen. Su Yen sat across from Sian Yen, not treating himself as an outsider at all, and directly picked up the fruit on the table and ate it. Seeing Su Yen so disrespectful, Sian Yen's eyes instantly turned cold for a few moments, but it was quickly hidden by Sian Yen. I hear you're trying to ease up on me? A smile instantly ripped across Sian Yen's face. Elder brother has an outstanding talent, and after coming out of the secret realm to further advance, he will surely be able to win the top spot in the later assembly. I naturally want to make a good relationship with senior brother, so that things will be convenient in the future. Easy to do things? Su Yen looked up at Sian Yen, his eyes becoming more and more bland. It seems that the devil cultivators you've planted aren't too much of a dog. They've actually all hit this idea on me. At those words, Sian Yen's pupils shrunk, and killing intent flowed from the depths of his eyes. How did he know? This guy should never stay. Hiding the emotions in his heart, Sian Yen slowly spoke. Then there is one thing that elder brother is afraid he doesn't know? Oh, I don't know? You're not talking about sword rhyme breeding dragonborns, are you? Su Yen took a sip of his drink and looked at Sian Yen with his eyes. Sian Yen's complexion froze, and he could not hide his surprise as he looked at Su Yen. There were so many people in the Divine Sky Sword sect, but they chose Su Yen. The key Lin Xue was also pregnant with a royal son, which would have been impossible without the intervention of the royal family. And within the Divine Heavenly Sword sect, there were only 2 emperors. Su Yen used to think it was Xiaze, but after the latter contact, Su Yen realized that Xiaze's brain wasn't very good, so there must be another person intervening, and excluding Natsuzawa. It was this mediocre His Highness, Sian Yen. Although he was a royal son, he didn't have much fame in the Divine Sha Sword sect. It was only when following Shazar that he was noticed. There's a saying I once told Shazar, and I'll tell you today. Seeing one of Su Yan's few serious looks, Sian Yen's face also changed slightly. May I hear it? Su Yan then got up and leaned down low to Sian Yen's ear. The overthrow of the great Summer Emperor won't be too far away. Shasta. A dense killing intent erupted from Sian Yen's body, wrapping Su Yen in front of him. Sian Yen's pair of eyes were like devouring scorpions, staring at Su Yen in death. Senior brother Su, do you know what you're saying? Want to make a bet? Su Yen changed back to that dangling look and said in a light tone, how about just 6 months? 6 months? Ha ha ha. At the word Sian Yen seemed to have heard some heavenly joke, and his body trembled with laughter. It was only after several breaths that Sian Yen collected his small intentions and his face became livid. In that case, let's gamble and see who dies first. Chapter 38, The Treasure Trove Left Behind by a Transitional Realist. Your Highness, why don't you just take him down? For what he said, the Divine Heavenly Sword sect won't be able to protect him. Watching Su Yan's figure disappear, an old man appeared beside Sian Yen, very reluctant. You also said that this is the Divine Sky Sword sect. If we make a move against him, do you think the Divine Sky Sword sect will help us or him? Sian Yen glanced at the old man and re-lowered his head to drink his drink. Originally spicy liquor. At this time Sian Yen regarded it as if it was senseless. A mouthful of bored down without the slightest feeling. Sian Yen looked into his palm. A bead of sweat diffused out, and a cold sweat diffused out of his forehead as an afterthought. Your Highness, what are you? Seeing Sian Yen's appearance at this moment, the old man's face changed. Just writing to go forward was stopped by Sian Yen. Thinking back to the scene where he had just locked eyes with Su Yen, the indifference in the depths of Su Yan's eyes deeply pierced Sian Yen. At that moment, Sian Yen felt that Su Yen really wanted to kill himself. However, this feeling only lasted for an instant before it was hidden by Su Yen. Thinking about it as an afterthought at this moment, Sian Yen couldn't help but be shocked into a cold sweat. This madman, if I give him a chance, he will definitely come to kill me. Gotta get him first. Su Yen didn't make a move today, so he must have had some concerns, and the concern was the rules of this Divine Heavenly Sword sect. If one day, Su Yan's strength crossed the rules, Sian Yen believed that he would definitely be the first dead soul under Su Yan's sword. One must know that Su Yen is only 18 years old now. However, the battle power he possessed was extremely terrifying, and he was already capable of killing the Transformation God Realm. The Spirit Transformation Realm cultivator who was wasted by Su Yen last time was still lying in a hospital bed. Such a terrifying growth rate was simply heaven-defying. However, for Su Yan's words of overthrowing the Great Xia Dynasty within half a year, Sian Yen only listened to it as a joke. The Xia Dynasty has been established for 1,000 years, during which time, although it has experienced several changes of throne, it has not shaken the foundation too much. There were only a few more cultivators in the Harmonization Realm than the Divine Sky Sword sect. Moreover, the gap between the Transformation Spirit Realm and the Harmonization Realm was like a heavenly rift. How is it possible to do a reverse chop? Sian Yen only took it as words that came out of Su Yan's brain. Can someone else be sent from the Imperial side to commiserate about this? Laozi nodded. Marquis Wu, one of the 3 great generals of the Divine Martial Army, has already come and should arrive in 3 days. Good. Then let him be comfortable for 3 more days, and when we find the opportunity it is necessary to strangle him here. Sian Yen smiled cruelly. The Martial Marquis was powerful and was already at the peak of the Transformation God Realm. Perhaps he couldn't move within the Divine Sky Sword sect, but he didn't believe that Su Yen would stay within the sect. Leave Tianxian Peak. Su Yen did not return to Spirit Wine Peak, but instead headed to the sect leader peak where the scripture pavilion was located. Su Yan's trip was to look for information about the Heavenly Yuan secret order. Listening to the Wine Taoist, it should be an opening token for a secret realm. Not long after, a 9-story pagoda appeared in front of Su Yen. The pagoda mountain was wrapped in mysterious runes of the Great Tao, and its radiant golden light dazzled the eyes. If an ordinary demon or evil were to enter, it was feared that they would be directly crushed to death by the brilliant golden light. Entering the pagoda, A star-emitting light hovered around Su Yen. Each star here represented a cultivation technique. If you wanted to pick the most suitable cultivation method for yourself, you could only search in this sea of stars. Su Yen crossed over a star and arrived at the area where the strange secrets were stored. The scripture pavilion had 9 floors, each corresponding to a different cultivator. However, some of the strange and mysterious books were divided separately, and they were all stored on the first floor. After Su Yen uttered the 4 words Tian Yuan secret order, the surrounding stars gathered here gradually dispersed. Soon a star emitting a faint green light floated in front of Su Yen. After Su Yen paid a certain amount of contribution, the star in front of him immediately projected a flash of green light, instilling it into Su Yen's mind. After a few breaths, Su Yen opened his eyes again. This heavenly origin secret order is actually a secret realm key left behind by a transitional succession realist. According to the information Su Yen had gotten, in hundreds of years, there had been a top 9 revolutions transition realist in the cultivation world, just one step away from being certified as a true immortal and ascending to the immortal realm. Unfortunately, at the most critical time for the real person to cross the threshold, he was tragically backstabbed by his best friend and fell under the thunderbolt. But before he died, the real person used his great power to take those sneak attackers into the same reincarnation. And this heavenly Yuan secret order was the key to unlocking the treasure trove of the cave of this transitional succession realist. The cave heaven treasure trove will appear once every 10 years. And the place where it appears is the place where the real person who has crossed the threshold has fallen. The most recent opening was 10 years ago, and the next one is just a month away. That's not a bad time. After participating in the Sword Sun's selection, we can go straight to the place where the secret order opens. Su Yen then left the hidden scripture pavilion. Just as he arrived outside, he ran into a group of female disciples head-on. Look guys, is that person Su Yen? Female disciple in the crowd glanced with her eyes and immediately saw Su Yen who was turning away. It's really him. Go stop him. Next, Su Yen then saw a group of warblers surrounding him. Before Su Yen could speak, he saw a woman in a black lotus dress say disdainfully, "You are the current 7th Sword Son, Su Yen, and you're the one who wasted senior sister Chen Shue's Jindan?" Su Yen thought that a few people knew that he was up to something, but when he heard the questioning tone, and Chen Shue's words, the smile on Su Yan's face immediately went cold. I did. Humph. It's good that you admit it. Now immediately go apologize to senior sister Chen Shui, and then give senior sister all the magic treasures and spirit stones that you have on you to make amends. The woman tilted her head and commanded. Su Yen looked at the woman expressionlessly and finally raised his hand. Snap! A crisp ringing sound echoed around the area, and the black-skirted woman flew directly backwards, smashing into a distance of several meters, fainting on the spot. How dare you hit someone? You know what this place is. I'm warning you. Hurry up and take out the spirit pills to heal senior sister's injuries, or you won't be able to leave today. If you dare to assault a disciple of the sect, you will surely suffer a severe punishment. You now hurry up and go kneel down and apologize to senior sister, or else. Snap! A few more big slaps fell. Several figures flew out directly backwards, but this time, Su Yen controlled the force in his hand. It didn't knock them right out. If you're sick, go to Danfang and get cured, and the next time I see you, it's not as simple as a hand. After saying that, Su Yen directly turned around and left. One by one, the female disciples topped their swollen heads and ruthlessly looked at Su Yen's departing back. Su Yen, you wait. The green frost world has returned. This time your position as Sword Sun is no longer secure. If you get down on your knees and apologize now we can still. Before they finished their harsh words, Su Yan's figure had already disappeared in place. However, it wasn't long before Smoky Xia Peak's senior sister Li Qingshang released a bold promise to ask Su Yen to fight. Su Yen, who had long since returned to Spirit Wine Maple, only smiled faintly when he heard this. What kind of a person can hang out with Chen Shui? Chapter 39, Su Yan's sword seat belongs to me from today onwards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily check-in and obtaining the reward, 7 days of cultivation. The terrifying spiritual energy filled the limbs, but it quickly merged within Su Yan's body, and Su Yen himself was not affected in the slightest. Su Yen formed Dao Fa seals in his hands, and continued to inject the spiritual energy obtained out of thin air into the immortal execution sword in front of him. After obtaining this majestic aura, the immortal execution sword's prohibition began to loosen again. In the next second, Su Yan's body emitted a dense aura of sword intent around him. Countless sword rhythms coalesced around his body, transforming into an innate sword intent of different colors. 30 sword intent continuously circled, and the most dazzling of them all was the killing sword intent hovering above Su Yan's head. The killing sword power that was already a great success was only one step away from breaking into perfection. Around it were the other 6 sword potentials, but compared to the killing sword potential, it was like a father meeting his son. The gap was enormous. Su Yen pointed his finger, and all the sword intent surged directly towards the immortal execution sword. Click, click, click. A few breaths later, a crisp shattering sound came from within the immortal Punisher sword. In the next second, a terrifying savage aura erupted from within the immortal Punisher sword. Extremely powerful Dao rhythms swept through, destroying the entire room directly. After the Dao rhyme disappeared, the room was already in a mess. And even Su Yen was made a bit of a mess, with his clothes stained with a lot of dust and green bamboo debris. Brat! Are you trying to tear down this little courtyard of mine? The voice of the wine Taoist gnashing his teeth rang in Su Yen's ears, as if he was about to appear in front of Su Yen in the next second and give him a big mouthful. Ahem! Don't panic, old man. It's just a little experiment. Su Yen hurriedly opened his mouth to make something up. In his memory, when something similar happened to Su Yen before, he was directly chased by the wine Taoist for a day with a tiny green bamboo. That feeling is still fresh in my mind. After Su Yen explained, Lord Wine didn't continue to transmit his voice. Su Yen then breathed a sigh of relief. Pumba! At that moment the door to the room was knocked on, and then at any moment came Kong Sukin's voice. Senior brother, today's grand competition is about to begin, and there are quite a few people outside waiting for you to head to Heavenly Sword Peak together. Squeak! Su Yen pushed open the door and a green silhouette appeared in his eyes. Today's Jiang Shu Yen was wearing a long green-colored dress and her long black hair like a waterfall was pinned with a green hairpin. The delicate little face was unpowdered, with a pair of large eyes radiating light and looking chirpy. Standing there, it's not too much to say that it's a fairy. Su Yen tsk twice. Regarding Jiang Shu Yan's face value, if she went outside, she was afraid that she would be directly judged as the #1 beauty of the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect. But the most crucial thing was Jiang Shu Yan's cultivation. Although she had cultivated for only half a month, Jiang Shu Yen had already crossed the Qi practicing realm to the great circle of the Foundation Establishment realm, only one step away from being promoted to Jiedan. This step wasn't difficult for geniuses, let alone within a top-notch sect like the Divine Sky Sword Sect. All the spiritual substances needed for conjugation would be completely easy to obtain. The current Jiang Shuxian had also formally worshipped under Taoist wine as a second disciple, and it wasn't bad to have a personal disciple and peak master disciple to hold up the fort. Come on, let's go and take you to see our swordsman's assembly. Arriving outside Spirit Wine Peak, a group of disciples had already been waiting here for a long time. When they saw Su Yen appear, they immediately surrounded him. Su Yen greeted people one by one according to the memories in his mind, and then all of them jointly headed to the Heavenly Sword Peak where the Sword Sons Conference was held. Heavenly Sword Peak. A stream of light came from the sky and then crashed down here. Both the outer and inner sects wanted to catch a glimpse of today's event. Today's change in the rankings can be said to be an opportunity for the major powers to develop. Wherever there are people, there is a jungle. The 9 Sword Sons of the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect all had many followers except individually. Today is the time for them to sit in a higher position and the best chance for them to develop their own power. And 2 people had appeared on the 9 seats representing the Sword Sons' main seat at this moment. Both were ranked at the bottom of the 2 swordsmen. Their expressions, however, were not so good. Over the years, as the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect developed faster and faster, Yuaning Realm disciples were no longer in the minority, and there were many who could comprehend profound sword intent. The 2 of them are clearly the most challenged in this wave. As for the other few, even Su Yen, who was 7th, now had a record of defeating the Transformation God realm. As for the several people further ahead, their cultivation had already reached the God Transformation realm, and as long as there were no accidents, they would definitely be able to stabilize their rankings. The 2 men's faces grew heavy at the thought. It's very likely that they'll be in their place today. At that moment, several more streams of light flew from the sky, and one of them landed where Jianzi was. When the light dissipated, the crowd realized that this was actually a female cultivator wearing a red dress. Isn't that Smoky Xia Peak's eldest senior sister, Li Qingxuan? I had heard that she had returned from her outside training before, but I didn't think it was true. But this Green Frost senior sister came back all late. Otherwise she could still enter the Sword Mountain secret realm to enhance her own sword intent again. Since senior sister Ching Fong hasn't rushed back, she's obviously already gotten her own chance outside. And this time maybe he'll pull a Sword Son down directly. That's right. Look guys, senior sister Ching Fong is already heading towards the Sword Son's seat. I wonder if she's going to challenge. Senior sister Ching Fong is sitting. It seems to be swordsman Su Yan's seat. Amidst the crowd's astonished gazes, Li Qingshan directly sat down on the seat belonging to Su Yen. The people watching were a little confused. Is senior sister Ching Fong preparing to snatch the seat of swordsman Su Yen? But senior brother Su Yen is so famous these days. Senior sister Ching Fong can't be that she doesn't know yet, right? What are you all thinking about? Long before that, senior sister Ching Fong and senior brother Su Yen had placed a battle order to compete in the society. Can senior brother Su Yan's strength? Does senior sister Ching Fong really have a few sureties? While the crowd was secretly discussing, those female disciples who had followed Li Qingshuang directly interjected themselves into the crowd's conversation. Don't make any wild guesses. Today senior sister Ching Fong is going to defeat Su Yen and steal his sword sonship seat. That Su Yen, relying on the fact that he has some strength, arbitrarily bullied my Smoky Xia Peak cultivators. Not only did he beat up our Smoky Cloud Peak disciples earlier, he also abolished their cultivation. How is Su Yen qualified to sit in that sword son seat with such a poor character? Senior sister Ching Fong is just tired of seeing Su Yen casually oppressing her disciples, so she came to avenge us. Subsequently, the crowd immediately spread what Su Yen had done before, adding to it and spreading it towards the people around them. Stated that Su Yan's 10 evils were unforgivable, but none of them noticed that the disciples around them were looking at them with strange gazes. With the arrogance Su Yen was displaying in the Divine Heavenly Sword sect nowadays, if they really wanted to seriously injure them, they probably wouldn't even bother. It was important to know that Su Yen had beaten up even the Transformation God realm, let alone them, cultivators who only had Jiedan or Foundation establishment. Feeling the distrustful eyes of the people around her, the second elder sister of Smoky Xia Peak snorted coldly as her nostrils turned skyward. Just you wait, soon you'll know exactly who is qualified to have a sword sunseat. When the time comes to drive Su Yen down, you'll still have to thank us. Chapter 40, I want the first place. Who cares about the 7th place? Sitting in the sword seat, a hint of bravado arose in Li Qingshan's heart. I didn't realize sitting in this seat felt like this. Li Qingshan looked down at the group of disciples below, a smile unconsciously spreading from the corners of her mouth. From today, this one position is truly mine. This time, when she returned to the Divine Heavenly Sword sect, Li Qingshan had also heard that there were rumors about Su Yen. However, Li Qingshan only took it as an exaggeration by those disciples. Su Yen might have the strength to be able to fight with the Transformation God realm. However, it was absolutely impossible to defeat the Spirit Transformation realm with the Yuaning realm. Before leaving the sect, Ching Fong Li was also with the Yuaning realm. It was only after receiving a heavenly opportunity that he raised his cultivation to the Transformation God realm. Li Qingshan was able to clearly notice how big the gap was. Thus, Li Qingshan believed that even though Su Yan's strength was heaven-defying, he wouldn't be a match for himself. After all, in addition to his own cultivation reaching the middle stage of the Transformation God realm, his own frost sword intent had already been perfected. This consummate sword intent was Li Qingshuang's truly confident bottom card. As time passed, more and more disciple elders began to gather here. Upon realizing the change in the sword seat, each one was a bit surprised. The Divine Heavenly Sword sect's 9 great sword sons were enough to be on par with the peak masters in terms of status. Those elders of the outer sect and inner sect had to be addressed with honorifics when they saw them. But now that the grand competition hadn't even begun, there were actually people who had already begun to seize the seats. This made a lot of people feel excited. When Su Yen arrived later, a fight would definitely break out. What's more, bets are already being placed on this ranking rotation. Boom! Just then, the originally clear sky suddenly gathered black dark clouds. Dark clouds filled the air and shrouded the entire mountain. Crackling blue electricity builds up in the center of the dark cloud. The crowd on the mountain could feel a strong sense of suffocation. Boom! Several thunderbolts as thick as buckets fell from the sky and smashed above the square. A figure wrapped in blue lightning appeared in it. The man was tall, dressed in a black uniform, and carried a huge sword that was 2 meters long behind his back. Thunder and lightning surrounded his body, emitting a thunderous sound. This is Sword Head Thunderboom. I didn't expect him to actually be the first to fall within a few people, and his sword power seems to have refined again. I wonder what chance he got this time out. Anyway, it definitely won't be weak. Otherwise he would have definitely come back at an earlier time to participate in the Sword Mountain Mystic Realm. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Boon came to the Sword Sun seat as if no one else was there, and sat down in the first place with a big horse. Sword Head Thunderboom. Comprehending the Thunder Sword intent. Only this kind of person deserves my attention. Li Qingshan looked at Boon with glowing eyes, her face revealing a faint blush. Shoo shoo shoo. A sharp air-breaking sound rang out, and a terrifying sword power descended upon the area. The many disciples immediately felt the long sword in their hands trembling continuously, as if it was about to detach itself immediately. The disciples looked up, only to see the sky that was originally shrouded in dark clouds suddenly crack open a huge gap. The vast aura gushed out like a tsunami, directly dispersing the dark clouds. Immediately afterward, a handsome man with 3 flying swords surrounding his body stepped out from it. With every step that fell, a flying sword appeared at his feet. It's here. It's the second-ranked senior brother Wang Quan. I've heard that senior brother Wang Quan was born into the Wanbao Pavilion's Wang family and has amazing wealth. I didn't expect that he would actually be so magnificent. And the flying swords on his feet are top-grade treasure weapons. Treasure chi is nothing. Look at the 3 flying swords around senior brother. That's the real deal. I heard that they've already reached the level of a Dao weapon. Hiss. If I had a flying sword with a top-grade treasure weapon, I'd be willing to sleep with him even if it meant I had to sleep with him for 10 years. My heartfelt treasure weapon. I didn't realize that in senior brother Wang Quan's eyes, it's nothing more than something to pad my feet. Under the envious gaze of the crowd, completely expressionless, he came to his seat and sat down. There was also no thought of talking to Thunderbolt next to him. As time passed, the 9-sword sun's seats were already filled with 8 people. The only remaining seat, which was naturally vacated by the death of its owner, and Li Qingshan occupied Su Yan's seat. No one said much. One was ready to watch the show. Look, senior brother Su Yan is here, with a disciple exclaiming. A group of people were flying in great numbers from the distance, and the leader was none other than Su Yan. Arriving at the square, the crowd immediately separated. The rest of the people came to the spectator area, while Su Yan came to the sword sun seat. Just looking at Li Qingfong, who was sitting in her seat, Su Yan frowned slightly. Li Qingfong's elbow rested on the armrest, her palm propped up on her face, and she tilted her head to look at Su Yan with a teasing expression. I'm sorry, senior brother Su Yan. I'll take this seat, please go find another seat. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding eyes immediately looked towards this place. All of them wanted to see Su Yan, whether he was ready to storm out and hurt people, or obediently reselect a position. The only one who could give Su Yan a choice now was the seat where Xiaozhe was, but if Su Yan went and chose Xiaozhe's seat, he might be ridiculed by how many people? Under the crowd's expectant gaze, Su Yan jumped straight back into the ring. Such a scene left the crowd a bit puzzled. They were all waiting for the two to fight, but then they suddenly screwed up like this, directly disappointing the crowd. The gazes of some of the disciples looking at Su Yan had an extra level of scrutiny and skepticism in them. Wasn't it said that Su Yan was powerful and had an arrogant personality? How come it doesn't seem to match the rumors? Yes, the seat was robbed without even saying a word, and directly left, which is too wimpy, right? TSK. Someone even asked me to press Su Yan to be able to get to the top before, but now it seems that he's even voluntarily given up. Just because of a small action by Su Yan, there were immediately more questioning voices in the crowd, because the disciples from both sides had already arrived. The elder presiding over the assembly also came out from behind the curtain. As a matter of fact, originally, this kind of assembly was supervised and watched by the patriarch, but because of Natsu's death and the Sword Mountain mystic realm gone wrong, at this moment, Yang Wushuan was leading the rest of the peak masters, discussing ways to solve the problem, thus leaving it to the other elders to take care of it. The elder was also a bit puzzled as he looked at Su Yan standing in the ring. Still, the elders quickly began to announce the rules. It was nothing more than the rules that ordinary disciples needed to be aware of when they were challenged by swordsmen. It took a while to speak before this conference was considered to have officially begun, and the crowd also turned their gazes to Su Yan in the ring at that moment. Su Yan's face was bland as he raised his head to look at Lei Boon, who was sitting at the first place with his eyes closed like this. Disciple Su Yan would like to challenge senior brother Lei Boon. The crowd immediately exploded at these words. The matter of Li Qingfong's appointment to fight Su Yan had long been spread amongst the conversations of the disciples of Smoky Xia Peak. The doers were waiting to see Su Yan challenge Li Qingfong. As a result, the other Su Yan completely disregarded Li Qingshuang and directly challenged the strongest Lei Boon. Li Qingfong's pretty face also stiffened as she sat in her seat, feeling like a bit of a clown. Upon hearing Su Yan's declaration of war, Lei Boon opened his tightly closed eyes, and dense thunder light flashed in his starry eyes. Interesting, then I'll come and see senior brother Su Yan's high level of skill. Chapter 41, Upper First. Are you sitting in the wrong seat, senior sister? Using pure sword chi to transform into a long dragon. Senior brother is really good at that. At this moment, Lei Boon no longer had the contempt he had just had, and the gaze he looked at Su Yan was instead replaced by scorn. Originally thought that today will still be able to secure the first seat. Now it seemed that I was afraid that I would have to use my bottom card to have a chance. Lei Boon took a deep breath and took out the huge sword he carried with him. Senior brother, I admit that I did treat you with contempt. You do have the strength to be my opponent, but now, you won't get another chance. Su Yan pinched the spell in his hands, and the long dragon of sword chi coalesced behind him once again, and this time, it was a few points more powerful than before. Then please, senior brother, resign. Good point. Lei Boon raised the long sword in his hand, and endless thunder gathered in the air. The dazzling blue light pierced through the dark clouds and slammed down on Lei Boon, bearing the power of lightning. Lei Boon's aura rose. Lei Boon's own cultivation was at the late stage of the transformation god realm, and at this time, with the power of thunder and lightning, He had already arrived at the peak of the transformation god realm. Thunder Dragon Break! Go! Thunderboom let out a roar, and a brilliant pillar of thunder shot straight up into the sky, emitting dazzling light as a huge two-winged thunder dragon hissed and poked out from the clouds. Surprise Dragon! Go! The white dragon once again let out a roar, and its huge body once again skyrocketed. Su Yen pointed a finger at the dragon's forehead, and a red light spot bloomed on the dragon's forehead. The white body turned blood red in the blink of an eye. In the next second, a red and a blue dragon collided with each other. The terrifying power instantly spread out towards the surroundings, and the power of thunder and lightning wrapped in blood-red light impacted on the formation. In the blink of an eye, a crack quickly climbed up the formation. The speed was so fast that it was even more terrifying than the destruction caused by Su Yen before. Click, click, only to see that barrier through the sky suddenly shattered, and the aura that had gathered within it gushed out like a tsunami. Do it! Together we'll stop the aura from spreading. The supervisory elder's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly called on the surrounding elders to join him above the formation. A large amount of spiritual chi was injected, which managed to regather the spreading spiritual chi. After handling the aura, the inspector elder's face went white. These two brats. If they keep fighting, I'm afraid that even the god transformation realm will be crushed to death in the impact created by their explosions. At this moment, because of the two men's violent battle, there were already quite a few disciples who couldn't withstand the pressure and fainted on the spot. Looking above the ring, as the aura fluctuations gradually disappeared, only a figure in white remained, still standing in the ring. As for the other Lei Boon, with the support of the longsword he was barely able to stabilize his body and not lie down, but his low-hanging and powerless head showed that Lei Boon had already fainted. Looking at the standing white-clothed figure, the surrounding disciples couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Senior brother Lei Boon actually lost. How is this possible? Yeah, and senior brother Lei Boon made just one move, and he lost as a result? No, this battle doesn't count. Senior brother Lei Boon didn't even use his true strength. Brother, you're afraid? You're not kidding. Is it possible to start over in the ring? Seeing this, the supervising elder immediately stepped forward to check on Lei Boon's condition. Only after determining that Lei Boon had lost his ability to fight did he say towards the disciples below, Lei Boon has lost his ability to fight. The victor is Su Yen. Next, Su Yen is the first sword son. Thunderboom then goes down as the second seat and all the rest. Today, no one shall challenge the two of them again. At those words, the noisy disciples below were completely dumbfounded. The scene in front of them was completely out of everyone's expectation, and the elder's words settled all the next troubles with a single blow. In a sword challenge like this one, it would be normal if they encountered a wheel battle, but for the most part, no challenges will be allowed beyond 3 realms. For example, Su Yen's challenge with Lei Boon. Both of them were sword sons, and Su Yen had already touched the threshold of the god transformation realm, while the other, Lei Boon, was in the late god transformation realm, and there was only a difference of 3 realms in their realms. If the gap is really too big, it can kill you to get on the field. After all, those who could be able to become sword sons now, their cultivation realm and strength were definitely the top of the small group. At the very least, they had to be at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. But of course, Su Yen didn't count. If the gap between those who challenged was too great, even just a single breath of time could kill several people. So this rule is also for the consideration of many disciples. Su Yen sat in the seat belonging to the head of the sword, and his heart couldn't help but feel relieved. Su Yen also did not expect Lei Boon to actually be so confident, and after knowing that his strength was not weak, he did not respond to the battle with his full strength, and as a result, he was directly dried out. Su Yen glanced at Lei Boon, who was slumped in his chair next to him, and couldn't help but feel a trace of pity. They all fainted and were still left here by Elder Zhang. The crowd at this point. Kang Sukin pulled an individual and started introducing them. See, that first place is my senior brother Su Yen. My senior brother is number 1. Even senior brother Lei Boon is no match. Looking at Jiang Shuyan's excited appearance, the surrounding disciples revealed envious looks. Su Yen becoming the first sword son. For the next long period of time, Spirit Wine Peak would be used as a target for hot debates. And naturally, the people and things up there were one of the targets of the crowd's attention. Somewhere in the corner, Chen Shui looked at Jiang Shuyan with a resentful face. If it wasn't for this seducing Su Yen, now Su Yen would still be my licking dog. And I would be the most dazzling person today. Chen Shui directly blamed Jiang Shuyan for all the changes in Su Yen during this time, thinking that it was Jiang Shuxian who had robbed him of everything in Spirit Wine Peak. Chen Shui turned her head and was just about to confide in the disciples next to her, when she suddenly realized that her surroundings had become an empty vacuum. It turned out that after sensing the strong resentment in Chen Shui's body, the few female disciples around them moved to the side. The previous Chen Ruo had a good cultivation level, and with a licking dog Su Yen, and Li Qingshang covering her, her status in Yen Xia Peak was raised. But the current Chen Ruo, although she could continue to cultivate, but losing Su Yan's resource subsidy, she had only practiced one level of qi after so long. In the eyes of these disciples, respect had long been lost. Moreover, Li Qingshan had become a clown today, and might even blame it on Chen Ruo when the time came, so the crowd naturally didn't dare to touch this frown again, just as they had imagined. At this moment, Li Qingshan could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into, only feeling a hot pain on her face. The shadowy gaze fell hard on Chen Ruo in the crowd. It's all because of this harm. Not only let me make a fool of myself here today, but also offended Su Yen. If I had known this day, I should have asked my master to expel her directly from the mountain. At this moment, Li Qingshan regretted it, and her gaze strayed to Su Yen in the distance from time to time. He was afraid that Su Yen would hold a grudge against him and come looking for trouble later. Senior sister Ching Fong, I remember that you haven't participated in the challenge yet. Right. So why are you occupying the sword seat? Hearing this voice filled with curiosity, Li Qingshan's body trembled, her face flushed green and white, and she spat out a sentence in a very stifled manner. Sitting in the wrong seat. Chapter 42 Someone from the Grand Xiao Dynasty. The corners of Su Yan's mouth rose lightly as he raised his eyes to look at Li Qingshuang in the distance. So that's how it is. I thought senior sister was trying to challenge me who previously occupied the 7th seat. If senior sister wants to challenge me, she can do so now. Hearing Su Yan's words, Li Qingshan instantly lowered her head, not daring to look at Su Yan's gaze at all. Just now, there were others who felt that Su Yan was a clown, but now almost all of them were looking at Li Qingshuang with all sorts of mocking gazes. Easy fail. If you're okay, go down there and don't take someone else's seat here. Still in second. Oh, Wang Quan, who had already been driven to third, looked at Li Qingshan with cold eyes. The tone of his voice was unquestionable. The remaining few may not care about such trivial matters, or even have an attitude of watching the show. However, Wang Quan was different. Born in the Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Quan grew up as a human being. If you wanted to gain his respect, you either had to outperform him in terms of strength or talent, or else you were exempt from all talks. This kind of behavior from Li Qingfeng just poked at his aversion, directly pulling down Jianzi's status in his eyes. Even Wang Quan opened his mouth. Li Qingshuang really couldn't hold it in this time, and in the many taunting gazes, as if she was a lost dog, she hurriedly got up and left. Li Qingfeng's strength might be okay, but it was true that she wasn't quite qualified to sit in the Sword Sun seat. Within the personal disciples and true disciples, there were also quite a few people who had reached the God transformation realm. The number of people who wanted to compete for the remaining Sword Sun seats was innumerable. Chen Xing looked at the crowd's limp battle below and directly closed his eyes to ignore it. In this fight with Lei Boom, Su Yen also discovered his own shortcomings. On the final strike, Su Yen had almost instilled 30 types of sword intent into it before he instantly secured Thunder Boom with unrivaled power. Although Thunder Boom was powerful, he had first surrendered his bottom card near before he had used his Dao body. It was a loss for Su Yen. Su Yen moved his mind and an ancient book appeared in his mind. As the book flipped, a great deal of information diffused from it. In order to successfully remodel the Yuaning, you need 3 heavenly treasures: Phoenix or True Dragon's Essence Blood, Emerald Glazed Fire, and Divine Skyflower. With the information in his mind now, Su Yen gradually frowned. Phoenix or True Dragon Essence Blood? Which you need to travel to the demon race's holy land to have a chance to get. However, there were countless great demons living in that kind of place, and even if a harmonization realm cultivator went in, he would die a 9 deaths. With Su Yan's current strength, there wasn't much chance of survival if he broke inside, unless Su Yen had a stroke of luck and could use his fishing rod to catch a phoenix or a true dragon in the chaotic sea. As for the Emerald Glazed Fire, it was rumored that this was a type of heaven and earth's foreign fire, containing an extremely rich life essence. It is also an unattainable existence. The last of the divine roller blossoms is easy. This was an 8th grade spirit medicine that could be obtained within the divine heavenly sword sect, and there was also a place that specialized in cultivating this thing in that Dan Spirit Peak. 2 of the 3 spiritual objects for remodeling the Yuaning required great luck to meet, and having met it, it's still unknown whether you'll succeed in acquiring it. Su Yen felt annoyed at the thought. Now that his cultivation level was gradually approaching the spirit transformation realm, if he arrived at the spirit transformation realm and then went to remake his Yuaning, the materials needed would be even more and the cost would be even greater. At this moment, a bright laugh directly pulled Su Yen's thoughts out. I heard that the Divine Sky Sword Sect is holding a Sword Sun battle today, so I shouldn't be late, only to see that the originally clear sky was suddenly obscured by layers of dark clouds. Upon closer inspection, the crowd realized that it wasn't a dark cloud, but a spirit boat of 1,000 feet, and outside the spirit boat, There was a big word printed on it, Xia. It's actually the army of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. Could it be that the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty is preparing to make a move against our Divine Sky Sword sect? Out of your big head, if he did it, why still appear in front of us in such a dignified manner? Direct remote firing is not good, but why did they appear here? It's hard to believe that someone has provoked the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty. What are all blindly guessing? Previously, the third prince of the Great and Small Imperial Dynasty, Xia Zhe, died in the Sword Mountain secret realm, and now he must be here to ask for punishment. So that's how it is. But looking at this situation, I feel like if they don't have a deal, I'm afraid they're going to go straight to war. It's none of our business anyway. We just have to be responsible for eating the melon. While the disciples were discussing, a large number of black shadows flew down from the spirit boats above, landing in front of the crowd in a few breaths. At the head of the group was a tall, middle-aged man wearing golden armor. Just standing there, one could feel suffocated, and even the space around the air produced a slight vibration. Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered in his heart, Harmonization Realm Cultivator. Could it be that the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty has sent them to deal with me? On the field, the Procurator General also looked at the man in front of him with some confusion. I wonder if Your Excellency is. My name is Marquis Chen Guan of the Four Directions of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. As soon as the four square marquis words came out, cries of shock immediately came from below. It's actually the Marquis of the Four Directions. This is one of the 5 Marquis of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, who was already at the Harmonization Realm Cultivation decades ago. I didn't expect it to be such a character. This time, it seems that the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty is not prepared to stop. Yes, this four-square monkey has even brought an army with him. If there's no deal, it's probably going to be war today. Within the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, in addition to the royal family, there were 3 kings as well as 5 marquis. These 8 were all Harmonization Realm cultivators, and were fundamental to the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty's ability to expand its borders. The fact that the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty had directly sent out such a general had clearly expressed the attitude of this incident. So it's the Marquis who has arrived. Quickly please enter inside. The rest of the Peak Masters are all inside. The supervising elder wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly invited Sifang Ho inside. A figure of the Four Directions candidate's caliber was not something he could handle. If he accidentally caused big trouble for the clan, then he would be a sinner. It wasn't long before the Marquis of the Four Directions entered the Sect Hall with a group of his subordinates in great numbers. The rest of the disciples continued to start the selection challenge. Only after the figures of the Four Directions Marquis and the others had all disappeared did Su Yen withdraw his gaze. Casually sending out a Harmonization Realm 1 to set an example is really a headache. By now, Su Yen had finally felt a sense of oppression. The strength of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty was extremely terrifying. Having been established for 1,000 years, the heritage it possessed was definitely not comparable to the Divine Heavenly Sword sect. The 3 kings and the 5 marquis were also just the strong ones that were shown on the surface. If there were really only a few of these people, how could the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty possibly support itself for 1,000 years? There must have long been a large number of strong people hiding in the shadows, maintaining the peace and stability of the Great Xia Dynasty. Chapter 43, Remodeling Yuaning. Going to the Secret Realm. It seems that when the Sword Sons tournament is over today, I have to go ask the old man if he has any news about those 2 types of spirit items. Finish remodeling your Yuaning earlier and then break through to the Spirit Transformation Realm, so that cultivators within the Spirit Transformation Realm will not be enough to fear. As for beheading the Harmonization Realm, one should still need to bring the Immortal Execution Sword to help them. Contemplating the current situation, Su Yen was somewhat helpless. It all required a lot of time as accumulation. Today's battle for the sword was over quickly. No one dared to challenge the first few seats, and the ones that kept changing were the ones in the back. On the contrary, it was Chen Mu, a law enforcement hall senior brother who was the second person to challenge for a higher seat after Su Yen, and he was pretty good, managing to beat his opponent to advance to the 4th seat. Previously, Chen Mu was still a powerful target that the predecessor was chasing, but now he no longer counted for anything. Su Yen just took a glance and withdrew his eyes. Back to Spirit Wine Peak. Su Yen didn't take long to find the wine Taoist who was sound asleep in a bamboo forest. Su Yen pointed his finger, and a sharp forceful chi shot out towards the wine Taoist. Just at the moment when the sword chi was about to land on the wine Taoist, the bamboo pole that was hanging down underneath the wine Taoist's body immediately lost its pressure and rebounded upwards. The wine Taoist also used this bouncing force to instantly head high into the air, easily dodging the spiritual sword chi released by Su Yen. Su Yen's figure shifted and his figure similarly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at a height of 10,000 miles. The powerful sword chi transformed into a giant sword and chopped towards that wine Taoist. Brat, do you really want to kill your teacher? The wine Taoist violently opened his eyes. The terrifying aura gathered in his hand and slapped out. The sword chi that came sailing was instantly shattered. The powerful impact spread across the sky, and the wine Taoist figure disappeared into the air. Falling to the ground, the wine Taoist once again found a peaceful place and lay down directly in preparation for sleep. Old man, there's something I want to ask you. Su Yen dropped to the side and opened his mouth to inquire. Have you ever heard of an emerald glazed fire there? And the essence blood of a true dragon or phoenix? The wine Taoist who had just laid down directly sat up again when he heard Su Yen's words. What kind of brain circuit is this? You kid. Look at what you're saying. The wine Taoist blankly glanced at Su Yen. Those two types of divine beast essence blood you mentioned. Unless you can enter the demon clan's holy land, how could there be any in the outside world? Hearing the wine Taoist's words, Su Yen sighed in his heart in pity. In that case, if one wanted to obtain the essence blood of these two divine beasts, one would have to rely on fishing them out in the chaotic sea of luck. The wine Taoist took a sip of his wine and continued. As for this emerald glazed fire, there is indeed a place where it might appear. Upon hearing this, Su Yen immediately became interested. Where is it available? Wasn't the key to that place in your possession a few days ago? Su Yen raised an eyebrow and pulled out the Tian Yuan secret order from his storage ring. Could it be that you're talking about the heavenly Yuan secret realm? But isn't this flame a spirit of heaven and earth? How could it appear in this secret realm where great powers have fallen? The wine Taoist looked at Su Yen and opened his mouth to laugh. How old are you to know how many secrets there are in this world? Rumor has it that the reason why that heavenly Yuan realist was able to rise in the minutiae relied on this emerald glazed fire, using this special flame to sublimate his body. This was the highest step. However, he also failed here, using this kind of flame to forcefully raise his foundation, which resulted in an unstable foundation, which led to a huge slip-up and a lost cause. And this emerald glazed fire was originally a spiritual fire of heaven and earth, and would not dissipate because of his death. So, if anything, emerald glazed fire is most likely to appear bland. That is this Tian Yuan secret realm. And all these years, the Tian Yuan secret realm has been opened continuously, and I have not heard of anyone deriving the emerald glazed fire from it. So if you really want this flame, then prepare for it as early as possible so that you don't regret it when the time comes. The wine Taoist glanced at Su Yen, his deep gaze seeming to see through what was going on in speechless mind. Thanks a lot, old man. Su Yen waved his hand and quickly left the bamboo forest. Hurry up if you want to leave, or else I'm afraid you won't be able to leave even if you want to buy then. Behind him once again came the voice of the wine Taoist. Su Yen's footsteps did not stop and he quickly left. The arrival of the people from the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty was inevitably known to the wine Taoist, and his words had the meaning of urging himself. The Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty was still treating each other with courtesy now, and wouldn't erupt into too much conflict with the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect in a short period of time. But the problem is that Su Yan's identity is more special, and is considered the murderer who indirectly killed Ozawa. And just by the logic of the Daxia dynasty, they don't care if you're a murderer or not. Definitely, he would blame Su Yen for the related sins. The sword meeting continued for the next few days. Now there was also no one who dared to challenge Su Yen, and Su Yen was happy to be quiet, almost always cultivating. Boon was also a bit confused when he woke up from his coma, but in the end, he didn't hesitate for too long and accepted his current second seat. Your Highness, nowadays those guys from the school building are the ones who have already chosen to protect Su Yen. Trying to put pressure on them won't work for you anymore. Inside the gazebo in the backyard of the palace, the two figures sat opposite each other, discussing the events of the past few days. The news of the Violet Sun Divine Sect should have already reached you. Why don't you take this opportunity to blow this out of proportion? Sian Yen's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a questioning look in his gaze toward Chen Guan. Chen Guan smiled faintly and gently put down the wineglass in his hand. Don't worry, Your Highness. I naturally know these things, but it's who does it that matters. Sian Yen's eyes narrowed slightly. Marquis Chen, I don't know what you mean by that. The Marquis of the Four Directions did not reply, but instead took out a piece of jade and placed it on the jade table. I'm just wondering who, in your opinion, is the biggest threat to you today? Sian Yen frowned slightly, already hearing Chen Guan's words. In today's Daxia Imperial Dynasty, the only ones who really made Sian Yen feel fearful were the several princes as well as the Crown Prince. That Su Yen killed the Lin family is also considered to be a feud with His Highness the Crown Prince. If you are willing, I can order down and let you have this opportunity. As long as you can plan perfectly enough to point all the contradictions at the Crown Prince, it's entirely possible to use the Crown Prince's power to handle this matter. Listening to Chen Guan's words, Sian Yen's face gradually turned cold. So, the Marquis of the Four Directions is afraid of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, so he's encouraging me to make a move, right? Chen Guan frankly nodded. Your Highness guessed correctly. If I were to do it myself, the generals under my command wouldn't necessarily be able to kill Su Yen. so why don't I save my strength for the future? Sian Yen had already heard what Chen Guan meant. The present Xia Emperor is like a candle in the wind, and could die at any time. At this point in time, it would not be a good thing for your future self if you consumed too much of your power. Chapter 44, Thunder Pond Raising Sword. Departure to Tian Yuan's Secret Realm. Your Highness, please do the next thing yourself. I still need to lead people to the Heavenly Mountain. Chen Guan got up and arched his hand before preparing to leave. Wait. Sian Yen called out to Chen Guan and opened his mouth to inquire. Are you also preparing to head to the Tian Yuan mysterious realm? Chen Guan nodded without hiding his head and said frankly. The Heavenly Origin Mystic Realm contains countless resources. Even I, a harmonization realm cultivator, am greedy for them. Sian Yen's eyes narrowed slightly. Then do you have any extra Tian Yuan secret orders in your hands? Chen Guan disdainfully said. What do you need that for? The Tian Yuan secret realm has existed for a long time, and now the internal seals have long since been worn out. What more do you need a token for? At those words, Sian Yen's eyes glowed. Since that's the case, then this highness will go with you. Marquis, and that Su Yen, who has the token, will surely go as well, so it's a good time to deal with him along the way. Alright, then please have your highness prepare your things and we will leave immediately. Chen Guan didn't refuse. There was nothing wrong with bringing just one more Sian Yen. I, for one, will have someone arrange that. Sian Yen's face was a little agitated, and he hurriedly arranged everything. Sian Yen's talent wasn't very high, and with the countless resources piled up by the Great Xia Dynasty and the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect, the realm had only reached Yuaning until now. Compared to the ordinary disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, this realm was indeed already very high. But unfortunately, Sian Yen was still the prince of the Great Xia Dynasty, and there were 5 other emperors with extremely high natural talent above him. Although they weren't in the Divine Heavenly Sword Sect, they were also cultivating within the other 2 major sects, or certain powerful forces. Their strength was only stronger than Sian Yen. The obstacles to Sian Yen wanting to take the throne would not be small. However, the 4 directions candidate Chen Guan in front of him was an opportunity for him to make a comeback. Moreover, after Xia Zhe's death, as his younger brother, he could also take over all those forces that supported Xia Zhe. Shazar couldn't stop smiling at the thought. When I return from the Heavenly Yuan secret territory and obtain the opportunity, I will definitely be able to become a strong contender for the throne. Spirit Wine Peak. Boom! The cloudless sky suddenly resounded with the roar of thunder and lightning, and the dense dark clouds wrapped the entire mountain peak, with dazzling blue electric light constantly flashing. The 9 Taoists woke up from their sleep and came to Su Yan's room angrily with a gourd. Bang! 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 A couple of big slaps went down and the door to the room was slapped. Brat! Are you really going to tear down my Spirit Wine Peak? Don't hurry up and stop for me. Inside the room, the immortal execution sword hovered in front of Su Yan, and the endless sword chi entered the sterilization restriction. Under the dicing of countless sword chi, cracks soon appeared in the second prohibition and it was about to shatter. The dark clouds on Spirit Wine Peak were also accumulating more and more, black and even covering towards the other peaks. The disciples of the peaks around Spirit Wine Peak were all a bit puzzled as they watched the scene. Without giving the crowd a chance to think too much, a pillar of thunder roared down, smashing straight towards the Spirit Wine Peak's compound. I say, aren't you taking me too seriously? Looking at the thunder pillars gradually approaching in front of him, a helpless look appeared on the wine Taoist's face. The wine Taoist drank a mouthful of wine, and then violently slapped upwards, the terrifying spiritual energy transforming into a huge palm print that collided with the thunder pillars in the sky, accompanied by a loud roar. Terrifying aura fluctuations instantly impacted outwards, and this spiritual power very much crushed the dark clouds in the sky. But it didn't last long, as the dark clouds in the sky gathered together once again, and the thunder pool in the center began to accumulate. A second wave of attacks gradually brewed. Looks like it's really time to give you some power. The wine Taoist's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the thunder pool in the sky, gradually opening his own wine gourd. The moment the second pillar of thunder fell, the wine Taoist's gourd released an extremely terrifying devouring force. That pillar of thunder was directly devoured by the wine gourd, and the devouring power spread towards the center of the thunder pool, ready to absorb all the thunder power in one breath. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly flew up past the wine Taoist and headed directly towards the dark clouds in the sky. When he saw the figure, the wine Taoist frowned. Brat, you're flying so fast. Are you looking for death? Su Yan ignored the wine Taoist behind him and rushed directly into the thunder pool with the immortal execution sword in his hand. Boom! Noticing Su Yan's movements, the thunder roared more and more, as if in anger. Wow! Su Yan had just entered the thunder pool when loud noises came from the surroundings. A head of strange creatures made up of lightning hissed and rushed towards Su Yan. These thunder beasts carried extremely terrifying lightning laws and contained pure origin power. Once touched, the terrifying power of thunder could instantly devour the cultivator. Even the harmonization realm didn't dare to take it hard. However, Su Yen was bland and incomparable, and directly threw out the immortal Punisher's sword in his hand. In the next moment, a terrifying aura was released from within the immortal Punisher's sword. Those thunder beasts wandering around were immediately pulled, as if they had found a target to attack, and they all headed towards the exorcist. Su Yen already knew when the thunderclouds arose in the sky. This time, the thunderbolt was aimed at the immortal Punisher's sword. As long as the immortal Punisher's sword was not destroyed, then this thunderbolt would not end. But for Su Yen, this was also an opportunity. This thunder power could be completely used as the energy needed for the immortal Punisher's sword to break the prohibition. The rule power contained in the lightning was also able to obliterate the prohibition inside the immortal execution sword. Fruity. As one thunder beast hit the immortal Punisher's sword, the power of lightning contained within it also entered within the immortal Punisher's sword. The immortal execution sword almost came and went. As long as there was energy around, it devoured it all. 100 feet sized thunder beast was completely devoured just in the moment of touching it. Seeing this scene, Su Yen also nodded with satisfaction. As this process continued, it wouldn't be long before the third prohibition would also be broken. After absorbing all this lightning power, Su Yen had already felt the third prohibition shaking. At this time, the numerous thunder beasts seemed to have realized that something was wrong, and turned their spearheads to Su Yen, who was watching the battle from afar. Looking at the icy gazes cast over by a thunder beast, Su Yen cursed his bad luck and hurriedly recalled the immortal execution sword into his hand. Hissing, the surrounding thunder beasts seemed to have gone crazy as they quickly rushed towards Su Yen. Su Yen directly charged up with his sword and began to fight. Each sword fall was able to devour a thunder beast, absorbing the power of lightning from their bodies. So much retail was just experienced babies to Su Yen. The process didn't last long. After half an hour, the energy accumulated in the thunder pool was almost gone. Su Yen also jumped out of it with the immortal Punisher sword in hand and returned to Spirit Wine Peak. Boom! After the thunder let out another roar, it slowly dissipated into the sky. Looking at the immortal execution sword in his hand, Su Yen's eyes glowed. If you go to the secret realm now, you'll be 10% sure. Chapter 45, The Wine Taoist's Undercard. Spirit Wine Peak. Su Yen sat cross-legged, with the immortal Punisher's sword floating in front of him, emitting a rich fluctuation of spiritual energy. After a long time, Su Yen opened his eyes and reached out to hold the immortal execution sword in his hand. Su Yen's cultivation was now at the peak of Yuaning, and the immortal execution sword's prohibitions had broken 3 of them. The Tian Yuan secret realm that he traveled to this time, affected by the rules, there was no way to go in above the harmonization realm, and with Su Yen's strength, no one below the harmonization realm was a match. Su Yen put away the immortal execution sword and got up to walk towards the outside. Just as he arrived at the small courtyard, he saw the wine Taoist sitting on a rattan chair and drinking wine. Take this and don't die in that place. Immediately after that, a purple gourd was tossed over by the wine Taoist. Su Yen hurriedly reached out to catch it. The gourd entered his hand and imparted a cool sensation. Su Yen curiously opened the gourd, and a rich fragrance of wine filled the tip of his nose. After absorbing the alcohol, Su Yen immediately felt a sense of vertigo. Su Yen hurriedly drove his aura to expel the alcohol from his body. At this time, Su Yen was surprised to find that his spiritual energy had grown by a few points even under the effect of this wine qi. Next to him, the wine Taoist laughed softly. Don't underestimate this jug of wine, you kid. It's a 10,000-year-old brew. Even you can't drink too much of it. The aura contained in it is enough to burst you. Hearing the words of the wine Taoist, Su Yen hurriedly covered the mouth of the wine. Old man, you're even willing to give me this thing. Is it possible that you're planning to leave me an inheritance? Hearing Su Yen's words, the wine Taoist who originally wanted to come up with some master and disciple love immediately changed his face. Brat, if you don't want it, give it back to me quickly. I don't want to give it to you yet. The wine Taoist made a gesture to get up and take back the purple gourd from Su Yen's hand. Okay, I'll take it. With a thought, Su Yen directly took back the wine purple gourd into his storage ring. Humph, I can warn you. This medicinal wine I have added a large number of precious herbs used for healing. Don't you dare to treat it as water for me and just drink it all. Seeing that the wine Taoist was about to start chattering again, Su Yen hurriedly interrupted with his voice. Alright, I know all that. I'll be careful with everything, and definitely not expose this until the last moment. The corners of the wine Taoist's mouth twitched, and he sighed without saying another word, resuming his seat on the rattan chair. That's when the rich smell of meat wafted from the kitchen, only to see Jiang Shuyan walking out of the kitchen with a meal in her hand. and behind her using her mana to drag and drop a few special lunchboxes. Master, Senior can have lunch. Jiang Shuyan placed the meals on the dining table one by one, and then handed a few lunchboxes to Su Yen. Senior brother. These are all meals made from the ingredients you prepared, containing some special effects that can be consumed by you within the secret territory. After returning from the Sword Mountain Mystic Realm, Su Yen had put all the demonic beast corpses caught from the Chaos Sea into the kitchen for Jiang Shuyan to use as ingredients. Su Yen casually opened a food box, and the rich spiritual qi wrapped in the smell of meat came out. Because of the different demonic beast ingredients utilized, the effects within this meal were different, but it seems to be working well now. Su Yen nodded with satisfaction and took away all the lunchboxes with a wave of his hand. Thanks a lot. Senior sister. Kong Suk-yin immediately became a little embarrassed. If you hadn't prepared these things, senior brother, I wouldn't have been able to make them. Senior brother, you must be extremely careful when entering the secret realm this time. I have a feeling that the people of the great Xia Imperial Dynasty will definitely not let go of the opportunity to deal with you. Su Yen said blandly. Don't worry, your senior brother is very strong now. Jiang Shuyan's eyes glowed as she nodded. Well, I believe in your senior brother. After a long time, after lunch, Su Yen immediately got up and headed to Tianyuan Mountain. When he was about to leave, the wine Taoist hesitated for half a day before giving Su Yen a small wooden sword and a jade pendant once again. Both of these items can be used to save your life, so be careful how you use them. Looking at the things handed over to Su Yen, the wine Taoist's eyes showed a strong sense of reluctance. This was strange to Su Yen. Su Yen looked at the small wooden sword in his hand. Although the appearance was ordinary, under Su Yan's careful perception, it actually contained an extremely terrifying sword intent. It's killing sword intent. This thing can't be a life-preserving weapon left by the ancestor to the old man. Feeling the aura inside, Su Yan's eyes carried shock. As for the other white fat jade pendant, it was similarly inscribed with a special formation that contained a powerful prohibition. Holy, this old man is giving me everything he has in his bottom of the barrel. Su Yen raised his head fiercely, and just when he wanted to speak, he saw that the wine Taoist had long disappeared in front of him. Running that fast? Brat, just hold on to these things. Don't die in the secret realm when the time comes. I don't want to collect your corpse. If you die, I won't be there to avenge your death. You'll die for nothing. The voice of the wine Taoist came from the distance. Su Yen smiled helplessly and put the two things into his spatial ring. With regards to the character of the wine Taoist, Su Yen still had a better understanding, and would never take back what he took out. Thanks, old man. After saying that, Su Yen quickly turned around and left, disappearing into a stream of light. It didn't take long for Beast Breeding Peak. After paying a large amount of spirit stones, Su Yen managed to obtain a flying fire eagle. This was an extremely fast flying spirit beast. Although his cultivation had only reached the 4th rank, his speed was comparable to a demonic beast of the 5th or 6th rank. On this trip, it was just Su Yen alone. Taking a spirit beast was a better choice, saving time and effort. A 4th stage spirit beast is only at the Jindan level compared to a human cultivator. Letting this spirit beast fight was obviously not an option, and it could only run errands. Su Yen held the beast harnessing spirit sign in his hand and easily leapt onto the back of the flying fire eagle. Let's go. Head north. Mile by mile, the flying fire eagle let out a chirp and flapped its wings to pull up. The speed of the flying fire eagle was very fast, and in a few breaths of time, it had broken away from the divine heavenly sword sect. Those little ants came so quickly. Just after leaving the range of the divine heavenly sword sect, Su Yen sensed the appearance of several mysterious auras behind him. These people would be cannon fodder sent by someone to intercept themselves. In response, Su Yen didn't care and continued to let the flying fire eagle advance. At this moment, 100 miles away from Su Yen, a group of silhouettes dressed in black were staring closely at Su Yen. Remember, if the first wave of attack doesn't work, flee immediately. Never reveal your footsteps for him to catch. Otherwise, what should be done is known to you. Understood. A few black-clothed men had just made a reply when they heard an explosion in the distance, waiting for them to quickly approach. A blood-red formation was seen standing between heaven and earth, while two figures were being imprisoned within the formation. Subsequently, more and more figures dressed in black appeared from all directions, firmly surrounding the formation. Chapter 46, Crowds Gather. Secret Realm opens. Su Yen, you're too arrogant and have threatened His Highness the Crown Prince. We have to keep you here today. A figure wearing a black robe and carrying his hands on his back stood in midair, his gaze fixed on Su Yen in the formation. Feeling the power of this formation, the speed of the flying fire eagle's flapping feathers slowed down quite a bit, and its golden eyes were filled with panic. Don't worry, I'll escape with you. Sensing the flying fire eagle's fear, Su Yen squatted down and reached out to stroke his hand on its forehead. Mile by mile, The flying fire eagle cawed twice before settling down. No wonder they say you're a proud man. Now it seems so. It's a pity that you have to die here today. The black-robed man's tone was mocking as he gently waved his hand, and the people around him immediately began to drive the formation to attack. This is a 6th grade spirit formation. Even the spirit transformation realm won't be able to retreat in one piece. Seemingly anticipating Su Yan's certain defeat, the black-robed man could not help but say a few more words. Su Yan said indifferently, "It seems that your intelligence is not very standard." The black-robed man frowned and didn't say anything as he slowly retreated behind everyone. Buzz! The blood-colored formation emitted a terrifying light at this moment, and a red light coalesced into a sharp long sword wrapping the entire area where Su Yan was. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of a violent explosion, everything in the entire area was completely covered by bloody swords. It's over so easily? The black-robed man's brow furrowed, and doubts couldn't help but spread in his heart. According to the information he had received, Su Yan's strength was a near-invincible existence even within the transformation god territory. Although this formation was powerful, it wasn't so powerful that it was directly seconded. Was it? If it's that easy to kill, then why does His Highness want me to be careful? Just as the black-robed man was puzzled, a dazzling light suddenly blossomed amidst the thick smoke, hissing, only to see a white dragon suddenly rush out from the black mist, its huge body transforming into a giant sword that blasted on top of the formation. Click, click, click. The instant the giant sword touched the barrier, a sound like glass shattering resounded. In the gazes of the surrounding black-robed men in surprise, the covering barrier cut out a piece of debris that fell with a loud bang. Miles! A sharp chirp rang out as a dark shadow quickly flew out of the smoke. The flying fire eagle brought Su Yan directly to a high altitude. Su Yan held the immortal Punisher sword in his hand. Powerful sword chi condensed and violently slashed downward. Countless sword chi, falling like rain, instantly penetrated the black-clothed man below. No good. The black-robed man at the head of the group's face changed, waving the cloak on his body to turn into a black mist and fleeing into the distance. Is it too much to think about running now? Su Yan looked at the black chief flying away and slashed out with his sword. The dazzling white light spanned a 100-mile move and instantly landed on top of the black gas. Countless sword chi wrapped. Before the black-robed man had time to react, he was instantly obliterated, leaving only a ground of demonic chi dissipating in the sky. Come on, keep going. Su Yan retrieved the immortal Punisher sword and patted the flying fire eagle's head. The flying fire eagle nodded and flapped its wings and disappeared into streams of light. For this little episode, Su Yan did not care at all. There are plenty of people who want themselves dead now. Sooner or later it all jumps out at you. Moreover, when he saw that dense demonic aura, Su Yan didn't need to think about it to know who it was that made the move this time. A few days later, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily check-in and obtaining the reward, 1 year of cultivating spiritual power in the Yuaning realm. In the next second, a powerful spiritual force appeared in Su Yan's body out of nowhere. This sudden surge of spiritual energy almost caused Su Yan's spiritual energy to break through the limit and impact the Yuaning bottleneck. Now Su Yan possessed the feathered immortal technique, plus his own sword Boon. The speed of cultivation can be described as 1,000 miles a day. This 1 year was enough to top an ordinary cultivator for several years. Such a huge force was enough to make Su Yan take a huge step forward. Su Yan immediately sat down on his knees and began to operate the feathered immortal technique to compress the spiritual energy in his body. By constantly compressing and condensing the spiritual energy, the power contained in the spiritual energy could be made even more powerful. Mile by mile, Su Yan had just compressed the spiritual energy in his body when the flying flames under his feet made a sound. Su Yan opened his eyes, only to see a towering mountain appear in front of him. Finally, after flying for several days, although Su Yan didn't feel anything, the flying fire eagle was exhausted. Coming to the top of Tian Yuan Mountain, Su Yan looked downward. On top of the mountain, a large number of people had already gathered at this moment, seemingly all waiting for the opening of the Tian Yuan secret realm. Su Yan glanced over and also saw many familiar forces. All of them are forces that have some relationship or connection with the divine heavenly sword sect. Su Yan's arrival was like a droplet of water flowing into the sea, and did not cause the slightest ripple. Only, after landing on a spot, Su Yan felt a strange fluctuation emanating from the Tian Yuan order. However, there were too many people around, so Su Yan didn't take it out in the first place. The Heavenly Yuan secret order could be used as a key to open the Heavenly Yuan secret realm, but more than that, it was the ability to explore the treasures left behind by Taoist Heavenly Yuan in the secret realm. The seal on the outside is just the first step. There were also many smaller seals present inside, all of which required the use of the Heavenly Yuan secret order. This is where the preciousness of the Tian Yuan secret order lies. As a result, every time the Heavenly Yuan mysterious realm opened, it would cause a large amount of killing. Yo, Swordsman Sian Yen is here as well. It seems like we won't use long before the secret realm opens. At that moment, a rough voice came from the distance. Sian Yen frowned slightly at the tip of his eyebrows, then turned his head to look. One could only see Chen Guan walking from the distance with a large number of men and horses, and at his side was Sian Yen. Sian Yen Jianzi, since you're already here, why don't you use the Heavenly Yuan secret order to draw out the secret realm first? As soon as Chen Guan said this, the surrounding people immediately turned their gazes towards Sian Yen, and their eyes even took on a fiery heat. Sian Yen laughed lightly. It's just a secret order. It's just a waste of time to draw it out and not be able to open it. Bringing out the secret order at this time was a proper death wish, and perhaps these people would immediately fight for it. Once Sian Yen said this, he could clearly feel the sight cast around him gradually decrease. But there are still unsuspecting sightings. There are only 100 slots available at a time for the Tian Yuan secret order. The rest of the people who want to get in will have to try to rob it in the normal way. These people gathered here were betting that those who had gotten the token would rush to the secret realm despite all the dangers. Inside the Tian Yuan secret realm was a real person's inheritance from the Mahayana stage, and even the harmonization stage could not resist the temptation. But in the past, there were not many people who actually entered it and came out alive. As they grabbed the secret orders of others, they would also be targeted by the rest of the people who were hunting them. As time went on, more and more people gathered. High above the mountain top, signs of spatial distortion also gradually appeared. A huge spatial crack appeared in everyone's eyes. Some anxious people just wanted to get closer, but they were instantly torn apart by the strong wind blowing out from the crack. Chapter 47, Entering the Secret World. Boom! With the passage of time, the cracks in the Tian Yuan mysterious realm widened more and more. Among them, there were even thunder and lightning roaring and astral winds tearing. Even more so, it was already rippling through the area occupied by the rest of the cultivators. The group of cultivators had no choice but to detach themselves from the peak and stay in the distant sky with the help of spiritual energy, waiting for the spatial crack to gradually widen and the secret realm to reveal itself. As time passed, the number of cultivators gathered around them increased, and a huge spirit boat appeared in the distance. Those who came were all first-class things with strong ideas about the secret realm. Boom! Another blue thunderbolt blasted down, landing directly on that crack, accompanied by a loud roar. A blue vortex appeared in front of this crowd. In the next second, several figures flew out from the crowd, heading towards that vortex. Those figures were immediately wrapped in a blue light and directly sucked into it when they reached a certain range of the secret realm. There were also some who tried to force their way closer, only to be blasted by the thunder in the sky just as they reached the vortex's range. It's not that you can't open the gap and enter it without the Tian Yuan secret order. At this moment, Sian Yen felt a large amount of sights projected onto him from all around, which is full of greed and fire. Even the path in front of Sian Yen was blocked by several figures as if they were preventing Sian Yen from escaping. Even around them, people appeared to block them. On top of that, there were also a large number of cultivators surrounding the secret realm's entrance to prevent others from entering. Now they're all on guard. Wait for the candidates who have the token and want to enter to show up. Once someone pulled out a token, they would immediately be intercepted and attacked by them. This behavior may seem beastly, but it was the most effective thing they could think of. As a top-tier great sect, for example, the Divine Whistling Sword sect would not be able to look at this kind of secret realm. Experiencing such a downfall would cause a great loss to both the sect's reputation and its disciples. Moreover, such an inheritance was not scarce within the Divine Sky Sword sect, so the benefits of coming to grab it aren't particularly great, but instead bring all sorts of drawbacks. Those forces that were a little less powerful had other ideas. As long as they were able to obtain the chance inheritance inside, then they also possessed the qualifications of a competitive top-tier power, so they desperately came to grab it. Boom! At that moment, an explosion suddenly sounded in the distance. Only a figure was seen quickly rushing out from the crowd, surrounded by a number of cultivators, all of whom were launching attacks towards it. The figure that rushed out hadn't even run for a moment before it was flooded by countless attacks. When the smoke dispersed, only a jade tablet emitting a white glow was left floating in midair. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the surrounding cultivators immediately turned red and they all came forward and started to move up. By obtaining this secret order, one could snatch the inheritance of a Mahayana cultivator. And so, the first round of the tussle unfolded. In order to capture this token, a large number of cultivators joined in the fight. But there are many who are still stopping to watch. Right at this moment, several more figures rushed out from the crowd, all of them aiming for the teleportation vortex. Now, even those around Sian Yen began to make a move and started to join in the action of grabbing the secret order, in turn leaving an open area for Sian Yen. Well, in that case, I'll be damned. Sian Yen's figure moved and directly disappeared in place, flying towards that vortex. From afar, Chen Guan, who had been observing Su Yen, narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately looked at Sian Yen beside him. Sian Yen's face was grim as he gave a wink to the person beside him and immediately chased after him in Su Yen's direction. The rest of them also noticed Su Yen's movements and immediately began to move forward to intercept him. A red dazzling light blossomed in front of Su Yen, intercepting Su Yen's path. Su Yen's expression didn't change as he pinched the spell in his hand and pointed out a finger. The speeding light came to a halt with a bang, and then cracked in layers, turning into a piece of nothingness that dissipated into the sky. Su Yen once again released a strand of terrifying sword chi with a flick of his finger. The person who attacked was instantly penetrated by the sword chi, and his entire body was churned to pieces by the sword chi. The brutal and bloody scene caused the surrounding cultivators to snap out of their greed. The gaze that looked at Su Yen again gradually took on a color of fear. That's when they remembered. The Su Yen in front of him was the sword son of the divine efficacy sword sect, not something that ordinary casual cultivators like them could resist. Su Yen didn't care about them and continued to rush towards that vortex, losing the hindrance of the practitioners. It was easy to come near the vortex though, but here, there were several great sect disciples gathered. Seeing Su Yen arrive, each of their faces were extremely ugly, yet none of them had the intention of trying to get out of the way. Su Yen also did not spoil them, and directly took out the immortal Punisher sword. The terrifying sword chi was instantly released, and dazzling white light ran through the heaven and earth. A few people's faces changed, and they immediately didn't dare to continue delaying, quickly retreating towards the distance. This time there was no one to block in front of Su Yen. Right at the moment he entered the vortex, Su Yen suddenly turned his head to look at the figure chasing behind him. Noticing the sight cast by Su Yen, that person did not hesitate and directly killed over with his weapon in hand. While his cultivation was clearly at the god transformation stage. Since you want to die, I'll give you a ride. Su Yen spoke indifferently and slowly raised the long sword in his hand. Terrifying sword chi accumulated in the long sword. Accompanied by the fall of the long sword, the crowd only saw a dazzling white light suddenly blossom before their eyes. When the light dissipated, that transformation god cultivator had already disappeared. Only a glowing space ring and glowing lance were left behind. Su Yen actually killed a spirit transformation stage cultivator with a single sword. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people swallowed their saliva and all looked at Su Yen with some incredulity. Although they all knew that the divine heavenly sword sect sword son had the strength to cross the level of decimation, but it wasn't expected to be this horrible. Su Yen's current manifested cultivation was only at the Yuaning realm, and as a result, he was actually able to instantly second the transformation stage. If this Su Yen was to ascend to the transformation stage, wouldn't that make him no match for any of the harmonization stages? With this thought in mind, the gazes of the crowd towards Su Yen were tinged with awe. Su Yen swept a glance at the people around him and turned around to enter the secret realm with the help of the Tian Yuan token. After a moment of heavenly spinning, when Su Yen came to his senses again, he had already arrived in an independent space. The air was filled with a rich aura that had even condensed into liquid, showing how dense it was. If a regular person were to enter this place, even if they were to sit and cultivate for a period of time, they would be able to receive a huge boost. And that is just the smallest benefit of the secret realm. Su Yen immediately probed out his spiritual power while groping towards the distance. As his spiritual power continued to spread, Su Yen realized that he had actually arrived at a medicinal field. Su Yen transformed his spirit into a sword and chopped out with a sword. The terrifying spirit power spread out in all directions, dispersing all the dense white fog in front of him. As the white mist disappeared, the medicine garden's face appeared in front of Su Yen.